Phonics.
What's going on, everybody?
Hitting.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon. Look at that. That's a old suit, Hasan. We've come a long way from that. You already know. Look at old suit, Hasan. We're live and alive on Sunday. Super secret, super special Sunday, fun day. We're live, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is, like I said, it's Father's Day. And I'm the father that stepped up. You already know what it is. Happy Father's Day all to all who celebrate. Happy Father's Day to all of the chatters who have a decent relationship with their father. And happy Father's Day to the rest of you that have a decent relationship with me, your new father. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Hasan Piker. This is Dawson, our broadcast. Coming to you live on Daddy's Day for you, Father's Day for everybody else. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. That's right. Sunday, fun day. There's obviously a lot of news that I'm going to be covering. However, before we get to Sunday, fun day, it's a super secret, super special Sunday extravaganza, super secret, super special Sunday stream. I am going to be flying out to New York, and I'm be doing some stuff, obviously, in New York. Not sure if you guys have heard of it, but there are obviously things happening in New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York. So there's an election taking place there, obviously. Jube's embargo. Why? Is there a new Jubilee? I early voted for Daria Lisa. Okay, nice. Holy shit. Buy an apartment at this point. Well, maybe. Who knows? Anyway. Didn't you just leave New York City? I did. I came back and now I have to go. I'm like Batman. The city needs me. The freaking city needs me, baby. Gotta be there. Dean versus 20 MAGA women. Dean Withers versus MAGA. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, maybe I'll watch that. Just pay the second home tax, little bro. That's what it is. Honestly, that's what it is. That's actually what's going on. I can't move to New York because I'm terrified of paying the extra tax. Sure, we'll do the Jube today. Fuck it, why not? Anyway, so just buy a place in New York already. Come on, your vibes are better anyway. All right, well, we'll see. We'll see if we're... Look at this suit. Dog, this is a crazy suit. Okay, I don't even know if you can call this a suit. That's wild, though. Anyway, you need to mentor the liberal out of Dean. He won't listen to me. That's not a fit. That's a fit, not a suit. Yeah. So... Actually convinced a millionaire with several companies that socialism is legit today by being normal and had a normal convo. Hell yeah. I'm moving to New Jersey, so you swap into East Coast time. Benefits me personally, thus you should do it. Okay, got it. If you don't game today, I'm voting for Paxton over Tallarico. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Free Hasan jerk off instruction. You want to jerk your peanuts? You want to crank your shit? You want to spank your shit. You want to beat your meat. That's what you want to do. You're telling me right now you want to fucking jork it. You want a goon cranking the worm, spanking the monkey, beating your meat, letting the goose loose, peeing white. That's what you want to do. You want to jerk your peanuts? Yeah. Yeah. Burping the gherkin, running the numbers. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's valid. All of that is valid. I stand by what I said yesterday, and I stand by what I said today. Okay. Yeah. Send that to Fox News. You know what I'm saying? In any case, ladies and gentlemen, I got to give you a Father's Day. I got to give you a little bit of Father's Day information. Here is my old Father's Day take that Wendy posted earlier. I thought it was good to bring it back. The only man I ever trusted in my life was my father, and he fucked my mom. So never forget, you can't even trust anybody, not even your own dad. That's right. Think. I trust nobody, not even myself. Not even my own damn self. Can't trust nobody. Can we send this to Fox News?
I want to fuck my healthcare, dude. I want healthcare. I want my healthcare provider to clap my fucking cheeks. Bust me open, dude. Bust down Tatiana. I'm always thinking about these things, and I'm always saying these things. It's not that I love my doctors. It's not that I love my primary care physician or the kind of service that I can get in a facility, whether it's clean or not.
God, my voice was so ass. Thank God we actually tweaked it. Isn't that crazy? That's what I have my second puberty. It's crazy that the second puberty hit at the young age of 30. So I could finally sound like this, as opposed to how I was sounding off. Someone was popping off with your medieval skids. Yeah, I saw this. When I'm plotting the peasant rebellion and bro says we'd all own castles if we toiled harder and stopped buying half-shilling meads. Me lordship. What do you mean? Stop looking for reasons for your own demise. My lordship and the system is apt and perfect. Go on Las Culturistas when you're in New York. They only let on like one straight person per year, so get in there. Dude, I really want to, man. I really want to, but they keep ducking me. This is your best take? Oh, which game franchises have a comeback? Jade Empire? Yes. Everything BioWare made, they need to remake. Honestly, it's fun. I'm happy with that. Remake everything. Thoughts on Madeline Pendleton? She's great. Pre-suit era clip. What is this?
Oh, yeah. With your little tie and your tucked in shirt.
Yeah, but
you
even
get
the
no
pussy,
pussy.
you're still wearing like you still have to wear a suit.
You still have to suit.
Yeah,
really? Holy shit.
It's terrible.
That's interesting. What the
I used to fucking hate it,
Of course. But it prepared you for your life.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I know how to tie a tie. So, yeah, it's good. I put that to great use all the time.
Yeah.
And now I do. Interior motives have been calling you out for not getting back to him. Who's that? I don't know who that is. I don't know what that is. Interior motives? Okay. Oh, Ben Mora? Oh shit. Wait, I DM'd him on Twitter the other day. I think it's on his end. I think it's on his end. I think the ball's in his court. Turkey's still knocked out. Turkey's knocked out, but you still going to the next game? Yes. Yes. Yes, I am. I will be going to the next game. Yes. And I will be rooting for Turkey, even though we obviously, and by we, I mean the Turkish team, is obviously not going to make it. It's over. Turkey never wins, man. Iran is about to play today, though. I just got on Twitter, and this is the first thing I saw. Damn, that sucks. Hasan wants to improve people's lives and change America, so it prioritizes education, scientific research instead of imperialism. He must be evil. This is why Hasan is the enemy. He wants to make the USA better. We want to move on without that illegal imperialist entity. This is just so much LARP. It's just such an unbelievable level of LARP to be like, no, you don't understand. Like, you can't advance towards more egalitarian outcome for Americans and like a retreat from the rest of the world. You have to be advocating for the death of America. Like you this is role play. Twitter role play is so funny. Okay? And it's exceptionally funny because like what are you doing? You're just tweeting on a pedophilic billionaire, apartheid billionaire's website about how you're going to, kill Americans or something. It's awesome. Enough LARP, bro. It's just pure unadulterated LARP, okay? I mean, more power to you. I'm glad you're having fun. I'm glad you're having fun posting. It's fun to post like that, But in any case, let's blast off. We got a lot going on, obviously, and I want to get through some of the. Happy Father's Day once again. I want to get through some of the news because there's obviously some news that we must discuss. Unfortunately, because a lot took place this morning. I actually wasn't planning on doing a lot of news. I thought we would do a full Sunday FUNDAY slate, right? And I sincerely thought we would be able to do a full Sunday FUNDAY slate, but unfortunately, JDVANCE and my goat Abbas Araghchi, the most aura-having foreign minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran, they got together. Abbas actually snubbed JDVANCE. That was really funny. The Qataris also snubbed JDVANCE. That was also funny. And then the entire Iranian delegation walked out. Also, speaking of the Gulf is on top. Giancarlo Esposito, also known as Gus Fring, from the Breaking Bad franchise, has converted to Islam in Saudi Arabia. And that is also pissing off a lot of people. It's always great when all these supposedly liberal, open-minded thinkers will see someone revert to Islam, find the light of Allah, and say the Shahada. And it's so funny that people will see that and they get really hurt. They're in their fifis. It's like, why does this matter to you? Skip personal news. You've changed. Refund me. Bruh. That's true. I did. Well, there's nothing going on. It's fucking Sunday. I didn't do shit. I went to bed early. I woke up. I didn't even go and play basketball as I normally would. I didn't work out as I normally would this Sunday because I was just really tired. I don't know why. And I think, well, many of you will immediately say, oh, I know why. You're tired because you stream all day, which is, there's probably some truth to that. And then you also, on top of streaming all day, travel all the time. And there's also probably truth to that as well. I didn't even jork my peanuts. I didn't. I didn't actually burp the worm last night. Like, I don't do anything. I'm a chud ass loser. You should know this already. I am a chud ass loser. Okay. Grade A chud. Gack. I used to be a grade A yapper, gay. Now I'm a grade A chud. Is because you're old. Weren't you in New York City 3 days ago? Okay. Why are you paying close attention to my travels like that? Huh? Do I ask you where you've been? Do I come to your house and I say, weren't you at the same gas station 3 nights ago buying Swisher Sweets as well? And you're getting them again? How about I take a close look at your finances? You know, what about your carbon footprint? If you are queer, do not check into Hotel Piker. It's psychological warfare. Yeah, you want to watch this? This is a diabolical thing that I did. So as you guys know, Casa de la Piker is open for business. And contrary to what my haters think, mostly it's occupado by gay men. Okay? But sometimes I love having a little fun. Okay, with my gay occupants. Christian had checked into Casa de la Piker. Let's take a look.
I've ever experienced at the hand of Hasan Piker, okay? It was actually evil, and I'm still not over it. So, as y'all know, sometimes I clock in, I check into Hotel Piker. Is that what he calls it? like fuck me, like I totally just like fucked his shit up. And then I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna go to bed. Like if I have to pay for it, or like, you know, whatever, Austin, by me I have to pay for it. I mean, if Austin has to pay to fix it, so be it. Austin wasn't really upset with me. He was like, it happens, it's whatever. Hasan's probably not even gonna care or even try to fix it. So as I'm fucking walking up, I'm like, all right, y'all, like I'm gonna go to bed, whatever. Hannah and David are there. I'm like, I'm going to bed, y'all. I'm like, good night, Hasan. He's like, good night. And by the way, it was already broken. Bro literally lied to my fucking face when I tell y'all it was Oscar-worthy beat work. I would genuinely believed that I cracked his fucking kitchen counter with my ass and it was already fucking broken. And Hannah and David are laughing their fucking asses off because they also knew that it was already broken. Like, what the fuck?
I let him sit in that for like a good 15. Okay. I let him sit in that thinking that his fat ass cracked my kitchen island down to the bone. Okay. And he's like panic calling Austin and shit. And I'm just sitting there, not even letting a peep, shaking my head, traumatizing gaze during Pride Month. How could you? And I didn't even give him a smile. You know what I mean? I was just like disappointed. I was disappointed, uncle.
Mind you, it's Pride Month. All of this goes down during Pride Month. Like, hello, I'm literally just gonna hate crime me during Pride Month?
Yep.
It was diabolical. It was diabolical. The entire house fucking betrayed me. All of them had, you know what? I gotta taste my own fucking medicine though, because I be lying to them all the fucking time.
It's true. He does. Yeah. Is my streamer evil? Yes. No pride parade, no gaming. Yeah. No, I just sat there and I let him sink in. Okay. Faux status maintained. Yeah, you always got to keep him guessing, bro. You always got to keep him guessing. You know what I mean? You can't be out here thinking like letting the gays win. Okay. You can't be out here letting the gays think that they're gonna have a comfortable time at Casa de la Piker. You feel me? I'm not about that lifestyle. Yeah. Yeah. Also, that's fucking payback for when they actually called. That's payback for when they called me and made me lose my mind. I was so scared. Wait, what? Hold on.
Hey.
Wait, what's going on? Are you okay?
I'm on
What's
stream and Christian is bleeding out on stream.
Wait, what? Really?
Can I have $20?
Progress on moving toward.
Are you fucking with me, Peach? Come on. Dude, oh my god. I got...
You did not get
You
scared.
did not get scared.
No, I did. You sent me a crazy voicemail.
It was not crazy. I was talking in plain voice.
Oh my god, I didn't see it. I just read the transcript.
Oh my god, I'm literally
You
sweating.
read the transcript. I'm so sorry.
I fucking muted the broadcast. I thought you were being serious.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I will never do that again. Can I please have $20?
Sure.
Yay, my Venmo speech jars.
Oh my god. Okay, alright.
You really
Alright,
think if I was
fine.
bleeding out, you'd be my first call?
I don't know what was going on. I thought you were being serious. I thought you were...
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I did not mean to scare you at all.
It's all good. Alright.
But I really could use that $20.
Thank you, Hasan.
Alright, bye.
Wait, are you gonna send it?
She's not muted. You don't have to mute. I know, but I didn't know what was going on. Okay. Dummies. I didn't know what the fuck was that. She literally sent me a voicemail in a panic state being like, I was in a car crash. Like, I need your help. And I just like, I genuinely thought yes, I did send her the $20, but I thought that there was something serious going on. Anyway, it wasn't. They were just fucking with me. Okay. Kind of not cool. It's fine, dude. Jesus Christ. It's fine. Chill out. Ruben Gallego is screwed, lol. Scoop. Ruben Gallego repeatedly used campaign cash to fund luxury outings with his wife and care for his children since launching his campaign for Senate in 2023, including attending the Super Bowl using a joint campaign account with Eric Swalwell. Oh. Ooh, not good. Not good for our boy Ruben. Our boy Ruby. You streamers have a weird sense of humor. Okay, it's just memes. It's just jokes. It's just content. Calm down. All of this is just content. Okay? Everybody calm down. Ooh, Ruben. Ooh. Ooh, Ruben. Ruben Gallego. Anyway, but yeah, this is where we're at. We got, a bunch of cool artwork as, celebrating Father's Day. 10 campaigns, 1 movement. Go vote New York City DSA slate. Okay. Pantone, color of the year, another Epstein Files diversion green. Yeah, right now the pool is green. Okay. Like my shirt. It's no longer blue. Okay. We're no longer faking it because the Trump administration does not deserve it because currently they're fucking up the deal. They're fucking up the deal with Iran and I don't like it. So the pool is back to being green. Okay. It depending on how JDVANCE moves, maybe the pool tomorrow could be blue. I'm willing to commit. But currently it's kind of looking greenish to me. You found the Nasheed of Charlie Kirk? Okay, well, if we get a hype train going and carry the flame, we'll do that. What is this? Your shirt is green? Yes, just like the pool, the shirt is green. However, depending on Donald Trump's behavior, maybe the pool's blue again. Who knows? But this morning he was being a bad boy, and that's actually where we're going to start off today. Do we have a playlist? Send sexy leftist energy to us Colombians today. Hasan, we have a right-wing clown endorsed by Trump running against a socialist candidate. Results start coming out in 2 hours. Yes. My heart for Colombia. Polls open in Colombia's presidential race, pitting leftists against hardliner. Runoff election sees leftist Ivan Cepeda and a far-right lawyer Abelardo de la Espriella. Is that how you say it? Vying for the presidency. Dude, that's just every fucking South American election is like nun turned community organizer, indigenous rights advocate versus fascist military dictator lawyer who made a living off of murdering people in his father's coal mine. Like, we don't even know how the payment process worked, but he would just get paid. It was a pay per murder scheme where he killed every indigenous person working in the coal mine and he somehow made his money that way. Is always a Far Cry villain versus like, socialist leader. And then it's always 49-51. And it's always the fucking fascist psycho that gets the 51%. Colombian elections today. Tell the Maoist Colombian in your chat to vote for Cepeda unless they want Colombian Bukele in power. Yeah, copper mines, sir. Get it right. Yeah. Yeah. It's always like, hello, I'm a Chevron lawyer, and my father was a part of a paramilitary death squad. Or my father was in the halls of power and insert Latin American country's worst period of neoliberal austerity. And I'm running on a campaign of, I like Donald Trump, and we should make this country exactly like Donald Trump. I will not elaborate. And it's always that guy is always getting like, because of the WhatsApp groups, because of Twitter, because of the misinformation that flies around, half of the country's like, yeah, I want to vote for the Far Cry villain. Let's run the numbers. Let's fuck it up. Let's fuck the bag up. Who knows? Who cares? Fuck this indigenous rights organizer or whatever. you know, and they'll vote for the fascists. And then 8 weeks later, they're like, actually, this was the worst decision of all time. I now want to burn the fucking Capitol building. Well, why did you vote for him? Why did you vote for the guy if you were going to burn the Capitol building? You know what I'm saying? What the hell happened? Speaking of which, there's actually some good stuff happening in Bolivia. Speaking of indigenous protests in general, general strikes. What is this? Do you have any explanation? Because that doesn't even make sense. Feeding the ducks. What the hell? That doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, masturbation. That's what it is. Okay. Did you see the Costa Rican president getting a gift from Donald Trump and basically losing her shit? No, I haven't covered too much Latin American stuff because it's so ass. Because as much as America's power around the globe is waning, as much as America is losing its hegemonic superpower status, as much as America takes L's in the Strait of Hormuz and ruins relationships that it had in the Asian theater, you know, in the Asia Pacific theater, America is redoubling its efforts as a part of the Monroe Doctrine, formerly known as the Monroe Doctrine, in its own backyard. And that is the unfortunate reality. And every single one of these fascists are unbelievably pro-Israel. It's very strange. It's like, bro, Israel is literally over there. Why the fuck do you care about Israel? Like, why would you have a statement out on Israel if you're the running for leadership office in Colombia or Costa Rica or Peru? Fujimori won. Adlai is almost certainly going to win in Colombia. Bolivia may be facing state violence. Is bleak. Yeah. It's not an accident that Latin America has had a very bad run at it. There was like a new resurgence of the pink tide. It almost happened, right? You got Lula, and then you had a guy in Bolivia. Like there was, or not Bolivia, sorry, obviously Evo Morales, but you had a guy in Chile, right? And then it was like a modest movement in the direction. And then you have Petro, obviously. You had a modest movement in the direction of social democracy in some of these South American countries. And instantly, everyone was like, actually, we want the most evangelical Christian fascist you can find who's going to run on being supportive, more supportive to the nation state of Israel. And I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I understand why if you're a South American leader and you're like, I stand with the Palestinians, obviously they're, you know, you stand with the dispossessed. It's like there's a tradition of this sort of thing. You're anti-American imperialism. But I genuinely don't understand why you would be like, oh no, I actually am on the wrong side of history, like pretty aggressively. This is my rallying cry. This is how I will win the election. And then people still vote for it. And it's like, well, dude, you live there. You are part of the periphery. Like you are a part of the working class that's getting fucked over. I will say this, though. There's got to be some meddling. There's got to be some meddling. But anyway, that's South America. We're not going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about the Strait of Hormuz.
This morning,
as you guys might know, there was a war that was taking place over the last 110 plus days in the Persian Gulf. America and Israel struck Iran first, decapitated its leadership, and then, of course, Iran implemented its Mosaic defense system, started pummeling Bahrain, Kuwait, all the Gulf states. The American bases and American assets in these Gulf states were thoroughly dismantled and destroyed with relatively affordable Shahed drones that are approximately $10,000 a pop. And they never really stopped. And then there was a stalemate for like the last couple of months between the United States of America and Iran. Iran had actually shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which is where 20% of the entire world's energy supply transits through. And this was having a devastating effect on the global markets. Now, America came to the negotiating table with Iran. And one of the major demands from Iran, the first one, as a matter of fact, was to restrain Israel, to force America to restrain Israel, specifically in Lebanon, because Israel, of course, has been fighting a 18-front war at this point. Constant frontierism, constant expansionist mentality, acquiring additional territory in Syria. They've also taken more territory in Gaza as well. When the initial Gaza ceasefire had started, Israel was only occupying 52%, which again is ridiculous. They should be occupying 0% of Gaza, but they had taken over 52% by this point now. Almost a year after that initial ceasefire, the fake ceasefire was implemented, Israel is now at 64%. Israel's also taken 20% of Lebanon on top of everything else, and Israel is consistently pummeling Lebanon further and further, trying to push into Lebanese territory, violating Lebanese sovereignty, and having a tough go at it. Having a tough go at it because the Hezi boys are fighting back with FPV drones. Okay, your interview with The Independent dropped. Hasan Piker
left is in a state of disarray.
Hasan Piker criticizes UK left wing but praises Zach Polanski. Oh, damn. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. I didn't even see that.
You know, taking advantage of the vacuum and precisely that. But as
God, this
far
is,
as like Germany.
Why is the video footage so bad? This is terrible. Anyway. Where was I? I got distracted. So yeah, we arrive at this past weekend. On Friday in Geneva, the United States of America with JDVANCE and the entire Iranian delegation were supposed to sign the MOU. Trump actually signed it in the in the Palace of Versailles. All right? No stranger to, symbolism, historically relevant events taking place in Versailles, historically relevant defeats. JDVANCE did not fly to Geneva on Friday because Iran said Israel is still pummeling Lebanon. We're not going to show up. The talks are off, and we're shutting off the Strait of Hormuz. Israel is still pummeling Lebanon, as a matter of fact. And earlier today, the Iranian delegation still arrived in Switzerland, and so did JDVANCE, and the talks started. We're going to be obviously looking at the details, the minutiae. But having said that, earlier Donald Trump, while the talks were going on, decided to tell Trey Yingst, Fox News national foreign policy correspondent, that he was going to threaten Iran. He was going to blow up Iran if they closed the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran reacted by leaving the talks early. Let's take a look.
President Vance arriving in Switzerland, joining U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for a new round of negotiations with Iran today. The high-stakes meeting coming amid a fragile agreement between the two countries that has been threatened by the conflict between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon. At least 28 people have been killed in Lebanon since the ceasefire deal, according to the Lebanese state media, and at least one Israeli soldier has been killed, according to the IDF. Israel saying it targeted Hezbollah in response to incoming fire, Hezbollah accusing Israel of striking first. With the fighting in southern Lebanon escalating, Iran announcing on Saturday that it's shut the Strait of Hormuz, citing the strikes and the blatant breach and violation by the United States of the first clause of the ceasefire agreement, which calls for fighting to end on all fronts. But the U.S. is denying the claim that Iran is in control of the strait.
The straits are now open. The Iranian military is now destroyed.
CENTCOM reporting 55 merchant ships and 17 million barrels of oil traveled through on Saturday.
Still not up to the previous standard. Almost half, or, it's approximately 100 vessels that normally transit through the Strait of Hormuz, but that's a sign that things are changing for the better. Of course, there's conflicting reports here because Iran is saying they're closing the Strait of Hormuz. They've made a big deal about closing the Strait of Hormuz, just like they've made a big deal about leaving the negotiations. I personally think that maybe it's a little bit of showmanship from the Iranian side, and there's not a lot of real interest in fucking up the negotiation, which I worry that the Americans are aware of, which is why Trump is doing the theatrics here in America and Iran is doing the theatrics in Iran.
It's still unclear whether that vital waterway is open. Amid the uncertainty, President Trump declaring the US will not tolerate tolls on ships passing through the strait unless they are imposed by the US if the talks fail. But the signed deal says...
That was really funny. Yeah, Trump said, actually, we are closing the Strait of Hormuz and we are going to militarily seize control over the Strait of Hormuz. This is what he got from Lindsey Graham, by the way. We'll get to that as well. Lindsey Graham had a 4.5-hour conversation with Donald Trump about what to do next, which is always terrifying to think about because he's an animal. But Trump was reiterating that he would militarily overtake the Strait of Hormuz, something that they were not able to accomplish, but magically maybe this time they will be able to. And then they're going to charge a toll, which I found to be very funny. Trump said that they will go back. If Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz, America is going to go back to the Strait of Hormuz, and America is going to militarily dominate the Iranians and overtake the Strait of Hormuz, and then they are going to charge a toll. And I find that very funny because, well, you didn't get to do that. Like, you could have done that in the last 100 days, and there's a reason why you're doing a ceasefire instead of currently controlling the Strait of Hormuz. And I think that's precisely because you are not capable of doing that militarily. If you were able to do that, you would have done that. Also, shouts out to the Iranian team. Iran scored a goal, it seems. Congratulations. Congratulations to Iran. Let's go. Hi, I'm a Christian. Hi. Hi, Christian guy. Why am I not seeing? Where's the Iranian? They're playing in Los Angeles right now against Belgium. It's 1-0. 25 minutes in the game. Iran has scored a goal. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now 1-0 against Belgium. Iran is winning. That's right. VAR? Wait, what? They're going to overturn it? Israel's coming in. Israel is claiming that there's an offside and they're doing VAR. Oh, God. Oh, God. Israel has decided, my sources are telling me that Israel has decided that the Iranian goal is actually offsides. The VAR reporting has shown that Israel's decided that Iran's scoring is technically anti-Semitic. Iranians experiencing joy is the deepest version of anti-Semitism. Israel has cancelled the Iranian goal. It's back to 0-0. The Iranian team is kicking the ball. Now replace ball with Jews. Not so funny now, is it? Yeah. You joke, but that's unironically like 90% of Hasbara nowadays. Is like, oh, wow. You said you like puppies and you don't like when puppies are hurt. Well, replace puppies with Adolf Hitler. Not so funny now, is it? this fundamentally changes the perspective, but it doesn't matter. Checkmate libtard. I heard Iran getting a free kick and thought they said Iran getting a free Palestine. E fart low. Anyway. Where was I? Okay, so yeah, let's get back to the deal. It's a real will they, won't they?
Pass at no charge for 60 days only. Both sides have that time to hammer out the deals of the agreement, with Iran's nuclear program in full focus. Vance outlining his hopes for the talks before taking off for Switzerland.
I think we're hopefully making progress on the nuclear issue, make progress on the Lebanon ceasefire issue. Those are the two big things that I think we're going to be focused on.
Well, the real diplomatic work, it starts now, and it's time for the sides to debate that major sticking point of what happens to Iran's stockpile of enriched nuclear material.
Let's go ahead and bring in ABC News Chief Washington Correspondent Jonathan Karl, who's going to be hosting This Week later here on ABC. John, it is good to see you, but as Britt just reported here, Vice President Vance is in Switzerland. What are the stakes for these talks?
Well, this is an opening round, Gio, and the vice president is there. We expect that within the next hour or so, he'll be sitting down with the Iranians. That part hasn't started yet, as far as we know. This is really where all the difficult issues have to get resolved. The memorandum of understanding got into no detail about what would happen with Iran's nuclear program. That was the reason for the war in the first place. So it's starting at a very tenuous moment with the...
Okay. As a suit guy, I've changed a little bit. And I've realized that I notice certain things as a suit guy. I have to say something about Shabazz Sharif. Okay? As a suit guy, I have to recognize that his fucking suits are out of control. You're not a suit guy until you get matching pants so far as you're just wearing a blazer? What do you mean? I have plenty of suits that are matching. I just choose not to. I like mixing and matching it. This man genuinely throws fits nonstop, and he does not get the appreciation he deserves. Pakistan Zindabad. Not even a big fan of the guy politically. But honestly, great fits. I think Derek Suit Guy would probably agree with me. I don't like him, obviously. Free Imran Khan, but I'm just saying. And neither do the Pakistanis, but he always puts that shit on, bro. He always puts that shit on. That man does not miss, bro. He does not miss.
Issues have to get resolved. The memorandum of understanding the war in the first place. So it's starting at a very tenuous moment with the Iranians backing out for a bit because of what was happening in Lebanon and saying that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. They can't even agree on whether or not the strait is open. So expectations are not particularly high, but certainly the stakes are.
So the stakes are high. So how easy?
See, Derek Suit Guy approved. Interesting to me that when you see men on the global stage, beautiful Western-style tailoring is often worn by men from non-Western countries. Pictured here is Shahbaz Sharif from Pakistan, Akinwumi Adesina from Nigeria, and Narihito from Japan. That's fucking fire. Holy shit. I'm sure there are many badly dressed politicians and businessmen in Pakistan, Nigeria, and Japan, but you can't imagine the outfits above on a Western European or North American man. Instead, you're more likely to see stuff like this below. Lots of stuff driven by fashion designers ready to wear trends and a desire to look young and modern. To be fair, Pete's style is ass, but his suits are very well fitting. They're form fitting. I don't like the cut, The pattern matching on the suit is so great. The stripe matches across the gorge, which is the seam that connects the collar to the lapel. It also matches across the sleeve head of the body. And crucially, the jacket has a front dart, but the tailor created the dart in such a way to pull the stripe into another stripe, thus allowing the pattern to match across the pocket flap. This kind of thing would never be noticed by a customer unless they were obsessive about tailoring, which is unlikely in this case since Akinwumi Adesina is a high-profile economist who spends time thinking about more important matters. But it shows the tailor takes pride in their work. Also not something you see in the US because there are few real tailors left here anymore. Almost everything is run by business people who work with overseas made-to-measure factories where this sort of fine-tuning is less likely. Where on the spectrum is this class? Yes. As a man with special interests, sometimes those special interests change. And yes, you might have noticed that my special interest has turned into bespoke tailoring. For example, this is written by ChatGPT, dog? No, it's not. I have had suit autism for a little bit, but it's been great. Anyway, let's continue. Obviously, I'm not wearing anything bespoke today. Nothing tailored today. Straight off the rack, Polo Ralph Lauren. I really do like this modern fit jacket, even though it is whatever.
Easily could the peace process really fall apart because of that conflict?
Cloud District Enjoy says, I was the most embarrassing thing ever, a suit guy when I was a teenager. Buddy, let's be real. That is the most, you didn't need to tell me that. I know that from the way you type in the chat. Okay? Yes, you were absolutely a teenage suit guy, especially considering that your special interest is American foreign policy and international relations. Of course you were a teenage suit guy. What's next? You're going to tell me you had a fucking roller backpack? Oh my God, what a shock. No, worse. Not a roller backpack. A small handheld, tiny briefcase. Yeah. Which one was it? Because I know you definitely brought. I did have a rolling backpack, but it was because I had surgery. Okay, don't try to farm sympathy now. Don't try to farm sympathy. So you would have done a satchel if you didn't have the surgery. So you went with the roller backpack. Got it. Fuck you, I had both. I was a Hawaiian shirt guy in middle school because my mom said they looked good on me. Cooked. Oh my God. My little brother took a leather briefcase to elementary school. My brother was a roller backpack kid. Okay, the briefcase shit is hard. I see people with it in my college campus. No, I would do that now. I would do that now. I'm a suit guy now, but I'm 34. And it kind of makes sense. As a 34-year-old, it makes sense to be a little bit more into suits and wear and have a fucking briefcase that you
between
bring
Israel
everywhere
and
with
Hezbollah
you.
and Lebanon.
Well, it's astounding, Gio, when you consider that during a 48-hour period, you had the ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel broken and reinstated twice, back and forth, back and forth. So look, at any moment, that can jeopardize the peace talks. Remember, neither Israel nor Hezbollah are signed the memorandum of understanding, but both of them effectively have the ability to blow it all up.
We have about 20 seconds, John, but I want to ask you, if the talks fail, what could be the next move for the Trump administration?
Well, there's two options. One is to say that, look, we diminished Iran's military. We're just going to go along and basically at an uneasy status quo. And the other option, Trump has suggested, they could resume the war. But he has also said that if the war resumes, we could face a global depression. So not a lot of good options.
All right, and we always appreciate your insight on a Sunday. John Karl, thank you so much. And tune into This Week Later. John interviews Energy Secretary Chris Wright and former Obama National...
Demon. Anyway, we'll get to the U.S.-Iran talks. I just want to give you a brief showcase of how hard Israel defenders go, okay? I'm not going to give you any notes. I just want you to listen to British Colonel Richard Kemp, retired, talking to the Jewish News Syndicate Summit in Jerusalem. No notes, no commentary. I just want you to listen to what he is going to say.
I speak as a goy, a mere goy. The Jews were put on the face of the earth to be a light unto nations. And Israel is being that light in defense of its own country. And I think most particularly, not just in military technology, but in the way in which those extraordinary men and women of the IDF have shown the world how to fight. And many countries in Western Europe, which are going to face this violence, will be looking to Israel to see how they're going to fight. So the narrative is one thing, but action, I think, is even more important.
Diabolical. Okay? I need you to understand something. I need you to understand something. First of all, obviously, I'm not one of those people that's like, oh my God, you know, the white race is being undermined here. Like, I don't care, right? I don't have a bone in my body that believes silliness like that. But this level of boomer philosemitism is actually insane. It is a manifestation of mental illness and nothing else. How did it happen? Okay? How did this happen? It's also my favorite thing to watch, like, you know, the Jewish National Syndicate or the you know, there's like a million of these conferences, as you guys know. Like, Zionist groups love throwing conferences together. And at those conferences, they love having, like, you know, American Jews or European Jews go up on those conferences and be like, we are controlling the media and it's awesome. We love controlling the media. We've been doing it for a while and we're going to keep doing it at the behest of Israel. And it's my favorite thing to basically make sure that Westerners don't have free speech. That's my favorite thing. I am Jewish, by the way, and I'm co-signing this. I'm endorsing it. It's my favorite thing to do. It's great return on investment. We love doing it. And I don't know why. And then there's thunderous applause in the room. My favorite genre of clips is like this exact thing that happens over and over again. And I genuinely don't know, like, what the purpose of it is. Like, who is this for? Okay. But yeah, just normal. I'm going to run that back again. I'm going to run it back again.
I speak as a goy, a mere goy. The Jews were put on the face of the earth to be a light unto nations. And Israel is being that light in defense of its own country. And I think most particularly, not just in military technology.
It's memory for anti-Semites. Yes, but memory is a Israel Knesset funded operation to, like, clip stuff out of context. This is not out of this is just what he's saying. Memory also will take advantage of the you know, non-Arabic speaking world's attitudes towards Arabs in general. They'll, like, mistranslate things sometimes. You know what I mean? And they do it all the time, as a matter of fact. It's a very deliberate misinformation operation. JNS, on the other hand, is just straight up doing this on purpose and celebrating it. And it's not just JNS either. Yes, there's also a good deal of, like, posting the weirdest Salafists you could imagine on television channels and whatnot, and being like, this is how every Muslim is, right? But I've often pointed to those, like, classic old school Kahanis videos where, like, some rabbi, some Kahanis rabbi will just be like, yes, of course, Jesus Christ is boiling in excrement. This is how all of us Jews feel about it. And every goy is cattle. And I always will be like, that's just like the Kahanis. It's not, that's a very strange fundamentalist sect. This guy is not that. This is a straight up conference. You know what I mean? This is not like an edge case. This is a retired British colonel going on a JNS conference in Jerusalem and being like, well, as a goy, Israel is bringing light to the rest of the world by melting the Lebanese children. And that's wonderful. We love it. Speaking of as a goy, I want to show you another one.
Many of these.
I want to show you another take. Asmongold begs his chat to stop criticizing Israel and claims it's a distraction from Trump's amazing presidency.
These people are actual goyim, and you've been convinced that Israel is your biggest enemy while you side with other people that want to ethnically and demographically replace you in a different way, and you think that they're on their side. That's what's happening to you, and you're being played for a fucking fool. You've been poison pilled. And do you know why? It's because you're winning. It's because you're winning astronomically. You're completely destroying every one of their designs. You have totally removed the idea of, genital mutilation for children because they've been psyoped by their parents to think that they're the opposite gender.
Yeah, this was a real thing that was happening all the time. I'm glad that it's been destroyed. Yeah. Has Twitch changed its policy to allow white supremacy now? Yes. He spent about an hour and a fucking half on you because he was salty about that tweet. Oh, Asmongoy was salty? Mold Man was salty? He was mad? Yeah. Hey, I know you can't pay rent. And I know you will have to probably take on a second gig economy job from an American Silicon Valley tech firm. And you're never going to make ends meet. You're never going to have a family, but you're winning. You're winning so hard. Why? Because Donald Trump made it illegal for transgender athletes to participate in the NCAA. That's a pivotal accomplishment. You're winning super hard, dude. Okay, sure. It cost a fucking arm and a leg to keep up with your groceries and keep up with your bills, but you're winning. Why are you winning? Because we're owning the libtards. Okay? Also, it's perfectly cool and normal and valid to have to sign a document that says you will never disavow the beautiful nation state of Israel if you want to keep your job. It's good. I love signing loyalty pledges to Israel so I can be a school teacher in the state of Texas. Why would you ever say that that's strange? Excuse me? What are you, an anti-Semite?
EI has been all but destroyed. You've had all of the pride flags hanging off the White House replaced by muscle cars and fucking motorcycles. You have a UFC fight in front of the fucking White House that the president attends for his birthday.
His position is also my favorite type of guy because he's like, he has to maintain anti-Semitic conspiracies because he's like holding on to the Nick Fuentes audience. He'll be like, I'm a funnel for Nick Fuentes. But then he's both going to lean into anti-Semitism, Holocaust denial, while simultaneously talking about how Israel is wonderful and should be considered our most loyal and most reliable ally. He has arrived at the absolute worst mathematical position you can arrive at, and it's fucking awesome. Where he's like, listen, this pariah state that is melting children with American munitions and American tax dollars, that's constantly fucking crying and saying it's literally the Holocaust if they can't blow up another Lebanese village, they're perfectly good. Okay? Please. They're good. Why are you even talking about how insane this situation is? Why are you even talking about the fact that all of our politicians across the board, you know, regardless of whether they're Democrat or Republican, doesn't really matter, talk like they got a gun pointed to their head anytime someone calls into question this loyalty oath that they've seemingly all taken to the nation state of Israel, this, you know, emotional support apartheid state that's doing numerous genocides, right? Why would you talk about that? Well, just stop talking about Israel, please.
You have had a cultural victory that is so massive and widespread that it's caused them to cancel entire TV shows because they're afraid of the backlash. You have completely destroyed them culturally.
Yeah, TV shows are better now. They hit so much harder.
And the only thing that they can do, they know they can't beat you. They know that you're winning. They know that the Chud, the year of the Chud, is so powerful, so they're trying to poison you by fixating on something that's not them. Stay focused. Stay focused, because
there's never been a moment in my life where I have maintained this position that, like, TV shows are woke now, so that means it's good, and that means we're fucking winning. As a matter of fact, during peak woke, many people might not have known this about me. I routinely railed against the quote-unquote SJW messaging campaigns that hyper-focused on television shows. And I said that this was a byproduct of, you know, being powerless and recognizing your powerlessness, which is why you were choosing to have some semblance of control and you know, some way of feeling as though you have, you know, as though there is an avenue where people are responsive. An institution is being responsive to your needs. And it was usually during, it was just Hollywood, right? And I kept explaining to people that this was silly. And a lot of people would get mad at me for that. And I was like, no, the real power comes from actual political organizing, labor militancy, being able to claw back some of your own productive output that you are responsible for, having some autonomy in the workplace, or getting your wishes across to politicians. That is real political power. All this other stuff is bullshit, meant as a distraction to make you feel like you are, you know, actually accomplishing something. Asmongold is now doing the other side of that. It's the reverse SJW. It's the anti-woke SJWs, the injustice, the social injustice warriors, okay? From the social justice warriors to the social injustice warriors, that's precisely what Asmongold's goals are here. Do not focus on material needs. Do not focus on making demands that will change your material reality. Focus on television shows that are now anti-woke. That's idiotic.
They're not done yet. They're not done, and there are still too many of those people in the problem. And I understand you have problems with Israel. But all I'm saying is that those problems should be dealt with after these. Stay on target. They want to distract you with Israel because they don't want you to look at them.
Yeah, no. Guys, please stop focusing on Israel. Please just focus on canceling television shows instead. And all your tax dollars going there. Focus on how manly TV shows are now instead. Just culture war. I think this is a rallying cry from individuals that understand that American politics is shifting and there's a lot more appetite for class war as opposed to culture war. That's what it is. Look at what the chatter was saying at the start, straight up Nazi. I don't know why. What is this? I don't know why it is that it's very common for Jew/Israel to be involved, but they very often are involved for immigrating the third world to destroy and infect Western and Christian culture. It's ironic because that's also, again, wrong and stupid. It is not Jews that are importing the third world or anything like that. Okay? There is no international Jewry. There is no organized monolithic Jewry. There is an organized Zionist movement, certainly, and it's not entirely comprised of Jews, ironically enough. There's a much larger number of Christian evangelical Zionists. Having said that, of course, are there pivotal figures in this movement that are Jewish? Abso-fucking-lutely. This guy's name is Klansman. Oh my God. I like that Asmongold is trying to pull his deeply anti-Semitic audience off of this anti-Semitism cliff that they're on by saying, no, you don't understand. We get to do Nazi stuff. It's cool. It's cool. Just lay off Israel, please. It's awesome. You're using big words you won't understand, man. Talk down at his level. Yeah. Okay. No group of individuals are a monolith. They don't all operate with the same fucking boundaries, with the same understanding of the world, with the same exact goals and same exact purpose. Okay. It's that simple. And Jews are no different. They're not like a super special secret lizard group of people. Okay. Any kind of idea, any kind of understanding, whether it be saying all white men are like this, or all white people are like this, or all Guatemalans are like this, is idiotic. We don't believe it. It's stupid. Okay? It's actually low IQ. It is low IQ to assume that an entire group of people operate with the same exact fucking goals, unless you're talking about self-interest and you're talking about class. Okay? And even then, obviously, the working class is not united. Nowhere near as united as the billionaire class or the owner class is. Okay? But there's an expression of self-interest. Go dumber? Okay, I don't know how else to go dumber. What am I supposed to go? How am I supposed to go dumber than that? Say it like this. No people, all same. I white, you dumb, I smart. Okay, that's good. Is that good? If I just grunt? Dumb. Ape together, strong. Ape together on class. Ape divided on culture. Do not divide on culture. Unite on class. All men are brothers. Was that better? Hopefully this gets through.
It's so.
But yeah. Asmongold begs. What is this? I made a present for Asmongold. Make sure.
And I know because
it.
I'm one of them.
Now, do you not get deplatformed through all this? I simply, I am a very pragmatic person. I have no problems not saying things or not doing something if I feel like it won't be advantageous for me. So I just simply don't say things that I think will get me in trouble, and until it's okay to say them. That's literally it. You're a good boy? Yeah, I like Nick doesn't do that. Nick says exactly what he thinks, and it's respectable. It is. I don't have any negative about it.
Sometimes you gotta be the villain. Epstein's my boy, dude. Let's just be honest. Epstein was cool as fuck. There, I said it. What are you gonna do? Go ahead, cancel me.
To me, I view my role as being a more mainstream ally towards this stuff without necessarily spearheading any sort of like real controversial change, because I can't really do that.
You niggas are not ready for that conversation, but Jeff Epstein, not a pedophile, but you're not ready for that conversation. All of his victims, 14 to 17. That's not pedophilia. But y'all niggas ain't ready for that conversation. People say that's normalizing pedophilia. No, that's defining pedophilia.
It would compromise my position. That's the reason. I'm a funnel. Yeah, I kind of do that. Yeah, like a funnel in a way. So that's the reason why I do most things that I do are like there's reasoning behind them. You have your lane for sure. Yeah, I do.
And then we got the white Epstein quarter zip, causing a lot of consternation among the disabled, the dumb, the disabled, cognitively impaired. Epstein quarter zip. Let them know you fuck with Epstein. Yeah, we fuck with Epstein. I like people that aren't retarded. I like people that aren't hospitalized right now. I like people that don't lie that they're not Jewish when they really are.
He also said his mom used to watch your show before she passed.
Really?
Hands emoji.
Well, that's true.
100
Yeah, what a nice guy. Yeah, I appreciate it, Nick. And yeah, I remember, bro, like I remember walking in, my mom was listening to Nick, and this is like back in the day. This is like 2020, 2021, right? And so, yeah, she was in it. She was in on it on the ground floor. And
Hey, properly aged, like wine. Women don't age like wine, they age like milk. They don't age like wine. That's not how their hormones work. That's not how they work. Yeah, I gotta find my 16-year-old wife.
What do you say? Oh, it's cool, man. Well, Asman Dad watched me. But yeah, these are the guys who are like Asmongold is not a particularly clever orator or a decent propagandist because he's just like watering down shit that he sees on his Twitter timeline, right? He's just like basically rehashing tweets that he reads off of his timeline. He doesn't actually have I mean, he has right-wing opinions, obviously, that much is clear. But he doesn't have the capacity to push for these values on his own. All he can do is just like respond to stimuli. And that's the reason why he keeps going back and forth on the Israel stuff. Like one day he'll lean into anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and then the next day he'll be like, while I do genuinely appreciate people like Nick Fuentes for all the bold advocacy that they're doing that I agree with. At the same time, we got to stop talking about this Israel stuff, right? And it's inconsistent. And as long as he keeps hitting the, fuck Hasan line, as long as he keeps saying like, no, these wokes are actually ruining your life. Think about the culture war. Think about the culture war. As long as he hits those lines, then it's fine. Austin McNamara, also known as Gremlo, had an interesting take. Said, Zach isn't nearly as articulate as his right-wing media peers or even the lib media talking heads, but all three apply the same aesthetic-focused approach. Neither UFC cage fights or pride flags of the White House materially improved anyone's lives. We have to break free from this cycle. And it's my point as well. A lot of this stuff is not actually improving your life in a meaningful manner. It's just making you feel like you are getting some kind of change that you desired. And that change can only be reflected on by owning your ideological opposition, right? Owning the libs or owning the cons. That's all people care about because they've completely given up on advocacy for healthcare, or they've completely given up on protesting for certain things and certain things like, ending American militarism and focusing on ourselves and maybe improving our infrastructure, improving broadband, improving access to the internet, improving our schools. We've given up on all of that. We can't do anything about that because capitalism is this unchangeable system that is impossible to tackle, impossible to chip away at. So all we give a shit about is owning our interlocutors. Oh, is Asmongold feeling owned because the titties in video games are smaller? Well, then, good. I feel better because I fucking hate that guy. Oh, is Hasan getting mad that trans people can no longer participate in competition? Good. That makes me feel good. That's literally all people have. And that is a big part of what these slop tubers do in terms of breaking the brains of the youth. Like the guy that we just got the guy that just got clapped in the chat. Like, look at this. Like, look, what did he say? Hasan Diddy Piker, your asshole must be jealous of the amount of shit that comes out of it. You mean my asshole must be jealous of my mouth with the amount of shit that comes out of my mouth, right? Like you got so horny. You got so horny to write that up in the chat that you forgot a word in there. You know, let me do some copy editing for you so you can do it a little bit better. So this is what I mean. And the more people are testing the boundaries of their ideology in a moment like this, when I say something like, it's not, all this culture war shit doesn't actually benefit your life at all. They're just duping you into focusing on this. They're duping you into believing that as long as, you know, you're dominating trans people or migrants or whatever the fuck, they get to rob you blind. That moment is supposed to be a wake-up call for these people, right? But instead of doing that, immediately and reflexively, a lot of people will go, oh shit, instead of testing my priors, instead of reconsidering my worldview, which is tough and scary and difficult, what am I going to do? I'm going to turn around and attack the messenger. I can't tackle the message. I can't identify with the message. Deep down inside, the message that I'm hearing, if I'm capable of understanding what you're saying, is actually kind of penetrating my priors a little bit. And I don't want to fucking live in a world where I have to reconsider my stances. So instead, I'll reflexively attack, right? I'll push back. It's all culture war. It's all culture war. It's all, you know, hopefully attacking the people that you feel have ruined your lives. We do it ourselves here as well to a certain degree. I try to focus my efforts back to the material, though, back to the realm of things that are actually important. Even when we talk about the culture war stuff, I'm still trying to bring home a broader point that, like, this streamer stuff, this streamer drama is simply a distraction. It's designed to keep you entertained, and it's also designed to make you feel like you're pushing for real political causes when you're not. Of course, on the right-wing side, because the right-wing forces are far more responsive to this culture war shit, they will actually advance this agenda. But at the end of the day, when they do advance this agenda, does that improve your life at all? And the unfortunate answer for you is no, it doesn't. You could deport every single migrant, throw every single undocumented and documented migrant in a concentration camp, and your life would not improve one bit. As a matter of fact, your life would be worse overall. But these guys have duped you into believing that that is your solution. That's your salvation. It's manipulation. And that's what I try to tell you all the time. That's not your salvation at all. Those guys, they lead virtually identical lives to you. The only difference is their immigration status is in limbo. They don't have the proper paperwork because the government refuses to give them the proper paperwork. Okay? Your parents were in a similar predicament at a certain point. If you live in the United States of America, the only advantage that you have, the only major difference between you and those guys that you think are your primary enemy is that they came at a time when America was much more forgiving and much more understanding because there was a need to have more working hands build these fucking roads and build these goddamn factories. So they were super open to allowing anyone and everyone to come in and process them with ease. That's what made America this behemoth. So all you're technically doing is kicking the ladder behind you after climbing it. And the irony, of course, is there's a million different ways and a million different reasons as to why these guys will tell you, these right-wing forces will tell you that these people are ruining your lives. They're not. They're not ruining your lives at all. But it's the act of punishment against them that this administration and even other previous administrations that came before the Trump administration, that act of punishment against them is what keeps you motivated. It's what makes you feel like the government is responsive to your needs. First, they create this desire within you by telling you over and over again that these guys are the migrants are the ones who are actually responsible for why you don't have a good job. As though if we deported every single migrant on U.S. soil, all of a sudden you would go fucking toil the land or pick the crops or something, and then you would actually be able to pick the crops not for pennies on the dollar, but instead for $100,000, $200,000 a year, doing backbreaking labor at that price point, at those wages. It's never going to happen. It's not going to happen. And the argument here isn't, take advantage of the slave labor of migrant workers. That's not my argument at all. You have to fight to make sure that those guys get the proper documentation and can be a part of a larger labor union and organize on the boundaries of class alongside yourselves so that they and you can get a larger piece of the fucking pie that you are baking. Okay? That's it. But that is too difficult a concept for many to broach. It's too difficult for people to understand. It's much easier to say, no, it's actually the brown guy that's the, scary brown guy that's stealing your job. Scary brown guy stealing your job. That's the reason why you don't have a good enough job. That's the reason why you went to college if you did. And now you have to, deliver Uber delivery to other people and have no financial security whatsoever. Those guys are all criminals, and we got to destroy them. Anyway. Yeah, people always say, well, my family came here legally, but most of those people's ancestors came here before immigration law really even existed. People mostly just showed up and had their name written down until 1924, which is what the most undocumented people have done today. Immigrants are the same. It's just the goalposts that have moved. Yeah. Yeah. There's a reason for it, too. This entire process is no longer as just or as efficient by design. Because there's always a healthy flow of migrant workers that will come to the United States of America that will work for pennies on the fucking dollar to make ends meet, to work in like slave-like conditions because they're desperate. Why are they desperate? Because we've destroyed their countries. We've manipulated with their finances. We've destroyed their economy. We've extracted their natural resources. We've kept them down and underdeveloped by design to also create this chaos, to manufacture this chaos in their countries. And then they're desperate enough to come here, and we don't actually allow them to get the proper clearance and the proper paperwork, even though we know that they're coming in. We're letting them come in so that our bosses, our capital owners, can justify paying them nothing. And if they ever actually organize and demand back pay, for example, or complain about being raped on the assembly line, then those bosses will call ICE on those same workers and replace them overnight. It's a racket. That's why the system is designed that way. The only long-standing proper solution to this problem is not to try and fucking mass deport all undocumented migrants, because that's never going to happen, because this is a capitalist system anyway. And the question also always remains, would that even be beneficial for you? If this was a white-only capitalist dystopia, do you think your life would be fundamentally better? Anyone that tells you that it will be is lying to you, okay? Anyone that tells you that your problems would be solved if we deported every single black and brown person is lying to you. It's the same exact concept behind libertarians fantasizing about an anarcho-capitalist utopia or a dystopia, right? Dog, you're doing delivery driving right now. What makes you think that if all of the protections, if all the guardrails or the limited amounts of guardrails that currently exist that make sure that these factories can't continuously poison your water supply, for example, or basically enslave you at gunpoint, only come close to doing that, what makes you think those guys are not going to further enslave you when there's no guardrails let remain? What makes you think that if you are just an Uber delivery driver or an Amazon delivery driver right now, if it was chaos, if it was bedlam, that you would somehow become a king? If you're a peasant in this system, what makes you think you will be a king in that system? No, you're just going to be a peasant in an even worse set of circumstances. And we're living through it right now. We're living through that period of change right now. And some people unironically advocate for that change, not realizing that they would be worse off. And it's interesting because it's the very same gods, the demigods, the capital owning class, that are advancing this idea that, migrants are really fucking bad, actually, and you should hate them. They're destroying your lives. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I'm just a trillionaire. I didn't actually set this system up. Don't look at me. I'm not responsible. Look over there. Look how scary that black guy is. Look how scary that brown guy is. They have the exact same interests as you. They're just fucked over more than you are. But please focus on that guy. Don't focus on me. I'm just a trillionaire. I'm creating prosperity. I'm creating jobs. That's it. Yeah, that foreigner stole your cookie. And he's rehashing the age-old anti-Islamophobia. I'm just criticizing religion nachos right here. He's reheating them. Let's see. The Islamophobic hate crime that took place in was it Edinburgh?
Because anyway, so Islamophobia is a made-up word that's used to silence.
All words are made up, big dog. That's just kind of how words work. That's what it is. Yeah. Islamophobia is a made-up word to silence critics of Muslims. Really? We're having a theological debate about Islam? I didn't realize that was what was going on. When you said, yeah, Muslims are across the board responsible for like mass rapes of white English women, and therefore I have no sympathy for a bunch of random Muslims getting stabbed by a psychopath. I didn't realize that was actually a theological debate. Why do you even try? Why do you even try to do this? Why do you even try to make it seem like you have some kind of sincere disagreement that you've put a lot of thought into, and that all you're doing in this circumstance is simply criticizing the religion? You know, are you having a conversation about the Sunni Shia split? The different versions of Shia Islam and the different versions of governance? Is that the argument? Is this the big theological debate? No. You just want to justify people killing random Muslim people or attempting to do so by constantly claiming that Muslims are scary. They're this monolithic Islam. Roach is an Alevite. Yeah, that's what he
criticism of Islam. It's not a real word. Obviously you should be able to be critical of any religion. It's not a phobia to be afraid of a
Yeah, dude. I don't agree with that. I don't disagree with that assessment. Okay. Yes, you can criticize whatever fucking religion you want to. I don't give a shit. I do it all the time. Okay. It's when you assume that the followers of a particular faith are all bad. That's what I have an issue with. That's what I have a disagreement with. And you intrinsically understand that for Jews, by the way, and you understand that for Christianity, by the way, or at least you claim to understand it for these different groups, but you can't understand it for Islam. Okay? There's a difference between criticism and prejudice or hatred. Okay? Like, we're not having a sincere conversation about the tenets of Islam, or which is, by the way, totally personal too. It's not like these guidelines are held to the same standard unconditionally across the board, across billions of people that believe this religion. I mean, I myself grew up in a Muslim household. I grew up in a Muslim country. I don't believe the same things that other neighbors of mine believe, right? I mean, I don't believe in many of the same things. So clearly it's completely up to the individual how they interpret their own faith.
Religion. It's not a phobia to disagree with what a religion teaches. That's not a phobia. That's an idea. That's a disagreement. So you trying to reframe people that don't like a religion as some kind of phobia like homophobia or racism is just inaccurate. Islam is a collective.
Yeah. Also, I mean, you also don't believe in homophobia and transphobia either. I've heard Asmongold and many others make the exact same argument. I'm not afraid of trans people. I just think they're fucking weird. I'm not afraid. It's just, it's the dumbest argument of all time. It's like, it reminds me of when people say like, oh, well, Semitic people, Arabs are Semitic people too. It's like, dude, that's not how language works. Okay. All of this shit is made up, and we collectively identify and associate certain words with certain groups. It's just, I'm not trying to have a conversation about etymology here. Okay. It is an incredibly pedantic, incredibly stupid argument to make. Oh, Islamophobia. Phobia means fear. I am not fearful of Islam. I'm just critical of Islam. Jesus Christ, dude.
Collection of ideas. Disagreeing with that collection of ideas is not in any way, shape, or form a unique thing or a problem at all. Disagreeing with ideas is what Western...
Yeah, the dumbest guy you know that delivers pizzas is looking at this and going, fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. That's base, dude. Can a Mountain Bailey be disarming? I mean, this is what it is. Yeah, Islamophobia is a made-up word, has been the #1 way that Sam Harris and all these other fucking idiots will argue to defend their idiotic worldview, their idiotic and cowardly worldview that is actively trying to foment hatred towards all Muslims, billions of them, and to get you to believe that, like, people who believe in different things than you do, that are not all that different, are actually your enemy.
Civilization is built on, and words like Islamophobia work to subvert Western civilization by making certain ideas and groups of ideas off limits. So this is just not true. It's fake.
Yeah. It's awesome. Yeah, no. The criticism, remember, the criticism I had here was, hey, it's kind of fucked up that you're justifying a hate crime that took place against random Muslim people, like tying random Muslim people to the perceived crimes that you think all Muslims are committing. That's just fucking idiotic. That's just unbelievably racist. And this guy's like, no, it's just a valid critique of Islam. Really? That's insane. Anyway. All this is a way to try and justify your point of view in the most cowardly manner possible. Yeah, I want to just get away scot-free by saying all Muslims are rapist pedophiles and you should be able to do hate crimes to them. And if someone actually calls that shit out, someone actually calls that shit out, then it's like, oh, I'm just critical of Islam, dude. I'm just critical of Islam. Anyway, let's get back to Bergenstock. U.S.-Iran talks are underway in Switzerland with the mediation of Pakistan and Qatar.
At this point in time, with the fullest sincerity at my domain, thank President Donald Trump for his visionary and very dynamic.
I mean, he's throwing them shits on, bro. I can't get over. Fuck. Sorry. I know he's not great. Okay. He's not. I don't like him. Like politically, I'm not on board. Okay. But god damn, his suit game is so fucking excellent.
Leadership, which has resulted in this meeting here today in beautiful city of Bergenstock. And I think here we are going to have wonderful discussions which will lead to hopefully very productive results in times to come. I'd like to thank Vice President JDVANCE for his very able leadership, leading United States team, and my very dear brother, Prime Minister of Qatar. He's like a very real and dear brother. And of course, Field Marshal Sayyid Hasan Munir, his outstanding role, very consistent, and he showed huge amount of perseverance and patience. And I think together, all these efforts have culminated here in this wonderful Schönes-Bergen. And it's really very wonderful to be here. And hopefully when we go back to our homes, we'll have some wonderful paper in our hand, which will both promote peace, progress, and prosperity around the globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vice President, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Wonderful.
Well, I'll say just a few words here. And first of all, I have some notes of appreciation. First of all,
Jared Kushner looks like he's out of a nightmare in the background. Look at him. Looking like freaking Slender Man up in here.
I want to thank the President of the United States, who sends his best to all the great leaders assembled here, because he's empowered us to find a diplomatic resolution to a host of issues that matter to the American people, but I think the world. The opening of the Strait of Hormuz, the ending of the Iranian nuclear program, all of these things have already been accomplished. The question before us now is how much more can we accomplish together? Can we turn over a new leaf? Can we change relations in the Middle East permanently? Or do we go back to doing things?
All of these are just empty speeches. They're all so hollow. It doesn't mean anything. Okay. I can't stress this enough. This doesn't mean anything. Especially because it like if they don't restrain Israel, it's utterly meaningless. Unless the Iranian side actually caves on that, by the way. And I hope they don't, because it's good for the rest of the world. It's good for America. What race is he today? JDVANCE? I think he's still a hillbilly. He's a hick. He's a hillbilly. That's just his race all the time. He wrote a whole book about it.
The old way, which is not our preference, but is certainly very much something that can happen. I have a few other notes of appreciation. First of all, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan, a dear friend of the President's, a dear friend of mine, a guy who has been, with his leadership and his very careful and skilled negotiation, has got us to this point. To his Field Marshal in Pakistan, Asim Munir, I will say that since Field Marshal Munir welcomed us with the Prime Minister in Islamabad, I have joked that I have two very, very important people in my life, an Indian and a Pakistani. The Indian is my wife, and the Pakistani is Field Marshal Munir.
Am I crazy, or every time he like tries to talk about this stuff, it's like not only cringe, but also weirdly racist? He's like, oh, I gotta He's like, I got two of the most important people in my life. One's an Indian, one's Pakistani. It's just odd. It's odd. It's odd to say it like that. He tried to be woke. He's too much of a faillennial. He's always doing this.
And I've probably talked to Field Marshal Munir more than I've talked to anybody else over the last 3 months. Would not be here without his statesmanship. He is, of course, a great military leader, but I think he's shown himself to be a great diplomat. And, of course, who's an amazing friend of the United States of America, but has been also an important part of getting us to this point. I think it's important for the American people, but people all over the world to appreciate that what's brought us to this moment is the president's leadership and the president's willingness to see a Middle East that is much different 10 years from now than it was 10 years ago. And what we're trying to accomplish here is something very simple. Through diplomacy, through working together to transform the Middle East, where Iran and the Gulf have been at war with each other, or at least have had very unfriendly relations, where Iran has been a driver of regional instability. Now we see a future where everybody can work together to promote peace and prosperity for everyone. What we've already seen back home in the United States is lower gas prices. We've seen the free flow of oil and gas. We've seen peace. And now we're trying to build on that to see if we can build something even better and more sustainable for the future. This is a historic meeting. Never before, outside of Islamabad and here, so outside the last few months, never before has the Iranian and American leadership met at such a high level. What the president has asked us to do is turn over a new leaf, to transform our relationship with the people of Iran and to extend an outstretched hand that says to the people of Iran that if your leadership is willing to give up being a driver of regional instability, if they are willing to give up nuclear weapons ambitions for the long term, then the United States is willing to fundamentally transform our relationship with that country. That is certainly our goal. We've already made great progress over just the last few hours, and I expect that we'll make additional progress in the hours to come. Thank you all.
Is it possible just one question, Mr. Vance? The main issue is
Let Sheikh Mohammed speak, please.
First of all, I would like to welcome you here, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Prime Minister. Your leadership and Field Marshal leadership actually initiating that process, that's what brought us here today. I think that every one of you has highlighted how important is this meeting, how historic is that event, and how significant is that agreement, not only on the security of the region, but also for the security of the world and for the global economy. What we have done and what we have achieved, we wouldn't achieve it without the dedication and the hard work that was done by you, Mr. Vice President, and Mr. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, Prime Minister and Field Marshal, and also on the Iranian side, Dr. Ghalibaf and Dr. Araqji. I would like to thank all of you for your leadership and determination that put us in this room, and this is not really the main celebration. Our celebration when we reach the ultimate agreement. Hopefully this is just the beginning, and I wish everyone all the best. Qatar will stay dedicated to this partnership to support these mediations until the end, until we reach a solution. We will always be a partner in bringing more peace, prosperity, and hopefully better future for our region. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sheikh. So guys, we'll take just a couple of questions, and then we're going to have to kick out the media and get started with the hard work. Go ahead.
Do you have a message for Prime Minister Netanyahu with regards to Israel's military operations in Lebanon?
Well, first of all, we've seen great progress over the last just couple of days in ensuring that the ceasefire holds in Lebanon. These things are always a little bit messy. If you go back to how much was happening 3 months ago and compare it to 3 weeks ago, great progress has been made. If you go back to 3 weeks ago to 3 days ago, additional progress has been made. The president has committed us to see a full regional ceasefire. We found great partners in working with the Qatar.
Belgium got a red card. All right, we got to get VAR on there. We got to get Israel involved again. That's anti-Semitic. It's anti-Semitic to give Belgium a red card and to give an advantage. Give an advantage to Iran.
the Pakistanis, our friends in Israel, we're all working towards regional peace. There, of course, are going to be sometimes disagreements about precisely how to get there, but I actually feel great about where we are in Lebanon. There's still some additional wood to chop, but we're going to keep on working at it. The question over here.
Realistic. Are you ready to stop genocide in Lebanon? As you know, your alignment, Israel, has something like genocide in Lebanon. The main issue is stopping this.
Well, ma'am, I think that the President of the United States and the United States of America have done more to stop the conflict in Lebanon than any government anywhere in the world over the last...
except for Iran. One reservoir for every VAR offsite call. Explosion at Ras Laffan facility in Qatar. America's proven the damn bombs and providing the damn bombs and targeting info for Israel. In Lebanon, probably not. I assume that. I mean, they probably are. I mean, there's so much involvement. The Israeli military and the American military are already, hand in glove in the way that they operate. But like, we are definitely giving the weapons. We are definitely giving them the weapons. You're also taking away a little bit of the responsibility from the Royal Air Force, okay, the British Royal Air Force and the Navy, and how much their drones are aiding and abetting in the targeting of the Lebanese villages. Keir Starmer would be very disappointed in you for refusing to acknowledge the war crimes that the UK is contributing to.
Few months, and we're going to keep on working towards it. As I think a lot of you appreciate, peace is never easy. Peace always requires a little bit of work. It always requires a little bit of give and take. But the President of the United States is committed not just to peace between the United States and Iran. The President is committed to a regional peace, which is why we're here working so hard to settle our issues. The one last comment I want to make is what today really represents is the beginning of a technical negotiation that's not going to solve every disagreement, but is going to allow us to sit together as teams for the first time really in history to figure out what matters most to the respective parties, to settle those issues, to solve those issues, and get to a better tomorrow. The reason why the political leadership of the respective countries is here is because we wanted to, first of all, set up the structure for these technical negotiations, and second of all, make sure that our teams have our full support.
Bro, why does the microphone only stop working when JD's holding it? What's happening?
And know they can always call on us to break through any barriers. We got a lot of work to do. We're excited to do it. Thank you all for being here.
So there were some funny moments from this back and forth. Obviously, one of them was first of all, Tehran has hardened its stance on U.S.-led talks in Switzerland, declaring that the Iranian delegation will not return to the table until President Trump apologizes for recent threats. Because while this was going on, Donald Trump called Trey Yingst over at Fox News and basically told him that the U.S. will resume attacks if Iran does not restrain Hezbollah allies, shifting the blame and responsibility in the ongoing crisis in Lebanon over to the Iranian side and the Iranian proxies within Hezbollah, who are once again, and I need to stress this, defending their homeland. Okay? Hezbollah is entirely comprised of the Lebanese population, mostly the Shia Muslim population of Lebanon, but the Lebanese population nonetheless. And what they're doing in Lebanon is actually trying to defend their homeland and their territorial sovereignty, their territorial integrity. Because Israel is currently occupying 20% of Lebanese territory illegally, and they're trying to move in further into Lebanese territory. So they're totally just, as long as Israel does not retreat, they're totally just in lasering Israeli occupying forces, officials and soldiers and whatnot, just so we're clear. And a part of the memorandum of understanding is to stop Israel from taking further Lebanese territory and retreat to get the United States to demand that Israel retreat from Lebanon. Okay? President Trump, with his statements to Trey Yingst, is in violation of the Memorandum of Understanding's first clause, as Drop Site reports. President Trump today appeared to violate Clause 1 of the Memorandum of Understanding he signed with Iran at Versailles last week, which commits both sides to refrain from the threat of use or force against one another. In a Fox News interview, he threatened to take over the rest of the country of Iran, warned Iran it won't have a country if it closes the Strait of Hormuz, and said Iranian officials won't even make it back to your effing country if they close the strait. The Strait of Hormuz, nevertheless, remains closed for a second day. And the clause that we're talking about, the first clause, perhaps the most significant, most important clause of the Memorandum of Understanding, specifically wrote out, Trump signed this, that there would be refrain from the threat or use of force against each other. Okay? Just so you understand. Now, let's take a look at what Trump did earlier today while the talks were beginning in Switzerland.
Tells Fox News he spoke with Iranian officials overnight and said, you close it and you won't have a country. He went on to tell these officials, you won't even make it back to your effing country. Now, earlier today, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian said,
the dumbest guy you know heard this, didn't realize that this implies he's paying $20 extra at the gas pump, and said, wow, beast mode. Okay? The dumbest guy you know heard Trump say this and went, dude, he's really telling it like it is to these fucking mullahs, huh? Not a clue, not a thought in his mind, not a unique or independent thought in his mind about why he was paying $40 extra at the gas pump these past 100 days. Okay? It's like, hell yeah, brother. He's gonna activate the military in ways that he hasn't in the last 100 days.
this about Iranian enrichment of uranium. The president also...
Remember, 2 days or 3 days prior to this, when he was signing the Memorandum of Understanding, he openly admitted that if this continued for another week or 4 more weeks or 5 more weeks, that there would be complete economic collapse around the globe. That's what Donald Trump said when asked why he was signing this unbelievably favorable deal for the Iranian side. What did Trump say? In a moment of honesty, only Trump can commit to, by the way. No other president will ever be that brutally honest. What did he say? He said, if this went on for another month, the entire energy markets would collapse. Okay? So just remember that.
So reacting to that, take a listen.
We will not give up our right to enrichment, and they, too, will be forced to accept it. You all know what the so-called President of the United States was saying. He had made a complete 100-degree turn. He was saying that Iran must surrender unconditionally. Iran has no right to do this, it has no right to do that.
President Trump, during our call, responded directly to those comments by Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. President Trump told Fox News he better watch his mouth, he better shape up, or we'll take over the rest of the country. And so clearly the president reacting directly to these comments from Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian. And also President Trump talked about the broader Memorandum of Understanding, indicating this is just a ceasefire extension. This is not the final deal with the Iranian regime. And the president says he holds the cards and maintains a variety of options if the Iranians don't make these serious commitments at the negotiating table. He said, I have a 60-day option, and I can do whatever I want after that option. So again, President Trump leaving a variety of considerations.
Let's take a look at what he was saying last week.
Get bad press, I know that. Now, if I did the opposite, if I went out and continued to bomb them for another 4, just bomb the hell out of them, I'd get bad press on that. No, there's nothing I can do. But what this does is it allows the ships to go. If we keep bombing, those ships won't be going. And you're talking about $500, $600, $700 million a day. It's a lot of money, a lot of money. That's why the world is okay. It's liquid. It's fine. Also, we run out of reserves in about 4 weeks. You know, there are reserves all over the world, and we would really run out. And there'll be a time when you wouldn't be able to get it. And you want to see bedlam? So for all those so-called geniuses that want to show me how smart they are, ask them why didn't they blow up General Soleimani? Ask that of the general and a couple of other people that I like very much, but boy, are they wrong. Go ahead.
Galabap's advisor says, in the Swiss negotiations, Iran's negotiating team is focused seriously and uncompromisingly on realizing the 5 conditions. The team's main priority is the issue of a complete ceasefire in Lebanon and the regime's withdrawal. Iran believes that America violated the agreement in Lebanon from the very first hour. The issue of suspending oil sanctions and releasing Iran's frozen assets is also on the table. Following the escalation on the Lebanese front, the Strait of Hormuz has been closed since yesterday through the efforts of the Iranian team. The pressure regarding the Lebanon issue and the closure of the strait, coinciding with the negotiations, has intensely angered the American team, especially Trump. Additionally, Iran has not allowed any discussions on the nuclear issue in the negotiations. Trump's remarks today were an attempt to prevent further humiliation in the talks. The immediate response from the head of Iran's negotiating delegation to Trump's threat and the Iranian team's departure from the negotiation site has put America in a difficult position. The negotiations are ongoing. So that's the reality. It doesn't matter what Trump says. That's still the reality. And if you want to see the timeline, Midas Touch, shouts out to Midas Touch. They have a timeline. Okay. They have on March 9th, on April 1st, and then on June 17th. Here are the different things that Trump has said so far. Let's take a look.
So much oil. We have tremendous oil and gas, much more than we need. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have. I'm going to get bad press. I know that. Now, if I did the opposite, if I went out and continued to bomb them for another 4, just bomb the hell out of them, I'd get bad press on that. No, there's nothing I can do. But what this does is it allows the ships to go. If we keep bombing, those ships won't be going. And you're talking about $500, $600, $700 million a day. It's a lot of money, a lot of money. That's why the world is okay. It's liquid. It's fine. Also, we run out of reserves in about 4 weeks. You know, there are reserves all over the world, and we would really run out. And there'll be a time when you wouldn't be able to get it. And you want to see bedlam? So for all those so-called geniuses that want to show me how smart they are.
Yeah. Cooked. So let's get back to the fun.
Is in Washington, D.C. Patty, the U.S. president, I mean, I know it's earlier in the day where you are, U.S. time. The U.S. president has been writing and speaking about what's happening here and about Iran. What did he say?
He has, and it's a complete juxtaposition from what we heard from his vice president, JDVANCE, when he was speaking before the cameras. It was really unprecedented, talking about remaking the Middle East. It was conciliatory, it was hopeful, but then we get this post on social media from Donald Trump, and he wrote, Iran must immediately stop their highly paid proxies in Lebanon from causing trouble. If they don't, we'll hit Iran very hard again, just like we did last week, only harder. And that, again, is a different tone from even the U.S. president in the last couple of days. He has been very critical of Israel, telling them that they're being overly violent, saying you don't have to take down an entire apartment building just to go after one person. So the president sending the message that Iran is to blame.
By the way, German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius blames President Trump for the Strait of Hormuz closure. Oh, no. Once they got a crumb of peace, even the European allies are like, all right, dude, what are you doing? And Trump's not going to like that. He's going to want to shift the blame over to possibly Israel. Okay? You were right. Ducks are dying at the Trump pool. Photo of a baby dead duck floats in the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool after recent renovations. I told you this. I told you that this was going to happen. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people, the People's Broadcasting Service, ladies and gentlemen, for tomorrow's news today. Yes, sometimes unbelievably sad news that were very predictable, and yet no one predicted them. Let's continue.
Where the vice president had exactly the opposite. So definitely
why didn't you
different
stop it? It's impossible. These events are always going to happen.
Messages coming from the two most powerful people in the Trump administration.
And Patty, so that's the president who's in the U.S., of course. He's not here in Switzerland. He's not taking, well, he might be taking an active part in the negotiation remotely. We've seen that happen in the past, but he's not physically present here. His vice president is leading the U.S. delegation here. What can you tell us about the U.S. delegation here, what they want?
Well, we heard from the vice president, who is obviously in the lead, along with Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law and envoy, and Steve Witkoff, his special envoy. We're not clear exactly what the backbenches, the technical teams. Obviously, when you're talking about nuclear weapons, nuclear enrichment, you need scientists. So we haven't gotten any sense or any readout from the Trump administration as to who else is there. But obviously, the three that I just mentioned taking the lead role. And we heard from the vice president, even before he got on the plane, saying that the biggest issues that he wanted to focus on is Lebanon, which obviously is the #1 issue for the Iranians, and also the nuclear talks. And that is where there's been a bit of confusion in the United States. JDVANCE has been going to pretty much all the media outlets trying to sell this deal, and he keeps telling people that the U.S. is going to get the enriched uranium from Iran, but the agreement calls for them to dilute it inside Iran with the supervision of the IAEA. So when he says he wants to tackle the nuclear issue, it's not quite clear if what he's telling the media is what he's going to try and get, or what's in the agreement is what they're going to focus on.
The top of the hour. Good morning to those of you just joining us.
Yeah, you won't have a country. Trump fires back at Iran over the Strait of Hormuz. These guys are awesome. Like, obviously there's some wires being crossed here. On the one hand, they clearly have to always defend Donald Trump. But last week Donald Trump was saying mean things about Israel and also going against Israel's interests, and these guys also have to obviously defend Israel. So now hopefully they can bring this back to a place where Trump's goals and Israel's goals are aligned in destroying the memorandum of understanding.
It is 9 a.m. on June 21st. This is Fox and Friends. Just moments ago, Vice President J.D. Vance meeting with leaders from Qatar and Pakistan in Lucerne, Switzerland, as peace talks are underway. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst is live in Tel Aviv with some breaking news and reaction. Hi, Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. I just spoke with President Trump for more than 20 minutes, and he gave some new insight and reaction about the ongoing talks that are taking place in Switzerland and the threats coming from the Iranian regime. President Trump telling Fox News that the U.S. may take over the strait in the future if they have to and collect tolls. The president described this as the United States being the guardian angel of the Strait of Hormuz and the Middle East. And the president said ultimately that would involve the U.S. taking 20% of the oil that passes through the strait. Remember, this comes in reaction to the Iranians saying they will close the Strait of Hormuz in response to Israeli strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon. President Trump tells Fox News he spoke with Iranian officials overnight and said, you close it and you won't have a country. He went on to tell these officials, you won't even make it back to your effing country. Now, earlier today, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian said this about Iranian enrichment of uranium. The president also reacting to that. Take a listen.
We will not give up our right to enrichment, and they, too, will be forced to accept it. You all know what the so-called President of the United States was saying. He had made a complete 100-degree turn. He was saying that Iran must surrender unconditionally. Iran has no right to do this, it has no right to do that.
President Trump, during our call, responded directly to those comments by Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. President Trump told Fox News he better watch his...
They can't send Trey out of Tel Aviv. I know you're thinking, like, why is Trey not in Switzerland? He's their top foreign correspondent. but his ass is just sewed. His ass is tied to Tel Aviv. Like, they've strapped him to Tel Aviv. He can't leave.
Mouth, he better shape up or we'll take over the rest of
Tel
the
Aviv
country.
Trey.
And so clearly the president reacting directly to these comments from Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian. And also President Trump talked about the broader memorandum of understanding, indicating this is just a ceasefire extension. This is not the final deal with the Iranian regime. And the president says he holds the cards and maintains a variety of options if the Iranians don't make these serious commitments at the negotiating table.
He also only has black T-shirts because he came in with a tiny piece of luggage. He thought he was going to be there for like a week. And now they basically strapped him onto that chair. So he has to wear the same T-shirt over and over again. You guys don't understand. This is a man who is tormented and tortured.
He said, I have a 60-day option, and I can do whatever I want after that option. So again, President Trump leaving a variety of considerations on the table and says that the United States could become the guardian angel of the Strait of Hormuz and collect tolls itself while taking oil. Around 20%, the president says. As it relates to oil, President Trump also said that 19 million barrels of crude oil exited the Persian Gulf yesterday as a result of this memorandum of understanding with the Iranians. Guys?
So, Trey, as always, a fascinating report and fascinating interview you just had with President Trump. When he says something like the United States will be the guardian angel of the Strait of Hormuz and that the United States reserves the option of taking 20% of the oil that passes through there, is that a message as much to Iran as it is to other world leaders around the globe that you need to participate in this and help us make sure that the Strait remains open to the free passage of oil?
Yeah, absolutely. Because remember, during Operation Epic Fury, President Trump called on these other countries to get involved because the United States uses just a few percentage points of its oil that actually comes out of the Persian Gulf. And these other countries didn't want to get directly involved in securing this critical international waterway. It was only after the fact that they actually were offering to help and send military reinforcements.
With what military capabilities? Can someone explain this to me? With what military capabilities? And if America had this capacity, why did they not do it? Did they just simply choose not to do it out of the kindness of their hearts? Why is there currently a ceasefire negotiation taking place? And it's not just Iran. Begging to allow America to give them access to their own territorial waterway that they currently control. It just doesn't make any sense. When Trump is like, oh, dude, we'll take it. We'll take it by force this time. It's like, well, why didn't you do it last time? Why didn't you do it for the last 100 days?
It was the U.S. military, the U.S. Navy specifically, that put that significant...
Trump has done such a great job with the reflecting pool. He's getting ready to manage a larger body of water, also green or blue, American flag blue.
Significant economic pressure on the Iranian regime by closing Iranian ports. They were losing hundreds of millions of dollars every day. And again, this is what they consider their leverage because they lost so much on the battlefield. They are looking again to the Strait of Hormuz. And that is why you heard that statement from Iran's IRG.
The Strait of Hormuz is the battlefield. Okay? It's the only battlefield that matters. That's it. The only reason why this MOU is being signed, the only reason why there's a actual conversation taking place about like Iranian needs, Iranian demands, is because of the Strait of Hormuz. I don't think anybody misunderstands the situation. Trump certainly doesn't. He signed the treaty.
See overnight, threatening to close the strait in response to Israeli strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon. And again, President Trump tells Fox News he told Iranian officials directly, you close it and you won't have a country. Now, I also asked the president about the situation in southern Lebanon and the exchange of fire between Israel and Hezbollah. Remember, 5 IDF soldiers were killed over the weekend by Hezbollah. The Israelis responded with a series of airstrikes across southern Lebanon. The president told me he is disappointed Israel can't put Hezbollah away. He went on to say they can't do anything without knocking buildings down, and that he is close to giving it to Syria. And he is talking about empowering Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara to actually go into southern Lebanon and fight Hezbollah, because the president believes that he would do a more precise job in terms of the way he would deal with Hezbollah, not knocking down buildings, but fighting them on the ground. And so, again, the president expressed what we had heard from President Trump just a week ago, his frustration, or better put, his disappointment with the Israelis and the way that they are fighting Hezbollah. Remember, 5 IDF soldiers were killed over the weekend by Hezbollah in southern Lebanon.
Right.
But again, when we zoom out here, there's a lot on the table.
Yeah.
And the president also spoke about the situation in Gaza. He said at this moment, Hamas is not causing a lot of problems in Gaza, and that the process needs to play out with the ceasefire agreement there, and that he says the focus should be on the agreement with Iran.
I think Israel, whenever Israel feels pressured, or whenever Israel feels like they're on the back foot, what do? They hurt one of the more vulnerable populations that it currently dominates. Okay? And obviously, the most unguarded population, as it stands currently, is the Palestinians in Gaza. I think this is also a mistake. Israel, by way of Kojat, denying aid to enter the Gaza Strip, Israel taking over more territory in the Gaza Strip in violation of the other ceasefire, is going to backfire on them. It's going to put Gaza back in the forefront of the conversation. And considering the amount of leverage that Iran has, and considering the amount of goodwill that they gain from keeping Lebanon in the conversation as a point of contention, like Israel's violations of the MOU in Lebanon as a major point of contention, is actually causing the rest of the world to look at Iran more favorably, because they don't give a shit about Israel's territorial ambitions. They want the pain to stop. They want the bleeding to stop. They want the energy markets to return to normal. They understand the possible economic calamity that will take place if the Gulf is restricted, if the Strait of Hormuz is still blocked by the Iranian Navy. So for them, this is a wonderful trade-off. Okay, we get to restrain Israel. We get to sit back and watch America restrain Israel. And then in exchange for that, oil tankers can cross through the Strait of Hormuz. Fantastic. So if Israel continues pushing in Gaza, then the conversation will expand into Gaza as well. It won't just be Lebanon, it'll be Gaza too. So I think that they're biting off more than they can chew once again, and reminding the world that they're still dominating the Palestinians in Gaza, because they have never stopped.
Because once Iran is taken care of, many of these other issues will fall into place. Guys?
Yeah, the president, based on what you're telling me, clearly sending a very strong message to Israel, saying it's too brutal the way you're handling it. I think an al-Qaeda guy can do it better, more precisely than you. Not a good look for Israel, for sure, in this. We had on the president earlier, Herzog from Israel, who spoke with Griff, and he said, he promised that they had no territorial ambitions in Lebanon, or specifically in southern Lebanon, which would indicate that when this is over, they're going to return the land back to the Lebanese who have been displaced there. Now, we just saw JD Vance very diplomatically handling things in Lucerne, Switzerland, and then your conversation with the president, a lot more aggressive. Is this a case of good cop, bad cop?
I would say that the president is looking at the reality on the ground. And when the Iranians are making statements about closing the Strait of Hormuz, first of all, we know that that's propaganda, because international shipping data indicates that many vessels are still passing through the Strait of Hormuz, this critical waterway. But the president clearly, he told Fox News, wanted to send a direct message to Iranian officials, even telling those officials, you won't even make it back to your country if you close the Strait of Hormuz. I think it's also important to note the fact that so much oil actually made it out yesterday, 19 million barrels, according to President Trump. That's a very significant number and an indication that there are still vessels leaving the Persian Gulf. And this is not talking specifically about Iranian ports. We're talking about these Gulf countries, allies of the United States. And the president said there was such a backlog of oil that it's now gushing out of the Persian Gulf. And you think about just how still things were in this region, and now that it is open again.
Yeah, it's only 55 tankers that have passed through. I assume that in order to keep up with the demand, the number would probably be higher than 100, because under normal circumstances, it'd be 100, right? So the fact that it hasn't even gotten to pre-Epstein's Fury levels and beyond, which is what it's supposed to be at, then, you know, Iran has successfully stopped at least some of the ships from crossing. And I think today, since they said that they would close the Strait of Hormuz again, I don't think any ships have passed today. CEO of Iran's national oil company, since last Monday, our ships have passed 25 million barrels of oil through the previous U.S. blockade line. The Iranian ships that passed through in the initial the initial signage of the Memorandum of Understanding. Iran's goalie was a real blockade. Oh, did the game end in a tie? They stole that goal from them. It's messed up. They called it offside in the VAR and stole it.
These vessels can actually export this oil. But I think really an important point here is what the president is leaving on the table as it relates to the Strait of Hormuz. He says, we may take over the strait if we have to. I'll blow the S out of them. And he is talking about the fact that if the Iranians try to close the Strait of Hormuz, not only will the U.S. open the strait, they'll take control of the strait and be the guardian angels of the Strait of Hormuz and the Middle East, and then ultimately take a percentage of the oil that is passing through. And again, this is an indication that President Trump is signaling to the Iranians that are currently at the table in Switzerland, make these concessions about your nuclear program, adhere to the Memorandum of Understanding, or there would be serious consequences that would actually reverse what they are trying to do, saying that if they don't make a deal, we'll collect tolls, the United States of America.
Right, but let me drill, Trey, quickly into exactly what Rachel is talking about, the look of a good cop, bad cop, because when Iran's president, Pezeshkian, said that Iran will maintain the right to enrich uranium, it flies in the face of the entire goal that Vice President Vance just laid out on camera at historic, first time ever in history, Iran and the U.S. meeting at a high level, and Vance saying that if Iran will abandon their nuclear ambition, then they will receive a fundamentally different relationship with the U.S. Does President Trump even have a, he pretty much has to tell the president of Iran, Pezeshkian, that he should watch his mouth because he's threatening to derail this on the eve of it actually happening.
I mean, there's only one country that he should be restraining here, and it is not Iran, it is Israel. But of course, you're never going to hear that on Fox News. AS ship positions in the Strait. Vessels continue to enter and exit the Middle East Gulf on June 20th. Data from Lloyd's List intelligence shows, despite Iran claiming it was closed the Strait, traffic was seen moving with AIS on via the northern route and also the southern route for the first time in weeks. What about today is the real question. This is yesterday when they first claimed that they were going to close the Strait of Hormuz. They might not have until today. But even then, I don't know. So I'm really new here. So I'm not really here a lot. So does bro just go over the news? Yes. I deliver to you tomorrow's news today. Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. If you'd like to support independent media, if you'd like to get a better understanding of what's going on currently, if you'd like to get a better understanding of what's going to happen tomorrow, you can subscribe. It's perfectly voluntary. There will not be any There's not going to be any sponsorships or ads on top of that. The People's Broadcasting Service. And also at PBS, if we arrive at a hype train and get it to level 10 hype train, then we carry the flame every day. It's a fun little game that we play. But it's not really a game, is it? As a matter of fact, the hype train is incoming currently. So we have a unique opportunity. A unique opportunity to carry the flame at level 10 on the hype train. So please subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. The People's Broadcasting Service. For you, the people. By you, the people. Thank you. Level 2 hype train. We will carry the Kirkian flame today. For example, if you were tuning in to the People's Broadcasting Service, PBS, since day 2 of Operation Epic Fury, Operation Epstein's Fury, you would have a really good understanding of exactly what was going on, as most of mainstream outlets kept repeatedly telling you over and over again that America was pummeling Iran and that Iran was in a dire situation. There was one broadcaster, PBS, People's Broadcasting Service, Piker Broadcasting Service, that said that's not the case. Iran is actually pushing our shit in. 100 days later now, the entire world is forced to arrive at that conclusion. And I kept saying it over and over again. And everybody yelled at me and everybody said, Hasan, you're wrong. Before we started blowing up Iran, I said over and over again that Israel's goals here are to destroy Iran. There's no regime change happening. That's not their actual goal. And we shouldn't even have a say in this regardless. People said, Hasan, why don't you care about the plight of the Iranian people? Well, that was a justification for you to get on board with the death and destruction campaign in Iran. And some people were played a fool. Many of you argued with me. One of those people actually was Asmongold. Remember Asmongold's tweet from the Iranian uprisings that were taking place? He was like, oh, finally, we will deliver peace, prosperity, and freedom to the people of Iran. Like he gives a shit. You must ask yourself, why? Why won't mainstream news report on the news accurately? What's the purpose? Fox News is never going to report on the news accurately because they're unbelievably biased. It's a mouthpiece for the state. It's a propagandist for not only the American state, but for the Israeli one as well. Midwestern Mom Fidian, thank you for the 5 gifted. Hype Train level 5 achieved. Athrian, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Well, the reason why people were not giving you the news accurately is because of the biases that they have, the biases towards whatever the State Department goals are. Most mainstream outlets, unfortunately, fail to deliver the news and analysis in a truthful manner to you because their primary purpose is to do the bidding of the state, specifically the State Department. Atrian, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. But we don't do that here because I'm not backed by ExxonMobil, Chevron, Shell, British Petroleum, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, or numerous other companies that want wars to continue. I'm only sponsored by you, the people, and therefore I deliver the news to you, the people. Of course, I have my own biases, but I think it's appropriate for me to reveal them to you ahead of time. I don't shy away from telling you what my perspective is. And you can make up your mind on whether or not it's appropriate. But the analysis will always be rooted in truth. We must always seek truth from facts. And we must always say the truth. Connie Kitty, thank you for the 10 gifted. As a matter of fact, I do have Oilers in this chat from the pearl of the Gulf, the beautiful state of Qatar. I'm sure that those big oilers didn't appreciate when I was talking about why Iran was establishing military deterrence and striking the nation state of Qatar. So even then, I am still primarily beholden to the truth.
And we just...
But let us get back to the analysis. That's rich considering you lie on stream all the time. Let me guess. Because I say I game. And I never do. That's what you're going to say, right? Anyway, we are currently at level 6 hype train. Almost done with level 6 hype train. Only 3 2/4 to go. You lie about gaming. Shake me before you put me down. Here you go. You have been shaken. You have been shooketh. It's true. You lied just last night about gaming. You lying liar. Okay.
Just heard from Vice President JDVANCE in Switzerland before these talks commence, and he rather had a more tame tone in comparison to the president's latest post
Charlie
on
Kirk
Truth
Nasheed.
Social. And also in the past few minutes, Fox News is attributing to an interview that the president did with them on this channel, essentially saying you close the Strait of Hormuz and you won't have a country, threatening that the United States may even take over the Strait of Hormuz. And also the...
Level 7 hype train, Neon Communist, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. El Weto, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs.
Continuous threat of taking over the country as well, which again, in contrast to the vice president's tone, tells us something that Leah, he is speaking to his base. He is speaking with the voters who voted for him, but also on Fox News, he's speaking with the voters who will vote in the upcoming midterm elections. And if I compare that.
Yeah, I think Donald Trump has an opportunity here. He has an opportunity to abdicate responsibility, which he loves to do, shift it over to Israel, and to salvage his reputation a little bit and say, look, we tried it. We got duped. We got pushed into this. It didn't work out. So now we're trying something different. I'm a deal maker. We're going to do wonderful deals with Iran. Okay? He is one of the few people with a literal cult that is capable of reaching a broad audience with this kind of message and convincing a lot of Americans. Some tape, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Level 7 hype train at 34%. Reporter here, the Iranian delegation just leaked that a new tenet of the updated MOU is streamer Hasan Piker resuming a gameplay of Telltale Batman. That's crazy. I didn't realize. I knew Arakshi was a HasanAbi head, but I didn't know he was a gaming watcher as well. He must have snuck that one into the memorandum of understanding. Oh well, I guess full-blown peace will never be accomplished.
With the rhetorics of the president of Iran, who spoke earlier today, he too is speaking with that domestic hardline base. And that's how I read into what the president of the United States has said, and also that of Iran. All the while, these historic talks seem to be going as planned.
Yes, and we heard from JDVANCE there, didn't we? He says he hopes to make progress on the nuclear issue and on the Lebanon ceasefire issue. Two red lines that have been big talking points during this time, Tara.
Indeed. In that few brief moments that he spoke, JDVANCE there, along with the Pakistani and Qatari counterparts just about an hour ago, he somewhat alluded to the issue of Iran's nuclear file and also the Strait of Hormuz somewhat being resolved, and that these talks would be the start of the technical discussions that we were expected to see in the 60 days that were to come after.
Say you will game this month if you get to level 15, learn how to farm subs. Okay, sure. I'll play a video game this month if we get to level 15 hype train. But we can't even get to level 10 hype train. We got a minute remaining on level 7. Okay? I promise you. 100%. It's real.
After the signing of this 14-point MOU. But that is in stark contrast with what the Iranians are saying. Interestingly enough, we did not hear from the Iranian delegation. We heard from the Qatari prime minister as well as the Pakistani prime minister and JDVANCE, but not from the Iranians. There we don't see the Iranian presence. And so the Iranians are saying, according to the spokesperson of the foreign ministry, that no, this is for us to just come into an agreement over the first pointer of this MOU, which is a conclusive end to hostilities in Lebanon.
That promise is as real as the MOU? Really interesting. Well, let me show you something here. Let me show you something. I downloaded Mecha Chameleon. Okay? That's right. I downloaded Mecha Chameleon already. So, you might be closer to that. You might be closer to seeing gaming on the HasanAbi broadcast than 100 oil tankers transiting the Strait of Hormuz unimpeded as a continuation of the Memorandum of Understanding. All right? It's up to you to achieve it. It's up to you to achieve it. We're almost done with level 8 hype train. Whenever we hit level 10 hype train, I carry the flame every day. It's true. I do it every damn day. I carry it gladly, willingly. So if we do receive level 15 hype train, then you'll see it. You'll see it.
And then we're going to get into all the other provisions out there.
What about the role of Israel then?
Of course. Well, the reason that the two sides have not moved beyond this first point is precisely because of Israel's engagement in southern Lebanon and, the deadly attacks that we've seen over the, course of the past 24 hours alone. Of course, Israel's argument is that we're retaliating against Hezbollah, and also Hezbollah seems to not be calming down at all.
Gravity Magician, thank you for the 5 gifted. Ellis Sparkman, thank you for the 10.
He's an aid worker, and he said, Tara, what has happened in the past month alone is that people have even further radicalized because they've lost faith in the government of Lebanon, they've lost faith in diplomacy, and they believe that they're on their own, fending for themselves. And Leah, this is why civilians are the only really individuals and people paying the brunt of paying the price and really the toll of this war. And that seems to be the continuing story that we're hearing in Lebanon.
What can we sense from the mood in those talks? What would it be like? It will be tough, I assume, to get over the line issues that we've seen over this war, the bombing of a school, the loss of life on the US side. In other words, so much has gone on. How do they clear the pathway for genuine peace?
Indeed. And I think that's the question on everyone's mind, on people's mind. If I speak with sources and people in Iran, Lebanon, Israel, people are tired of wars and conflicts, and people want to move beyond the rhetorics that they're hearing, quite frankly.
Okay. We know all this.
All right, joining us now.
Danny Denon, outrageous. Danny Denon rips media for blaming Israel over terror.
Now, Israeli ambassador to the United Nations.
Oh my God. Fox News is literally competing with ZBS and CNN to be the #1 most trusted news resource in Israel. Oh my God. Danny Denon gets yelled at or starts screaming because the United Nations is correctly calling Israel's war crimes out. And then instantly the next day, he's on Fox News to defend Israel's honor. Danny Denon. Israel is #1 nation.
Danny Denon, ambassador, great to see you.
Good morning, Shannon. Thank you for having me.
Okay, so let's start here. Iran says that they're closing the strait. There's dispute.
Like, if the Iranian guy did this, Fox News would say, look, they're barbaric animals. Here they are. If the Iranian guy behaved in the same way that Dani Danon did at the UN Assembly, that's what they would say. By the way, we have officially reached level 10 hype train, so it is my great honor to carry the flame once again today. This is Charlie of Arabia. This has a story attached to it. In the shimmering heat of the Arabian desert. This is the story of Charlie al-Kirk, known to the Bedouin as Abu al-Nur, father of light, known to the British as Charlie of Arabia. We're at level 10 hype train. If we get to 15, gaming will unlock on the broadcast this month.
على الكتاب المقدس وعلى إيمان بلا خوف حاول العالم إسكاته لكن صوته باق فينا يتردد وبالمسيح يثبت نحن تشري كيرك نحمل الشعلة سنقاتل من أجل الإنجيل وسنقرمم اسمه نحن تشري كيرك وشجاعتنا معا لا ننكسر سنجعل السماء معروفة المعركة ما احتدمت والظلام سيسقط ننهض بروحه ونلبي الندى الحق أبدي والصليب دليلنا ومع الله قائدا لنا نسير جنبا إلى جنب نحن تشري كيرك نحمل الشعلة سنقاتل من أجل الإنجيل وسنقرم اسمه نحن تشري كيرك وشجاعتنا معا لا ننكسر سنجعل السماء معروفة نحن تشري كيرك حيون إلى الأبد نحن تشري كيرك ومع الله سننهض نحن تشري كيرك حيون إلى الأبد نحن تشري كيرك ومع الله سننهض والنص مأخوذ من.
That's right. I was at the Costco this morning and saw a dude wearing a black hoodie that had a picture of Charlie Kirk on the back with 1993 to 2025 underneath it. Lamau, Alberta, by the way. Hell yeah, dude. It's great to see. It's great to see people. Kali Ar-Kirk was debating his local ummah about the Sunni versus Shia relations. He posed the question, counting or not counting Hashinshin violence when an infidel's arrow pierced his neck. Rest in Jannah. Yeah, thank God he actually said the Shahada and found the light of Allah and reverted to Islam on the spot. Okay, all right. I'm not going to read this whole thing. Jesus Christ. Wise words from the gaped crusader. Jesus Christ. All right. Now let's get back to someone who has not been carrying the flame. Dani Danon.
About how effective that is and is not at this point. But they say it's because Israel and Lebanon, that conflict continues. Vice President Vance talked about this in the White House briefing room this weekend about how that complicates Israel's action, what we're trying to accomplish in the Middle East. Here's what he said.
What the president has grown frustrated sometimes is that we seem to be right on the cusp of a major breakthrough in the agreement, and then all of a sudden there's a major explosion that goes off in a civilian population center in Beirut, and a lot of people who have nothing to do with Hezbollah lose their lives.
So, Ambassador, what are the conversations like? What are the understandings like between top U.S. and Israeli officials at this point about what's going on with respect to Lebanon?
Thank you for the 10 gifted.
Regarding Lebanon, we talked directly with the Lebanese government, and we want to thank the Secretary of State and the U.S. officials for mediating the talks.
Okay, I can't listen to this fucking guy. Is this the new one? Fox News is complaining again about socialism. They're doing this every day now.
We are just 2 days away from major primaries in New York, where the city's congressional races are drawing nationwide attention. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani has been hitting the trail to boost his fellow Democratic socialists as he works to expand their movement. Mamdani and Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders argue that the current Democratic Party establishment does not meet the moment.
For far too long, our party has seen its job as managing decline instead of delivering material change for working people. It has seen its job as explaining why we cannot instead of showing.
I don't know which is the new one. They've been doing this every hour. Yeah, Fox News has gone back. Fox News, I didn't know your twin brother played for Iran. That's crazy. Come on, man. I don't know how to respond to that. Anyway. Oh, hype train is over. Hype train is over. Ladies and gentlemen, hype train died with a whimper. I guess that spells another summer with no gaming, another season with no gaming.
How we can. And that old way of thinking will lose on Tuesday.
And at least we carried the flame.
That the American people understand, and that is that the politics and the policies of the Democratic establishment are no longer good enough.
National correspondent Brian Yanis has the latest from New York City. Hi, Brian.
Rich, good afternoon. Well, New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani and Senator Bernie Sanders are backing 2 Democratic socialists and 1 former Democratic socialist in 3 New York congressional House races ahead of Tuesday's primary. All 3 of these candidates are focused heavily on campaigning on Israel. In fact, these 3 candidates are attacking their progressive opponents for not being anti-Israel enough. All 3 accuse Israel of genocide and want to block U.S. military aid to the Jewish state. Here's Democratic Socialist candidate Claire Valdez, who says her opponent waited too long to accuse Israel of genocide.
So many Democrats stayed on the sidelines, they stayed quiet, or they even attacked us for protesting. What I want to see from our representatives is real moral clarity on this issue.
These Mamdani-backed candidates are also accusing their progressive opponents of accepting campaign money from AIPAC, the most influential pro-Israel lobbying group in the U.S. This week, Mamdani even called AIPAC, quote, monsters turning Americans against one another.
He didn't go that hard. I wish he did. I mean, he was talking about now is the time for monsters, is a Gramsci quote, but you know, did Fox News calm down on the Hasan bad segments? I mean, I usually catch a stray in these segments regardless, but no, they've just like the Hasan bad segments were always about this anyway. And you can see it as you can see it in the same vein, basically.
These monsters take many forms today. Those who would rather spend far more on political contributions than they would ever be made.
Earlier, chatters were saying that there was another Hasan bad segment, as a matter of fact.
To pay in taxes? In AIPAC, for whom the only thing more frightening than democracy being allowed to run its course is an end to genocide and Netanyahu's wars.
I didn't like that he said Netanyahu's wars, by the way. That was a script edit because Bernard, old Burn Dog, is in the building.
Mamdani's most controversial pick is Democratic Socialist Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, who's looking to unseat 5-term Democratic Congressman Adriano Espaillat. She wants to abolish prisons and is against all deportations, even for convicted criminals. In deleted tweets in 2020, she in part called former President Biden a war criminal, the U.S. an effing disgrace, and vowed to defund and abolish the police entirely. Avila Chevalier says a win by Democratic Socialists will prove that Mamdani's win in New York wasn't wasn't a flash in the pan. Quote, I think if we can prove that wasn't a fluke, that we are building the power of democratic socialists here in New York, and we are doing that at a federal level, I think that will be a domino for so many other cities and states across the country. We know that socialism beats fascism. It can't just be New York. It has to be the entire country that is building on socialist power for working people. If Mamdani's Democratic Socialist candidates defeat 2 incumbent Democrats on Tuesday, it will send a very large message. It'll raise a lot of eyebrows that perhaps the future of the Democratic Party is more socialist than ever. Rich.
Brian Yennis from New York. Brian, thank you. For more on this, let's bring in Alex Sawyer, the Washington Times editor-at-large, and Corbin Trent, the former communications director for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, former Bernie Sanders.
I think one of the funniest aspects of this is like AIPAC and Israel are unbelievably unpopular, but AIPAC is probably like the least popular entity in the country right now in politics, in a sea of, very unpopular entities, right? But one thing that you can always expect is that the New York Post is going to find a prominent rabbi or someone to be like, this is incredible anti-Semitism. Zohran Mamdani and his statements against this foreign lobby that is actively trying to subvert democracy is actually blood libel. And I don't think these guys understand this doesn't work anymore, like at all. Okay. And it's partially, it is partially never going to work because of the fact that these outlets kept hitting this line over and over again over the course of the last 3 years. But it's hilarious that they just still do it regardless. It's like it's like reflex. Okay, it's a reflex. Yeah, I-24 News, Mamdani brands AIPAC monsters, and broadside at pro-Israel U.S. Jews. I don't even understand what this fucking title is, but it's just funny that they're like, nope, this is blood libel. This is anti-Semitism. You're doing violence against Jews, brother. American Jews don't even fuck with AIPAC. What do you mean?
Sanders campaign strategist and the co-founder of Justice Democrats. Alex, we'll start with you. These are New York City primaries. They're not going to cost Democrats a seat. What is the national effect of all this, or is this just contained to a couple of House races in the city?
I think it plays well in very blue areas, but not across the nation, especially when you have a Democrat candidate up against a formidable Republican. I think of the California governor's race. Steve Hilton ran a really strong competition there.
Yeah, no, that analysis is literally idiotic. The idea that this is that race is going to be anything but a blowout. Like, come on, guys. I mean, you're wish casting. Oh, really? You're saying that your super strong opponent is going to have their backs blown out. That's what you're saying here. Like, that's what you're setting this up for. You're setting Steve Hilton up for even more failure.
And the more moderate candidate, Becerra, won. And I think that that's what we'll end up seeing across the board nationwide. But as these far left candidates, take center stage, I do think Republicans are going to use this going into the midterms and even beyond, looking at the next presidential election cycle, to paint the Democratic Party as being socialist, right? And that's something that even polls nowadays, I mean, it's overwhelmingly, I think only 30-something% of the American public support socialism. Of course, it's much higher within the Democratic Party, but I don't see it playing well nationally.
Corbin, what do you think about the national effects of this? I mean, you're working to get these types of candidates, have them get success across the country. Is this something that can find success outside of New York, Washington, D.C., Seattle?
Well, it did in the 30s and 40s and 50s. So that's exactly what the New Deal was based on. That's exactly what the TVA was.
Which was really bad. And we should never repeat that. Famously unpopular and famously bad initiatives.
Based on. That's what the interstate highway was built with. That's what NASA was built with. It was built with a blend of government-owned and...
Shut up, Corbin. Shut your mouth. Shut your dang mouth. We don't like those things.
And company-operated, sometimes government-owned, government-operated entities. And that's how we built America.
Who's this Georgia man? Oh, no, he's the AOC, former AOC comms director. He's a good dude. I'm playing the role of the Fox News. I'm playing the role of the Fox News host when I respond to his bad and terrible things that he's saying.
Built the largest middle class in this nation, and the current economy that we have is not working for the overwhelming majority of Americans. I mean, people can't afford housing, they can't afford education, they can't afford childcare, they can't afford groceries, and we've tried so many ways. Go back to Obama in 2008, and then you go forward to Bernie Sanders, you go forward to Barack Obama, and then Donald Trump a couple of times. People have been trying to vote their way out of this mess for a long time, and I think they're ready. They're willing. People are willing to try different things. And
he cooks every time he goes on Fox, and the other guy that cooks every time they go on Fox is obviously Faye Shakir and Corbin Trent are the two guys that they always let on Fox News in like the earlier hours. They'll never be like a permanent panelist or anything, and they'll never go on like Laura Ingraham, but on the weekend shows, they allow some of these dudes to go on Fox News and just like to defend democratic socialism, and it's awesome.
What we need is better competition. Like NASA, we've basically handed the keys from NASA over to a trillionaire now. Elon Musk, the welfare king. And I think that people are saying, hey, this is not working for me. I want to try something different. And I think it will resonate. There are places like Tennessee that can be brought back into the fold of the Democratic Party if Democratic candidates and incumbents start producing results. That's the real question. Can they produce results?
Yeah, and that's actually what I was going to go to Alex with here. You've got examples now of some major cities, soon Washington, D.C., but New York City for the chunk of this year after January, that have been governed by Democratic Socialists. What have the results there been, and how high are the stakes party-wide for these mayors to succeed? And have we seen a retrenchment from some of the policies there?
Yeah, I think to your point, I remember when Mamdani first went into office, they had their big snowstorm. And of course, there were New Yorkers very upset about how long they were in traffic trying to get through, unable to get to work because of the snow still unplowed. So, I think that it's going to take time to see how these policies actually impact the cities. And maybe by the next presidential election cycle, that will be something Republicans hit home. I think that Corbin said something that I think is across the board, speaks to voters, especially younger voters. This American dream is still being able to buy your own house. And that's something that, I think if you look at the 70s, the average housing price was in like $20,000. And now we're looking at like $400,000 as your median. I think that there are candidates who are speaking to those core values, the affordability of housing,
This is probably my favorite type of Fox News conversation, when you have like, someone advancing talking points at the behest of democratic socialism. The other side has to immediately concede that because they've done so much right-wing populism around like affordability themselves with no real clear solution to any of these problems beyond just claiming that it's the migrants that are ruining everything. But they have to recognize that this problem persists, right? That's my favorite type of Fox News commentary, when they're like, yes, affordability has gotten so out of control that people are looking for socialism as an answer to the crisis. It's so kooky. Great. That's good. My second favorite type of commentary that comes from Fox News whenever democratic socialism is talked about on their airwaves is they immediately get to a defensive posture, and they start talking about how we need more moderate Democrats. We need more responsible, moderate Democrats, and not this kooky pie-in-the-sky socialist ideals. They turn into Hillary Rodham Clinton, basically, and then they start defending Nancy Pelosi. That's also awesome. Both are good. It's important. Liberals, take note if you're in here, hate watching. Take note of how you deal with Republicans. Take note with how you deal with reactionary sentiment. Take note of how they respond to you, or they call you a socialist and say you're ridiculous and crazy. But when there's an actual person who is at least sympathetic to that cause, their reaction is very different.
Care that will really resonate, especially because of this rise in populism across both sides, is this push on the establishment here in D.C. saying that this hasn't worked, let's try something different. I'm just not sure if across the board, across the whole nation, that everyone's going to get on board with the term socialism. It still does not poll well.
Corbin, you've had Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, campaign against some of these candidates. Former House Financial Services Committee Chairman Barney Frank, who passed away last month, he's made this final push. In it, he tells the New York Times...
From his deathbed, basically, ironically.
Yeah, on his deathbed. The key to liberal democracy being able to come back is to get rid of the perception that we have allowed to grow, that the entire Democratic Party is committed to a series of very drastic social reconstructions that go beyond the politically...
Yeah, like, we love Barney Frank here at Fox News. Oh, great. Hate watching liberals. I will fight for your right to housing and healthcare. So get with it or get out of the fucking way. I mean, yeah. I mean, I say the same thing to all manner of reactionaries, right? It doesn't matter what your point of view is. I'm still going to make sure that you get fucking adequate housing and you can live a more comfortable life.
Acceptable. His point was basically to push change in an incremental way, probably far less aggressive than those on the left are willing to push right now. And as you mentioned, this is on his deathbed. This is like the last thing he wanted to say on planet Earth to your party to find success. So do you think it is too aggressive the way that some of these candidates have pushed change? Do they need to go slower?
No, I think actually that's the biggest problem with this party is that they, you know, like Zoran Mamdani said in that speech, that this party's become the decline managers. They basically think that the status quo was working. You know, I think Clinton ran that campaign, Hillary Clinton ran that campaign, Kamala Harris ran that campaign. To some degree, Joe Biden was able to escape from it because he had a bigger brand than the Democratic Party itself. But no, they keep saying that everything's great. You know, purchasing power's never been higher. The stock market's great. Everything is wonderful. It's like that Lego movie. Everything is wonderful. Everything is awesome, but it's not. Everything is not awesome. And I think that's why people twice now have turned to Donald Trump. That's why people where I'm from have turned to Donald Trump, not because of who he was as a person or all of his actions that he took privately. They did it in spite of that because they want a better country. They want an affordable life. They want a country that's building. They want their cities fixed, right? And the Democratic Party needs to understand that they're going to have to remodel this thing real quick. It's not functional. These systems that people, you know, whether it's the Supreme Court, whether it's the IRS, these systems are dysfunctional.
Okay. Alex Sawyer, Corbin Trent, thanks for joining us.
All right, we got the Inside China's Insane Propaganda Theme Park. The Music Industry is Broken by Drew Gooden. We got Meet the Former CIA Agent Who Wants to Abolish the CIA. We're moving on to bigger and better things in a moment. Okay, we're moving on to more fun conversations in a moment. But before we do that, let's look at the far right and how it's rising across Britain. Okay?
Let's take our country back!
Let's take the country back, lads!
There is a magma chamber of anger sat underneath British society right now.
This is when Fox News brought you up today, by the way.
Okay, now someone else who's had a lot to say about the Supreme Court, not positive, and would like to see changes as well, is Hasan Piker, very popular streamer. He's been out there backing a lot of progressive candidates. That's where you fall with a lot of these progressive candidates as well. But Karl Rove writes in the Wall Street Journal about the danger of associating with Hasan Piker. He says that
Karl Rove wrote about me? He's a criminal. In a just world, Karl Rove gets to write letters from prison when we allow him. Okay? He doesn't get to live free. He gets to atone for his sins. He gets to atone for his war crimes. And it's crazy that we do not live in such a just world. And he gets to live free and write for the Wall Street Journal about how dangerous I am. You're the dangerous one, man. Talking crazy is how you lose elections. He wrote about this. He wrote about, I guess, me and many others. back on June 17th. It is kind of funny. I grew up despising these despicable monsters, right? Never knowing that one day that they would also have deep disdain for me. It's kind of crazy. It is kind of wild. I never, ever in a million years thought that I would get to a place in my career where the Wall Street Journal opinion editorial page is writing numerous hit pieces on me. And one of those hit pieces written by fucking Karl Rove, dude. Holy moly. Donald Rumsfeld being like, yo, you suck. Well, he's dead, so he can't be saying that. I mean, look, these guys are villains. These guys are monsters, right? So I don't mind. I welcome their hatred. I think it's awesome. Zoran gave a fire speech at the NAN Saturday Action Rally. Yeah, and it's getting no coverage. Daria Liza's race is not getting the necessary coverage it deserves. And the only type of coverage that Daria Liza's race is getting is like objectively negative, talking about her old tweets, talking about how crazy her opinions are. It's been very frustrating to watch, especially because in the early polling that was conducted, when Daria Liza's opinions were better known by the broadest audience, because her biggest issue is obviously name recognition. No one knows who she is, right? And basically, whenever they got to know her policy positions, she shot up. So obviously, this short period of time in the primaries in New York 13 was supposed to be all about getting Daria Liza's policy prescriptions in front of people. And unfortunately, that's, I feel like there was a good deal of that. There was definitely some moneyed interest backing the race on the Daria Liza side too. You know, Justice Democrats were pumping a lot of ads into the race as well, so it's good. And I'm not talking like this is over, by the way. I mean, there's still election day, and hopefully you guys can phone bank and canvass even on election day. But it has been really gross. Like, it's been an unbelievably toxic race. The way that Adriana Espaillat, hit some of the most odious lines against his younger opponent, Daria Liza. Here is one of the things that obviously took place. Adriana Espaillat has taken $7.4 million from real estate, Wall Street, Apex Network, and GOP mega donors. Now big money is flooding New York 13 to stop Daria Liza Avila Chevalier. Okay? I said lots of young people feel apathy after they go out, protest, get arrested, and vote every 4 years, and their lives don't change. No change takes place because these old relics keep winning their comfortable seats in primaries when no one's paying attention. All this investment, all these, donations, are what ensures Harlem continues to be gentrified, ISIS funded like a nation's military, and Israel keeps converting your tax dollars into murdered children. The New York 13 congressional primary has been so unbelievably negative, so racist. The smear campaigns against Daria Liza are unlike anything I've ever seen before. Daria Liza simply has a bold vision for change. That's it. Okay? She's been a fighter for some of the most vulnerable populations her whole life. Espaillat is a corrupt relic of a bygone era. That's what's at stake here. New York City has the opportunity to be this change nationwide. Voting isn't the end-all be-all, but it's the easiest, most consequential thing you can do. Yeah, they activated like the Dominican bot network, and they were flooding her replies, calling her a Haitian over and over again. Now, obviously, to the onlookers, you might not know what the specifics of that is or why that's a racial smear. It's a racialized smear. The intention of that is a racialized smear. Cole Sandick says, Espaillat is running one of the most racist, dirty campaigns I've seen from a Democrat. At every poll site, his people are screaming that Daria Liza is Haitian. He has bots spamming her social media with racial slurs. He won't condemn it. None of his backers will condemn it. It's yet another example of how liberal identity politics, with all its attention on symbolism and representation, constantly polarizes into nativism, racial sectarianism, and eventually fascism. Liberals should care about this stuff more than the diversity of canvas pictures. Yeah. It's crazy. This is literally the former energy minister for DR campaigning for Espaillat and being racist towards Daria Liza. Former energy minister of the Dominican Republic. To the Dominican Americans in New York City, Dominicans in New York with voting rights must stay highly alert. Everything points to Mayor Mandhani being focused on reducing or downplaying the political influence of the hardworking, thriving Dominican community. He proposed a Muslim candidate to run against Representative Rep Espaillat, who apparently had refused certain demands from the mayor, who aspires to ethnically reconfigure the entire election district, integrate new voters from other groups that are more aligned with him, including among them Haitians with whom he has strong commitments. All of this is going unnoticed. There's a story there, but it's not being covered because the media, both mainstream media outlets, both mainstream media outlets and all the local newspapers are too busy shitting on Daria Liza at the behest of Espaillat. Okay? This is heinous. This is happening, and it's been happening for the last month or so. It's actually insane that no one has been like, dude, Espaillat, you're going to fucking call this shit out or what? These are your supporters. These are people that you're aligned with. The mayor of New York City has just appointed a sheriff of Haitian origin. North Americans of Dominican descent must respond with unity to that crazy strategy of Mandhani. At the same time, they must remind Representative Espaillat that he must give the highest priority on his agenda to denouncing the international crime being committed against the DR. There is no Dominican solution to Haiti's problems. Yeah. Representative Espaillat is welcoming this kind of racialized hatred, this racialized animosity against his much younger, much more progressive Afro-Latina opponent. Okay? She's also Dominican, by the way. She's also Dominican. Yeah. He didn't even show up to the New York 13th Congressional Forum hosted by local community organizations, of course. This man does not even. Al Sharpton is a powerhouse in Harlem. Him letting her speak there. He also let Espaillat speak after. Here's the thing. Okay? This man does not care about his constituents. His constituent services is dog shit. That's the reason why a lot of people were actually very excited at a serious challenger, no matter who it was. Okay? And he's not even dignifying his constituents, his voters, by appearing in person. Okay? New York to DC is not that big of a trip. Gustavo Rivera says, only hearing about this today, but if these shameful, despicable attacks against Daria Liza are indeed occurring, Espaillat needs to condemn it publicly and instruct this campaign workers and or volunteers to friggin' stop. This ain't how anyone should try to win this race. Yeah. I've never seen anything like it from a Democrat nonetheless. Or rather, the last time I saw stuff like this, it was Hillary Rodham Clinton against Barack Obama. Okay? From an establishment Democrat against a younger black challenger was the Hillary primary campaign against Barack Obama. Is coming from Hold on. I'm going to tweet about that too. Energy minister as he campaigns. Local and is silent. Do you realize you sigh heavily when tweeting and reading Twitter? No. Dominican xenophobia is a very powerful tool to use, especially in this district. I'm afraid if they don't hear the affordability arguments, Dominicans will vote for their preconceived prejudices. Centrist Dems are now just the Republican left. Yeah. Yeah. Son, you look good. How do you do that? I don't know. I do it very carefully. Last time I saw this much open racialized hatred from an establishment Dem against a younger black challenger was the Hillary campaign against Obama. This kind of hatred is coming from the former DR energy minister as he campaigns for Espaillat. Local. Local media. And MSM is silent. Shame. Cuomo's app too. But Zoran isn't black. Espaillat is focused on building his personal political machine. His daunting list of proteges and disciples is so notorious the media have dubbed it the Squadriano. Others call him the dean of Dominican elected officials. Instead of pursuing significant policy changes, however, Espaillat is a manager of relations, friends, and mentees, and money and focus exclusively on building his power base. The crisis of Latino New York, says Eli Valentin, a political analyst with a focus on Hispanic politics, is Espaillat's means to a personal end. Yes, it is expanding the Dominican representation, Valentin said in 2022, but ultimately it goes back to Adriano. By reproducing for himself the machine that he initially opposed, Espaillat has staved off challengers through deals with other party stalwarts, as he attempted to do with Mayor Mamdani. But machine politics does not just mean insider deals. By failing to build popular support, a machine boss must rely on the support of corporate and well-financed political interests. Espaillat has gladly accepted PAC money, including hundreds of thousands from the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, and AIPAC-linked donors. His reliance on donor money in the Democratic Party enabled him to ignore the crisis of displacement in New York. Espaillat has supported tenant protections, criticized deed theft, and presented himself as a housing advocate, but he remains trapped inside a politics of mitigation, minimize harm, fund the nonprofit, regulate the worst abuse, and preserve the image of representation through bold speeches. Meanwhile, Latino New York continues to disappear because rent, speculation, disinvestment, and luxury development have been allowed to reshape the city faster than ordinary people can defend their homes, no matter how many powerful press conferences leaders stage. This is an article by PK Gandikin on Geese Magazine. Or is it on Geese Magazine? Never mind, it's not. Is it? Yeah. Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier represents the future of her district. What the fuck? I'm a political brother. I'm here for the pop culture. Yeah, you don't know who's doing it. Joe Mashadi, Uncle Joe. JCPO is the best thing that ever happened to Iran. The Israelis are so sexy when they're angry. Okay, take an hour off. Horn dog. That's crazy. Take a cold shower in that hour. As someone on the ground in New York 13, there are countless reports of Espaillat people verbally harassing or physically threatening Dari volunteers. Insane shit, bro. I saw today. No, he's doing mob boss shit, dude. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, Geese editor-in-chief PK Gandikin wrote this new article on the insurgent Daria Elisa Avila Chevalier's campaign in New York. He argues DSA defeating the reactionary establishment candidate Espaillat is vital, regardless of his progressive posturing. Geese Magazine has written some very impressive articles. I really like them. Anyway. It's insane. And yet, as always, the media is not covering this shit, right? Part of the reason why they're not covering this shit at all, in my opinion, is because they are also objectively terrified of this kind of politics gaining mainstream popularity, gaining momentum, right? So all they're doing is look at her old tweets, look at her old tweets, look at her old tweets. They don't talk about Espaillat's failures. They don't talk about Espaillat's like you have an incumbent machine politician that is a high-ranking Democrat, and he can barely get 38% in his own internal polling a couple weeks out from a primary election. That implies that there's a real crisis there. That implies that his own constituents do not like him. Now, you have a no-name challenger, an insurgent that's come out of this wave of popularity for democratic socialists, who is a community organizer, who is a constituent herself, unafraid to challenge this calcified, old machine politician. And she's actually gained a lot of momentum in the process. That implies that there's a crisis there. That's a story. This is how the media normally works, okay? If it bleeds, it leads. If there's a crisis, if there's an interesting story there, they will cover it. The reason why they're not covering that story and instead are hyper-focusing on Daria Elisa's tweets is because she's not a machine politician, so you can't actually point to her failures as a politician. And every article that you write about what she has said in the past about Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or exaggerated versions of like what her theory is, what her theory of change is always going to be an article that you don't have to write about Espaillat's failures. And that's precisely what's going on here. Okay? The media gets to reframe the conversation between an unbelievably unpopular institutional politician and a primary challenger as a silly primary challenger. Don't pay attention to her, or if you're going to pay attention to her, look at all these negatively framed articles against her. This is another point of controversy, okay? Using racialized hatred against this young Afro-Latina challenger is straight up built, designed for local newspapers. It's built and designed for mainstream media, and yet they're not doing it. They're not covering that angle at all. That's a beat that's worthy of pursuit. I don't personally expect the media to do this out of the kindness of their hearts or because they're like moral. They're a moral force that wants this kind of odious politics to no longer happen or take shape in a place as progressive as New York City and its politics and its political machine. I don't expect them to do that out of the kindness of their heart, but I do expect them to do that because this would be an interesting article to write and it would be an interesting article to read. And yet they're not doing it. I think it's because they're afraid of the momentum. They want to deliver as many L's as possible to the Democratic Socialists of America so they can turn around and say, see, this politics was a one-off. It was just Zoran who had a good smile, and that's the only reason why it worked. And that's precisely the reason why it's extra important to push for both Claire Valdez and Daria Elisa. Okay? We know that these Democratic Party machines were built for decades. These institutions churn out the same exact business as usual politics. They make sure that the politicians that stay in charge, that stay in these positions of profound power, are ones that will not advance your interest, but will advance the interests of corporations. And they're willing to cave. They're willing to work with more malleable figures, even if they are progressive, right? Claire Valdez's opponent in the commie corridor is one of these figures. But we have to keep pushing. We have to push extra hard. We have to support these candidates. We cannot allow INSPITE to remain in power. He is an AIPAC-backed pro-Israel stooge. He is in favor of funding ICE. Now that he changed his tune because ICE has fallen out of favor, doesn't change that dynamic. He has given ICE $7 billion. He has written off $7 billion worth of taxpayer funds to ICE. He has signed off on billions of dollars of aid going to Israel, signed off on billions of dollars of weapons going to Israel. Your tax dollars. If you're sitting around and wondering why the fuck the Democratic Party, why is the Democratic Party not responsive to my needs? If you're sitting around and wondering why the Democrats don't listen to our just calls to reconsider this relationship that we have with Israel, it's because of the people like Adriana INSPITE in safe seats that are presenting themselves as a hurdle towards that change, towards that progress, that just demand that you're making, because they're getting paid. Okay? He is an amoral actor, purely invested in defending his seat, purely invested in sitting and winning these races easily. And yes, this applies to Grace Meng as well. It's not mum's the word on that race. Chuck Park for Queens. I'm in favor of it. I'm in support of it. There's a reason. I, however, also don't have an infinite amount of time and bandwidth. Okay. The DSA itself is also obviously not this omnipotent this omnipotent force in New York politics. Is growing. Okay, you have to understand, like, we have to make these calculations at times. I mean, it's great. Yeah, go vote for Chuck Park. I'm fully in favor. Why wouldn't I be? Anyway, now let's get back to Ro Khanna being asked silly questions on Fox News.
Okay, now someone else who's had a lot to say about the Supreme Court, not positive, and would like to see changes as well, is Hasan Piker, very popular streamer. He's been out there backing a lot of progressive candidates. That's where you fall with a lot of these progressive candidates as well. But Karl Rove writes in the Wall Street Journal about the danger of associating with Hasan Piker. He says this. He said that America deserved 9/11, mocked Representative Dan Crenshaw, a Republican out of Texas, for losing an eye in combat, and proclaimed that he would, quote, vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. Rove writes, good luck defending him in flyover country. I would note, he also said if you care about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, that, quote, you will kill Rick Scott, which he later toned down and apologized for. But why would you associate with someone like him? Do you think it works in Middle America?
Well, I'm in Middle America. I'm doing this interview from Bucks County, Pennsylvania, where I grew up. But let me just say this. I've called Hamas a terrorist organization. Obviously, 9/11 was a terrorist attack, and I supported the strikes in Afghanistan to take out al-Qaeda. But look, I go on different programs. There are people on Fox News who say things that I disagree with. Hasan Piker is a journalist. There's certain things that he has said which we shouldn't get into foreign wars. We shouldn't be giving, in my view, the kind of aid that we do to Israel. We should be putting that into the redevelopment of Bucks County, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. So people should be judged on our views, not whether we're engaging with different forums. I mean, I think the whole point of democracy is to go on different places.
New day, early voting from the New York City Board of Elections 2026. Early voting is now complete. In Manhattan, 67,000. Bronx, 14,000. Brooklyn, 54,000. Queens, 33,000. Staten Island, 3,000. Brooklyn turnout is mostly 7 and 10. Queens is mostly 7 and some 6. Love how they completely reframe your quotes into things that are unrecognizable from what you actually said. Yeah, obviously they're going to do that. It's the Republicans. Their job is to obviously bastardize the message. Why would they be like Hasan Piker? In the way that Ro Khanna explained it, he said Hasan Piker wants all of the billions of dollars that we're spending and wasting on foreign entanglements to go back to Bucks County, Pennsylvania. That's true. That's my take. You think Fox News is going to cover it like that? Of course not. They can't, because then it's not all that different from what Trump is saying. Remember when Trump was also saying, oh, well, I'm an isolationist. Why are we getting into wars? We should do peace. We shouldn't be giving so much money to these foreign countries. We should be focusing on ourselves. That's what Trump said too. Obviously, the reason why Trump said it is because it's a popular and very powerful message. It's a message that the average American can understand. It's a message that the average American agrees with. That's why they fucking voted for him. Okay? There's a decent chance many young voters are waiting until election day to vote, but this isn't a great sign for Valdez and Daria Lisa. Lander will be fine. That said, given Mamdani's popularity, the two may be able to win on persuasion alone rather than relying on a turnout edge. Yes. The thing is, the numbers haven't been too great. The turnout numbers have not been great, and they haven't been that young. I mean, it's changed a little bit over the course of the early voting, especially in the commie corridor. But even then, it's like, it's shocking how little young people care about these races. Anyway, we're gonna do this. The right is rising across Britain. Save England, and then after that, I'm gonna get to fun stuff. I gotta pee though.
Britain's been shifting to the right. I've spent the past few months trying to understand what's happening in this country.
No one speak to the media here.
Attending far-right protests, including Unite the Kingdom, one of the biggest far-right rallies ever on the streets of the UK, where tens of thousands responded to the call of this man, anti-Islam activist Tommy Robinson, a convicted criminal turned anti-establishment figure.
Are you ready for the Battle of Britain?
But it's not just on the streets, and it's not just the extreme right that's on the up. The populist right-wing party Reform UK, led by longtime Trump ally Nigel Farage, made massive gains in local elections in May. This rightward shift isn't one single movement. The different groups represent different shades of right-wing politics, but they all seem to be feeding off of a divided Britain. At the heart of those divisions is the issue of migration. Just this week, a horrific attack by a Sudanese refugee on the streets of Belfast almost immediately turned into the latest I told you so moment for the far right, transforming a local tragedy into a national rallying cry. Powerful allies amplifying the message and fanning the flames of hate.
People in Britain are angry.
Joe Mulhall infiltrated far-right groups undercover here in the UK and in the US. He's one of the UK's top experts on these movements.
You know, if you look at the way that people's lives have been, you know, lack of jobs, houses, schools, hospitals, stagnated wages, living standards going down or stagnating for years and years, and they feel that mainstream political parties have not met their material needs. What the far right are really good at is going to those people, and they turn up and they say, you're right to be angry, and they give them a scapegoat, and they say it's because someone has come to this country and taken it from you. They're really good at redirecting people's anger from where it should be directed.
I've seen exactly what Joe's talking about. There have been hundreds of protests across the country over the past year, according.
Just posted with friends of the show. Last June, we made history. This June, we fight for a city you can afford is on the ballot again. Get out to vote for Abercawas, Eli Northrup, Iapa, Sairi Tupac, Samantha Catan, Brian Romero, and of course, Clara, Dari, and Brad. Go New York, go. You know, for all my fucking... Sometimes I criticize Zoran, but he has been really pushing. He has been really pushing for these guys. I'm not shocked how uninvolved younger voters are. I'm 26, and the fact that you can visibly see the conducive conditions getting worse and basic needs being more expensive, you just kind of check out mentally. There's a growing movement of people choosing to be homeless and becoming vagabonds because it's easier than work until you die, but become unable to work and still get no compensation. 2025 was an insane outlier where young people showed up in the early vote. Look at the Chris Rapp race, for instance. The early vote had him in a distant second, but when election day came, he propelled first, going from 31st to 44%. Yeah, hopefully we get that because we desperately need it. Thank you. No. I will say though, dude, nothing motivates young people like fucking gaining a crumb of internet clout. You know what I mean? I do become an old man a little bit, but like you look at the turnout for like a Kai Cenat streamer university event, right? When you see stuff like that, and the amount of young people that show up to shit like that, as opposed to, you know, going out and voting, you realize we got a long way to go. To be fair, it's mostly men. What do you mean? That's still, yeah, men still vote or are supposed to. How do we get clout in political activism? I mean, I'm trying. What do you mean? What do you think I'm doing? I'm trying to. Those are 14 to 17-year-olds? Yes, exactly. No, those aren't just 14 to 17-year-olds. You're wrong. Many of them are over the age of 18. I think you literally are. You're totally wrong about that, actually. There's a shit ton of people that are over the age of 18.
To activists tracking far-right movements. It's mostly been about migration and how consecutive governments have dealt with this issue. And with the center-left Labour Party back in power for the first time in 2 decades, the far-right senses conditions are ripe for a resurgence. It's in tight-knit communities like this one, in the sleepy market town of Faversham outside London, where we saw it all play out late last year. Walking through town with a protest organized by a far-right activist, you see those divisions and feel the anger.
Hey, shame on you! Touch me! Shame on you! Shame on me! You know, you die.
Right now, they're marching towards this facility where unaccompanied minors, asylum seekers, have been housed in this town.
They're a loud crowd, but it's clear.
My least favorite thing the chat does is whenever I say I'm about to move on to fun stuff and don't instantly move on to fun stuff, they go, you said we were going to do fun stuff. Like, shut the fuck up. Okay, it's 3 more minutes.
There are more noise than numbers. And you do see locals coming out to confront them.
No hate, no fear. Refugees are welcome here.
The main event kicks off with a rambling mix of racist rhetoric, fear-mongering, and white supremacist conspiracy theories.
They're teaching about Muhammad and Allah. We will not tolerate our children to be taught about LGBTQ and what pronouns of belief, what they can identify as. We will not tolerate that round here. Keep up the pressure and one day you will be victorious!
At this one tiny town's protest, we find one of the leaders of the UK's extreme right.
Our country's been taken over by mass immigration. We're fed up. This is not the future that our grandparents and great-grandparents fought for in 2 world wars. They didn't fight for this to be done to our country. We want our country to be like it was before this immigration invasion was foisted on us. Yes. You mentioned far-right, neo-Nazi, all that a minute ago, as if that kind of stuff, that doesn't hold any power anymore. You must have learned this with Trump's victory. No one cares if they're called a racist anymore. Those terms are just used to silence people.
The re-election of Donald Trump is not only an inspiration for this one extreme right figure. At every far-right event I've been to, it is a constant theme. Trump's Make America Great Again. has come to the UK.
This is mega. Make England great again.
He's the man. Trump is the man.
I have so much respect for President Trump. He is saving not just America, he is saving the West and he's saving the world.
You're wearing this because
I'm a Donald fan.
What is it that's going on? How much of this is really influence from the US?
Literally. This is what I'm talking about when I say we don't understand. A lot of people are oblivious to this. This is another fucking Babe Ruth moment for me. I'm telling you, I've been saying this for a minute. The entire international fascist movement is completely centered around the American far right, the Trump movement, MAGA.
There's no question there's a huge influence. When the far right is small little fringe political parties, that sounds fanciful. When you've got Donald Trump in the White House, the most powerful man in the world, they can then point to someone and say, look, it's happened there. If it can happen there, it can happen here.
Are we headed into a direction where...
And Elon Musk is playing a major role in this too.
the far right is turning into a significant political force in Britain?
I think there's no doubt about it, right? The far right is no longer something that sits on the very margins of our politics in Britain, an annoyance to the right. It is increasingly something that actually has the real chance of taking power in Britain.
The once fringe voices seem to be moving into the mainstream. It's a small but vocal minority that's threatening to change the face of Britain. Now they believe their moment has arrived.
Most parents bring their kids to theme parks to meet Mickey Mouse.
It's time for fun stuff. I love this guy. And he is living my dream. He's back in China, and this time he's at that Chinese Civil War reenactment theme park, and I really want to go here too.
Chinese parents are bringing their kids here to fight nationalist swine. Welcome back to China.
This is Red Tourism. 33 sites across China dedicated to one thing, patriotism. As tensions rose between East and West, China needed a way to remind its people why the Communist Party exists. And what better way to do that than immersive propaganda theme parks where you don't just learn about China's revolutionary history.
It's so funny to say this when, I mean, it's literally the same as the LARP in our Civil War, right? Like Civil War reenactment is I mean, I like Mike. I like Mike a lot. I think he's a great guy. I think he's also very good at like showing showing the humanity of Chinese people and how wonderful China is. But this is like on its face very much an initiative by the Chinese government. So I assume he's going to be a little bit more aggressive in his commentary.
You live it in the most fun way possible. These parks are so viral that even foreigners are taking up arms to join the communist revolution. Xi Jinping himself says, only by experiencing the hardships of the revolutionary era can people truly receive education. So I guess it's time to get educated.
And we are joined by everyone's favorite American commie. Someone that I think you've probably been, Connor's here. I think you've been, over the years, you've slowly found yourself opening up to the Chinese way of life.
That's right.
You're in a very Chinese time of your life.
That's right.
Right?
How?
Hold on.
You gotta fight the good fight, bro.
Why is HasanAbi not there? Because I'm fake. I'm phony. I'm a bitch. I'm a chud-ass loser. Come on now.
Really, so I'm currently trying to apply for my US visa. Do you think that attending a communist Chinese patriotic theme park is going to throw any cogs, any spanners in those cogs?
Maybe you wait. Maybe you wait till you leave the US.
As long as I don't like dress up or anything as a commie, and as long as I don't like actually fight, nationalist, then it should be fine, right?
Yeah, you're just a spectator.
I'm just a spectator. I'm not going to like dress up. It's not like I'm going to dress.
That would be crazy.
That would be crazy. So with these Red Army patriotic theme parks here in China, everything's themed. They got the Red Army restaurant. They've got a shooting area. Take the Long March again. Is there anything more Chinese? For how many balls? For one box?
Yeah, I think it's a box.
Fuck yeah.
You can get mortars, or you can get. Look how big they are. They're like fucking basketball.
Oh my god! Right.
3点一线啊，这是1点，
对
接着是1点，对准圆盘上的红点，
对
用力摁它就行，发射出去就可以了。
Easy enough. Okay.
发射。
Yes.
打中了，后面的把牌会倒的。
Now are they? Is that Hitler on the left side over there?
Can you tell us a little bit about these people that we're shooting?
就是打中了啊，我们会下雨，打中了，它后面的把牌会倒下，就像打中我们会倒了。
Now,
There is perhaps no greater demonstration that all men are brothers and the Chinese are so spiritually American than this exact enterprise. Okay. This, to me, as an American, it speaks to my base desires. Okay. And in the most Chinese fashion, they took something that Americans can understand, comprehend, enjoy, appreciate, and they made it even more fun. They made it more interactive. They took the Civil War reenactments and they turned it into an interactive theme park. It's fucking awesome.
Did you retain any of the information on how to use this gun?
Yeah. You load it from the right and then hit the green button. Let's try to demonstrate for the good folks at home. Wow.
Nice, dude. Mate, they're fucking... They've got some power in them, dude.
Yeah.
So what can you teach us very, very briefly about the history of who we're probably fighting right now?
So this is the Kuomintang, most likely. They were like the existing government in China, and then Mao and all the other communist homies led an uprising.
Yeah.
Several uprisings throughout the country, and this is, I guess, where like a major battle happened.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so I was just reading, Sun Yi is on the was a midpoint. It was a pivotal midpoint of the Long March. So did you hit the red thing, right?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Oh, close, dude.
Yeah! Let's fucking go! Take that, nationalists! That's right, represent.
It's not just the nationalists. I'm pretty sure they're hitting the Japanese too, right?
Can we shoot the cannon? We go.
谢谢。
我执行，我在。
哦，
打那个前面那个
Hey, yeah. That could definitely kill you, yeah. 谢谢。Yeah, so they've got old, what looks like propaganda paintings.
So you have Mao, looks like leading the Red Army into battle. And they're very happy to go to war for him. Look at that.
So right now we're in Sun Yi, we're in the mountains of Sun Yi, just south of the city of Chongqing. And this is a place that was passed through directly by Mao Zedong and the Red Army during the Long March. And the Long March was essentially 10,000 kilometers of pure brutality. So many of them died. They would cross rivers. Do you know how many of what percentage of them actually survived the Long March?
Yeah, like 10%.
Like 10%, dude.
There's like several 100,000 started and only like 80,000 survived.
They were crossing rivers, they were evading. It was essentially a retreat. It was a strategic 10,000 mile long retreat. I mean, you look at these mountains, man, you're traveling just through this with whatever supplies you would have had in 1934, which would have been fuck all. And this theme park here just commemorates that journey, because Sun Yi was a pivotal moment on the Long March. How are you? That's okay. That's okay. 不可以. 中国人。
哦，
You look great. You look cool.
你要穿吗？
对对。
对，30。
30, okay. I'm being recruited into the communist army right now. Thank you, yes. I missed that part of the Civil War history where they had Glocks.
They see toys.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Can I see it? Got you. Oldest trick in the book.
Oh, what are we doing?
Oh, hey, this is kind of snazzy,
Dude,
bro.
it is snazzy. I wonder if we can buy them.
It's like PJs. Thank you, sir. Welcome. All right, guys, get ready with me. We're gonna go to Civil War today.
We need hats.
Yeah.
And I think we need guns.
Of course.
看小不小了，有点小，有点
That's
小。
okay. I've got a big head. I know. I've got a big head.
小了，小了。
I've got a big capitalist head.
W LARPs.
Welcome to camp.
Thank you so much. We've got our commie uniform. They forced me to wear it. They forced me to wear it, I promise. We've got our commie gun. And we've got our commie red band. And I don't actually know what's about to happen. How did you guys hear about this thing?
Sorry, on Instagram.
For on Instagram, how are you? What's your guys' names?
Andrew.
Andrew and Mike. Nice to meet you, Niz. Yeah, it's not quite Disney World, is it? But it's like, I think it's better. It's like the Chinese version of Disney World. Yeah. So these guys, a British guy and an Aussie guy, they saw this on Instagram. They saw this experience on Instagram, and it's going viral. It's going seriously viral. And I would love to know what the Chinese think about foreigners and coming to do this experience. Hello, sir. What do you think about foreigners coming and experiencing your culture and your history in this way? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, sir. 谢谢.
Thank you.
谢谢. Yes. Yes. How are you doing?
I came to China because of you.
Thank you, my brother. Why? Why specifically?
Well, you know, I saw your videos.
Yeah.
Of China, not the city part, but the rural part.
The rural parts. These kind of experiences, because of social media, we're literally living in a world where foreigners are coming here to China and dressing up as commies and going into battle with guns, you know? Like, that's what happens when the government decides to stop hiding the propaganda and actually starts trying to make it fun.
Don't talk about the government here. Don't you talk about the government.
That's right.
我们的着装、帽子戴正了没有？我们的衣服第一个扣子必须给它扣上。
Wait, they have like actual fucking PLA people? That's crazy. You know they're taking this shit serious. Someone's peanut butter jealous? Dude, you don't understand. First of all, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this in the future. When I go to China next time, I will abso-fucking-lutely do this. How come you didn't do this last time? I didn't know it existed. You think if I knew that there was W LARPs that I could participate in, and I didn't do W LARPs, like specifically communist LARPs? Specifically communist LARPs in China? Are you out of your fucking mind? You would have gotten Omega canceled? Oh my God, I don't care. First of all, this is a historical reenactment, and what are they going to get mad that there was a civil war? Like what? They're fucking KMT supporters? Like I don't understand. Like you guys do realize that like this is pre stuff that people criticize Mao Zedong for, right? This is actually This is actually the revolution. This is good. You can't, like, people complain about the Cultural Revolution, the Great Leap Forward. This stuff they don't really complain about. This is just normal, basic, Civil War stuff.
第一个扣子必须扣上，因为我们穿上军装、军容、军纪是放在第一位。第二个问题，我们入场以后。
You couldn't have even done it because construction finished after you left. They waited for me to leave the country because they knew I would never leave.
我们的手机一律不允许拿出来拍照。拿到平台上面去的话，红军拿个手机在演出现场拍照，说实话损害了红军的形象了，是不是？我们来的目的是什么呢？就是体验红军他们来自就是他们在战争当中这种英勇献身、流血牺牲的这种精神，对不对？这严肃。
I think I've accidentally been recruited into the Chinese army. I think our audience is here. I thought it was going to be school kids. Hi! Yeah.
Wait, what? Wait, you pay to literally be a part of a reenactment that other adults watch? That is crazy. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is literally my dream. Yeah, I'm Israel Epstein. Okay. Straight up. Like, I have my LARP ready to go. I'm Israel Epstein. One of the only non-Chinese, honorary Chinese members of the Communist Party of China. They have white boys. M. Israel Epstein, that's a new variation? No, it's a real guy. Okay, the name Israel and the name Epstein existed before Jeffrey Epstein and the nation state of Israel. Yes, I'm talking about a real guy. Member of the Standing Committee of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Ipe was a Chinese journalist of Polish origin. Epstein was one of the few foreign-born members of the Chinese Communist Party. If you want me to do WLARPs, I got it. It's not a bit. It's a real guy. Oh my God, it's so annoying. Israel Epstein is a real historical figure. He was born on the 20th of April, 1915, in Warsaw to Jewish parents. Warsaw was then part of Congress Poland, which was under Imperial Russia control. His father had been imprisoned by the authorities of Tsarist Russia for leading a labor uprising, and his mother had been exiled to Siberia. Epstein's father was sent by his company to Japan after the outbreak of World War I. When the German army approached Warsaw, his mother and Epstein fled and joined him in Asia. With his family experiencing anti-Jewish sentiment in several places, in 1917, Epstein came to China with his parents at the age of 2, where they settled in Tianjin in 1920. Epstein was raised there. He's literally Chinese. One of the few people who's not like ethnically Chinese, but nationally Chinese, and was also a part of the Communist Party. Yeah, and he was in office from June 1983 till May 2005, where he died. He died in office. Yeah, I think his position was honorary at that point, right? I mean, he was 90 years old. I don't think you guys understand what Israel Epstein means to me, okay? I don't think you guys understand what he means to me as a person who literally invented being white Chinese before that concept ever materialized. Okay? This is a dream. This means that I too one day could be white Chinese. We don't hear Israel Epstein is Chinese that often. No. Although it's a true statement. He started at 2 years old, though, Unc. I know, but it's fine. 2, 42, 34. Who cares? You know what I mean? Epstein was placed in a concentration camp by Imperial Japanese authorities following the attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941. He escaped with other prisoners. During the Cultural Revolution, on false charges of plotting against Zhou Enlai, he was imprisoned in 1968. But to be fair, that a lot of people, listen, a lot of people were imprisoned at that time. It's like it's one of those things where you're like, oh yeah, we let bygones be bygones. You know what I mean? In 1973, he was released, and Zhou apologized. His privileges were restored. It happened to a lot of people. Okay, it was tumultuous times. Mistakes were made, and you know it's a thing that happens. Everyone's got to chill the fuck out. Okay. During his life, Israel Epstein was honored by Chinese political leaders, including the guy who threw him in prison, Zhou Enlai, Mao Zedong, Deng Xiaoping, Jiang Zemin, and Hu Jintao. In April 2005, Hu Jintao personally paid a visit to Epstein. Epstein died in Beijing on the 26th of May, 2005. His funeral was held at Baba Oshan Cemetery for Revolutionaries. No, you don't understand. This is my Yasuke. Oh my God, you're right. It literally is. Oh my God, this is White Boy Yasuke. This is literally, oh my God, you're right. You're so right. The difference between Israel Epstein and like numerous other white guys that obviously were involved in the Chinese Revolution is that he literally is Chinese. He's white Chinese. Whereas many of the other associates that were there as an advisory capacity were coming from the USSR. WLARPs. How the fuck are you on the other side of the planet from where Jewish people were being put in concentration camps and still somehow got put into one? Because of, yeah. I mean, he made it out though, so that's what matters. Sidney Shapiro. American-born Chinese actor, translator, and writer who lived in China from 1947 to 2014. He lived in Beijing for more than 50 years and became a member of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. He was one of the very few naturalized citizens of the People's Republic of China. Okay, I gotta look at who the fuck the... Oh, Eileen Gu is... Wait, Eileen Gu is naturalized. But it doesn't even count because Eileen Gu is Chinese. Eileen Gu is ABG. Holy fuck. Dude. I'm not going to lie to you guys. This makes me kind of sad that the number of naturalized citizens of China is literally 55. That's it. And many of them are literally fucking did I say ABG? I'm sorry. I meant ABC. Well, you know what I mean. Yes, Eileen Gu is ABC, American-born Chinese. I fucked it up. Why not both? Get her on the broadcast. You follow her on Insta. Do you think I haven't tried? Are you crazy? I was at an event that she was being honored at, and I really thought I could talk to her and get her to come on the broadcast, but she did not. She just, took her reward and just left. She got her award and then just left immediately afterwards. Also, the reason why I keep sneezing and coughing and have like a bad throat, I think is because of the fires. been fucked out here.
Oh no! Oh no! Dude, I'm having flash. It's way too high.
Oh no.
I think I have to fight now.
本来老公，你们看啊，这20天前，我们是被动吸毒治罪，转战川南。
Oh, Young Mao! Young Mao! Pog! Pog! Welcome back, Mao Zedong!
我们是主动东渡赤水，进攻前辈，这一来一往呀，意义可非同寻常啊！
Taiwan has entered the chat.
The enemy's just arrived.
Boo! Boo, KMT!
现以血弹断粮困城军，正是一举全歼的好时机。加肥加肥，加了3年肥，把公肥变成公军，娘欺骗。
Are you seriously stepping on us right now?
They want to smoke, dude.
真是旗帜大勇啊！
We're on the move, we're on the move. Oh shit.
然后我给你们讲一下，今天我这个声音不太好，你们拿手枪拿刀的拿在手里就行了，拿步枪的出场的时候抓住这个袋子，拿着枪柄猫着腰跑出去。
Oh fucking hell!
后面，我们的员工是没带袖章的，一看。
Dude, W Larves! He's just ripping a fucking Chinese lung dart. Hey yo! The dream!
冲锋号响了，上去胜利了，欢呼一下。20天一把耳塞取下来。我们下面叫。
Look at Young Mao with his phone out. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Stay committed. Like, you know, have some decency, sir. You're Young Mao. You're Young Mao Zedong. Why are you with your fucking phone out? Put the Huawei back in the bag, bro.
经理的时候忘了看我们员工做怎么做，一看就知道了。
I'm scared. So, are you scared for your life right now?
A bit.
A little bit.
I'm getting some PTSD right now.
Yeah, me too. I'm getting some PTSD right now.
有点跑的时候啊，那个腰这样提着，那个腰稍微弯一下跑。所有人啊，跑的时候就这样弯一下跑。
Dude, this is so sick. Oh my god, I can't wait to do this. I can't wait to do this. Holy shit.
Can you imagine being in a battle where you have absolutely no idea what's being said at any time?
Oh, Lord. That's probably how the North Koreans feel in Ukraine.
That is exactly how they feel.
Kind of hot in this uniform.
It is kind of hot in this uniform. That'd be the least of your worries on the battlefield. Do you think a single soldier...
I'm kind of hot. Do you have a cotton uniform?
Do you think that if you could have a time machine and go back and show those soldiers in 1934 and show them that 80, 90 years later, there would be an American and a Brit, like, LARPing, role-playing what they were doing?
They'd be so...
Yes, they would 100% believe that because the conditions at that time were literally such that there were plenty of American and British people in China and numerous concessions where they lived in major cities. So it would not be that far-fetched at all. As a matter of fact, if you were to go back during the Chinese Revolution and explain to a young communist that they fucking won, okay, that they fucking won and became a behemoth, a superpower, that would be the shocking aspect of this. Not the fact that like British people are familiar with, you know, Chinese experience.
Proud. And then being like, it's kind of hot in these uniforms. Oh shit, we're on the road again. Ni hao. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. Ni hao, ni hao. There you go, comrade. Ah! Run, Connor, run!
I don't know how big these two are, but you might need to come with your own Communist Army uniform. No, I'm going to hit up Mike to ask him what the biggest sizes were over there.
That way.
That way?
Oh, I've been shooting the wrong dudes. I've been firing at the wrong team the entire time. How you feeling, brother? Really scared me too. Oh! Christ! Nationalist bastards!
Oh my God, W LARP, W LARP!
Victory!
Bro, by the way, again, another testament to Chinese ingenuity. You'll say I'm fucking dick eating here, but honestly, this is literally better than like the American Civil War reenactments I've seen. Like the fact that it's interactive, the fact that you can be a part of it, the fact that there's like pyrotechnics and shit. I mean, it's unbelievable. They literally took such an American concept and just went all out on it in a way that even Americans haven't. And it's partially funded by the government, if not entirely funded by the government, so it's never going out of business. So there's the other element of this too. So that's why they can charge $5 for that fucking uniform that he's wearing. That uniform he's wearing is $5, okay? Think about how much more expensive that would be in America. This place is not turning a profit. They don't give a shit. God, how can you not love this kind of stuff? How can you not love this shit? Yeah, no one is considering that they killed 5 middlemen by making this government funded. There could have been vendors. There could have been consultants. There could have been numerous other companies, numerous other nephews could have been hired. And what did the Chinese government do? They killed those nephews. They're doing anti-nephew action. So many middlemen could have drawn up the prices and they could have made some money in the process, and they didn't do that, and it's fucked up.
Getting in trouble for not following protocol. Oh, take these bad boys out.
You do know Gettysburg is free? Yeah. They don't give you... Yeah, except Gettysburg is not interactive unless you're one of the reenactment people, and I think you literally bring your own shit. Right? These guys are giving you a uniform for $5 and you can like literally go and do a day trip. And this is like near Chongqing as well, so you know my ass is there.
I think we did it, dude.
Dude, we killed it.
I think we did it, and I think it was all because of me and you.
We murdered all of them. It was great.
We did murder all of them. I definitely shot like 4 of our own guys, though, dude.
Yeah, well, you know, it's your first war. It happens.
Yeah, it happens, dude. It happens. Do you think Mao will give me a pardon?
Oh yeah, for sure.
He's that kind of guy, right?
Yeah, he's chill.
He never like did any like bad shit.
No.
Yeah, I didn't
Not
think
that
so.
I know of.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah.
The disrespect. You're British, Mike. You fucking watch your British mouth, okay? You watch your British mouth, Mike. How dare you? How dare you imply?
It's all the ethnic minorities here have come to say hi. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, he's done me. He's done me. Yeah,
He's done me. He's done me.
We saved them. Yay.
那里的百姓在流血，那里的倭寇在杀人，他们杀的是我们的同胞啊，是我们的父老姐妹，我们
Well, that's all from Connor and I here in China.
Wow.
Is this any different from just a battle reenactment in your country? Something made to inspire patriotism?
Wow, what an
Or is it
experience,
just
dude.
another cog in the
I have chills. Okay? I have chills, secondhand chills. Experiencing this vicariously through Mike made me feel like I was there. I'll probably die if I went there. You know what I mean? Is this person known for doing China content? Yes. Yes. He's great. He is so thoughtful with his China content. He does content all around the world.
big
Fun React is so good. Ignore the dumb title. Inside Indonesia's most hated subculture. What the fuck is this? Hey yo. Vespa punks? It's crazy. TikTok prank gets man arrested on 6 felony charges. What is this?
Come on, come on, come on, everyone, come on, come on, come on. Everyone.
You think this is like a TikTok thing?
It is a TikTok thing. I clocked it immediately.
Nice, good job mopping that.
These idiots are going to do this to the wrong guys or a guy that's having a bad day, and they're going to get hurt.
When a TikTok prank draws millions of views online, a young influencer sets out to top it with an even bigger viral hit. But after one stunt spirals into chaos and violence, the attention it brings is not the kind he had in mind.
Is the cops also doing a viral TikTok against the TikToker in the same way? They were like, yeah, we're bringing a gang of cops to your fucking doorstep.
Chevy police, come to the front door, nothing in your hands.
The following is based on official police records to date, and some of the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. On March 17, 2025, police in Tempe, Arizona respond to a Chipotle after the manager, Emma, reported an unusual encounter at the
blocking the ring camera? I mean, yeah.
Restaurant.
I'm assuming you're Emma?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yeah, I can show you videos. I had a customer.
You think this is like a TikTok thing?
It is a TikTok thing. I clocked it immediately. And
I already watched Liver King getting arrested. I already watched it.
yeah, it was just like harassing and just getting in the face and stuff.
Your personal sizes have been lacking, so I'm here to make sure you guys are staying in check. Get out my door. So I'm gonna clean house. Go ahead and bring in the guys. What is going on? No,
you guys need to leave.
You guys are backup workers. These are my workers. No, these are my workers. These are my workers. No, you have to let get out of my store. Mop, I need everyone cleaning. Doing a great job, sir. Hey, nice. Good job mopping that. I need workers to check that the chicken's all right. No.
Videos like these are weird because first ACAB, but TikTok pranksters are a close second. I agree. This is far from the worst type of TikTok prank, but it's still obviously incredibly fucking annoying because you're just like ruining the day of a bunch of minimum wage employees that are in the service sector, you know? It's so whack.
Get out my store, bro. Let's pick this up. Get the napkins stocked over here, guys.
They're not.
Got you, boss.
I think it'd be a little disrespectful to build a theme park on top of Gettysburg. Some 23,000 Americans were killed, wounded, or captured fighting the traitors. Put it next door, though. Now we're talking. Buddy, the place where they're doing that reenactment, the number that were murdered on that soil is probably almost 10x the number of dead at Gettysburg. So that is unironically another testament to how China is more America than America. Okay? China literally built a theme park on top of Gettysburg and made it interactive. I'm telling you, man, what I experienced in China was so profound. I was like, this is totally different type of war, though. Wait, what? No, it's not. What? It was literally a civil war. Bigger country too? Yeah, no, it was. No, this is literally fighting against the nationalist forces in the revolution. No, it is the exact same. Like, obviously, it is not, the nationalists weren't like enslaving black people and trying to continue the practice of chattel slavery, but you know, it was a civil war. So
the group of fake workers all appeared to be dressed in Chipotle branded hats and t-shirts. Emma claims that business was disrupted by the group's behavior, some of which was captured on video by an employee and customer.
Double B, what we do? Double B, come on. Oh my God, no, get out of my store. Wait, I'm out the door. You're doing a great job, sir. Now, that's bad. It's a mocking that. What the yeah.
It was delicious. Yeah.
Free stocked over here, guys. All right, good job, sir. I appreciate that. Who wants to go back in the back, check everything's good?
Oh my God.
All right, everyone, we quit. Just play it, man. Done.
Do you want the incident documented, or since they're gone?
I mean, they're gone, so I guess it's fine. I don't know if we need to document it or not.
It's up to you. However you want it.
I mean, there's not much to do about it, so it's fine.
Yeah.
By the time police arrived, the video had already begun circulating online, and it didn't take long for Emma.
I really hope that TikTok didn't have any clout. Seeing more people doing this would be devastating, buddy. Of course it did. And also, of course there are copycats. Are you kidding me?
To locate the source.
Oh, this is the TikTok guy, actually. This is his TikTok. Hasan James. He's been going around a whole bunch of different stores.
The TikTok account @TerraClout is owned by 24-year-old Hasan James Cobb. On both TikTok and Instagram, Heston gained a following by pranking employees at recognizable stores, including Target, Michael's, Home Depot, and
fucking Heston.
Best Buy. His Instagram reels alone have been collectively viewed over 700 million times.
I'm
Damn.
not sure if this is...
Yo, this is what I should be doing, bro. This is what I should be doing. Now, ironically, if Heston was doing that with scabs, he'd be getting fucking rewarded. Not to give him any ideas, okay?
The exact kid, but I don't. Someone knows.
Cops would be defending his ass.
Like Little Caesars. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen this guy's videos.
According to police records, no formal report was taken on this incident. As it stood, no one was harmed or assaulted, and nothing was damaged or taken from the restaurant. Less than 4 months later, however, Tempe officers would once again hear the name Hasan James. On July 2, 2025, Heston and his group appeared at a Jiffy Lube auto shop. This time, the fake workers donned blue jumpsuits, carried tools, and pretended to work on cars, as captured on both an employee's phone and the company's security cameras.
All right, yo, what's going on over here? Hey, it's a little work. Call the cop, dude. I got the place. Hey, I'm in that Okay, everyone, let's go. Let's go. Everyone, let's go to the next shop. Well done. Let's go. Hey, I got a bunch of guys.
According to police records, no one was assaulted, nothing was stolen or damaged, and if Heston recorded anything, it wasn't published to his social media platforms. But he was far from finished. The next day, Heston's group targeted 3 more auto shops, including one owned by a man named Dave, who shares his fears that their actions will quickly lead to dangerous consequences if they aren't stopped.
These idiots are going to do this to the wrong guys, or a guy that's having a bad day, and they're going to get hurt.
Officers learned that those concerns became a reality during the group's final prank of the day when they were dispatched to a Pep Boys after a 911 caller reported a strong-arm robbery.
Hello. Hi. Have you guys seen these two before or anything?
No.
Or how many were there?
15? 15 easy. 10 to 15 guys? Whatever fits in that van. It was loaded.
Seriously?
Yes.
Seriously? Wow. All right.
It was loaded. Nothing that we've ever seen before. Pardon me for being frank.
You guys are sad. If
but
you want to bring me the link, I'll send my camera footage.
Cool. I will
but that
do
was
that.
scary.
Though they had no working cameras, the manager's account of what happened closely mirrors a video Heston posted to TikTok, showing the same prank unfolding at a different auto shop. Just like in the video, the Pep Boys manager claims they were approached by two young men who said they were from corporate.
I'm just going to be bringing in all my guys because you guys have been doing a really slow job. I've been getting multiple complaints. I'm from corporate, I told you. So this corporate thing. I'm calling in my guys and they're going to be working on all these cars.
Hello, Muslim rape gang apologist. You good, bro? You all right? I swear to God, these guys are like, they're bots, right? They straight up operate like bots. They get their new talking points and then immediately they're off to the fucking races. Very normal thing to type on a Twitch chat on a Sunday evening. Yeah. Go ahead. Speak out against rape gangs. I have and will continue to do so. You know, the Epstein pedophilia rape gang, for example, is one of the primary rape gangs I speak out against. Or outside of that, I consistently have criticized the nation state of Israel for having a pro-rape January 6th, you know, or the IDF. Dumb Foyd. I glad her cash ripped up. Was him being brown make him headbutt the officer? The race card played again. Why do these Foyds chose such dumb men? Go back to shaking your ass hoe. We all love Nickelback. Nickelback is goated. Okay, that's a bridge too far. That is. Oh, look, he's looking at the logs. Yes, and we're all laughing at you, which is probably an experience that you're used to in school. And now you get to experience it on the internet as well. You thought you could remain anonymous. I bet he's from Naperville. No, I think this guy is. I think this guy might be a Euroid. Wuthering Waves has big true king. Nah, furries are more normal. Foyd slop. As a white man, I wanted to apologize for this because this is somehow my fault. This is actually white people's fault. Dude, that's crazy. I can't believe this is a real person. We were just talking about this last night, if you remember. Go ahead, do a reading of the UK rape gangs. Buddy, I've covered the supposed like Muslim rape gangs controversy since like 2013. Okay, it's not a new phenomena. Just because Rupert Lowe recently rehashed the old school, see, you're denying it again? No, I'm not. Are there Pakistani people who have committed rape on British soil? Yes. The primary perpetrators are still white men, but you won't talk about that shit because you don't give a fuck about rape. You only want to turn it into some sort of racialized, some sort of like race-based crime. What am I denying? Am I denying that, you know, Pakistani men or other migrants have done rapes on British soil? I'm not denying that. I'm denying the idea that it's just Muslims that are raping white British women in the way that that was presented, and that this has something to do with Islam. Yeah, I will. We speak out against this. The Muslim community's covered it up and the cops covered it up too. Yes, woke cops that are pro-Islam. You're right. Yes, Rupert Lowe's report has no factual, like has some real instances and then a whole deal of inaccuracies. Okay? But you don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck about the 87% of the perps in the inquiry were Muslim. Does that, okay. Great question for you. Do you think those are all the rapes? Do you think that, or do you think that this inquiry specifically wanted to make it seem like only Muslims are doing rapes on British soil? Also, you say Foyd slop. You say shit like Foyd slop. You don't give a fuck. You want to be the guy who's doing the rapes, it seems. Like, what do you mean? Am I supposed to sit here and act like a guy who says, oh, these women are whores, they're doing, this is classic Foyd slop, sincerely cares about sexual assaults? Get the fuck out of here. How old do you think this person is? Got to be young. I really hope they're like 15, 16 years old and they can hopefully snap out of it. Because if this person is like over the age of 25, it's not going to be good. Yeah, this shit was debunked like 5 years ago. It's 2 decades old at this point almost. How old are you, chatter? %25 chance he's under 18, 75% chance he's over 35. Oof. He did say he loves Nickelback, so I doubt it. I'm so happy he's being sued. The natives also didn't invent it. Exactly. Batman actually stops crime, though. It's when the city is run by them. I mean, he literally does tweet like he does type like a child. But he also likes, what is this? He types like a child, which is why I thought he might be a child, but maybe he's a fucking old man. The Karens at HR get time off to vote. The tradies don't. Oh my God. He's Australian. Oh my God. Oh my God, he's Australian. Oh my God. Another one. Or no. Or no. Wait, did he get fucking banned? No, he didn't. I don't want him to. Ozzy. I thought Tectone actually did rape his girlfriend. Didn't Tectone actually rape someone? Okay, maybe this guy is salvageable. He's not a rape tone supporter, at least. I'm so tired of these hags. Dude, what the fuck? This guy literally hates women so much. Why do you hate women so much, bro? He says Faraj the clown too. There's a lib in there somewhere. Wait, do people in the UK don't say tradies, right? Do people in the UK say tradies? No, right? That's a Australian thing. But he's like talking about Nigel Farage. Keir Starmer needs to be tried and charged by the courts. Imprison Keir Starmer, put him on trial. Definitely not an American, though. Stereotypes exist for a reason. Is Hasan gay? He's so above it. Lying is OP. Wait, fuck. That's weird. To be fair, they shouldn't publish a photo of his house. Oh, wow. He was mad at the... God damn. Asmongold must be talking about me nonstop. My New York Post, he's like talking about the New York Post article. Maybe this guy is salvageable. This guy doesn't seem like a true Kush master to me. Also, watch him be born in 57 and he's almost 70. Oh my God, stop. How much Aussie news he watch? Fuck, I just avoid that shit. Though Aussie news kind of obsessed with everything UK. I hate David Cage. He a loser. Ahaha. Also, game devs ruin the product afterwards, like Helldivers and Arc Raiders. They used to release dozens of big games a year. Now we get Void slop. Yo, this is a real person, bro. This is a real ass person, like a guy who sincerely says Void slop and thinks that Void slop ruined gaming. Oh, that's awesome. Just make this crap single player. Single player. Nah, she was pretty hot, not gonna lie. Crap, no wonder he losing. They have no stand because Ubisoft agreed. Special needs. Hashtag rape Keir Starmer. Deport all Sikhs. Well, there you have it. That's a guy. That's a guy who sincerely cares about rape. He's an inbred turd worlder. Go back home, you inbred R word. ACAB? But fascism, dude, shut up. If fascism stops this, we'll be fascist. He dropped a freak IA in here. Not enough up dudes, guys. No, he's just that dumb. Games for goys. Do games for goys. He's got everything, dude. This guy's awesome. Anarcho-racism? Yeah, no, this dude's fire. I love this guy. Thank you for... Bro's never done anything interesting other than be a sellout. Is this? Wow, look at that. Has been having more viewers than Hasan. Dude, come on. No. We gotta let this guy be even more creative than this. That's funny. Okay, all right. Let's continue with this. I don't really like this TikTok story. I don't really care about it that much. I'm not gonna lie. Where's the fucking Jube? Let's watch the Jube. We have also we just did this. Meet the former CIA agent who wants to abolish the CIA. We can listen to Mehdi Hasan talk to John Kiriakou. Or we can do Jube. I want to see Dean cook a bunch of MAGA ladies. Jubilee, Dean Withers, Jubilee, the Tube. Can Dean Withers survive 20 MAGA women?
That we need strong alpha males like Donald J. Trump, Spencer Pratt, and our loved Charlie Kirk.
Did you just...
Wait, why does she sound like that? Hey, yo, what the fuck? Is she doing anime voice? Come on, man. Come on, dude.
Ironically say strong alpha males.
We have laws in favor of women getting leadership roles. We're taking opportunities away from men. You are oppressed more than me.
Men are men, and men have testosterone, and men love beautiful women. And trust me, I would prefer a man that actually looks at women and is sexually attracted to women.
Dude.
They had to make things up to get Trump. Trump doesn't have to be a sexual predator. Any woman would love to be with Trump.
All right, listen, put your hand up if you would have sex with Donald Trump.
What the fuck? Yo! Dude, come on, dude. Come on. Dude. What? Oh my God. This is amazing. Okay, wow. Okay, Jube, you done did it again. Okay, the Jube blockade is lifted. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. But guess what? This blockade is lifted.
Has Donald Trump been a good president for women, or has America moved backward from expanding women's rights to debating how far those rights should go? I'm John Regalado.
I think that's, you're posing that as a question that could go in either direction, but no, there's only one answer to that. It's the second thing. As a matter of fact, you're literally doing that debate right now. That is the debate. That's the premise of this video, is that exact debate. Do women deserve less? How much less do they deserve? Do they have too much? It's so funny to go off the whole Foyd saga that we just had earlier into this video, because these are the women who are, you know, the fedayeen of that Foyd movement, the movement of the guys who say Foyd.
Media, this is Surrounded, where one brave soul faces a room full of disagreeers. Today, we are diving into what feminism means on both sides of the aisle, abortion rights, and President Trump's record. I'm here with our featured guest, progressive commentator, Dean Withers. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
You ready to go?
Oh, I'm excited. This will be fun.
All right, are you all ready to debate Dean?
Yeah!
All right, let's get into it.
I'm Dean Withers. I'm a 21-year-old liberal. I do political debate for a living, and today I'm surrounded by 20 Trump supporters again. But this time, they're all women.
Damn, I should have done this.
My
I would have
first
done
surrounded
this.
claim is, men aren't better at leading than women.
If you would like to debate this claim, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Good to see you again.
Welcome back, Lori. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing phenomenal. So the first claim is that men are not better at leading than women. And I'm honestly appalled that you as a woman would disagree. But I mean, if you want to start it off by telling us why you do think men are better at leading than women, the mic is all yours.
Well, how I would like to start this off is I'd like you to define what a woman is.
Well, sure. I think that the definition of what a woman is ultimately irrelevant to this debate, and I'm willing to assume I'm willing to pre-assume your definition of what a woman is, i.e. an adult human female. See, if I were to give you my definition of what a woman is, an adult human individual that pertains to the social and cultural characteristics typical that of a female sex indexed to their gender identity, well, then all of a sudden we're going to be speaking past one another because we define the word woman differently.
Exactly.
So I'm more than happy to pre-assume your definition.
In the first place is kind of silly because you don't know what a woman is.
Well, I just told you what my definition.
Dude, this is a woke nuke. Is this what the fuck's going on the TikTok debates sphere? Is this the type of timing they're on? Bro, we are never getting a revolution in this country, okay? I don't even know if we're getting healthcare. I think we just lost more healthcare. If this is what the youth, if this is the timing that the youth are on, where they're just like, I mean, he's not wrong, but it's like crazy that this is the point of contention. What the fuck? And it's funny because he's trying to like speed through the process. He's like, yes, this is what a woman is for me, but I'll take your word for it. Isn't this your shit? Who thinks I do this? I told this man not to be so invested in the debate lord sphere and to like do some reading. And a lot of people, it's crazy that people think this is what I do. I mean, I said I would love to do this. I probably wouldn't do it like this, but how would you answer the question? I'd be like, a woman is what I think is a woman. Okay, that's it. It doesn't matter. We'll go with whatever you think is a woman and we'll continue the conversation that way. This is 2020 TikTok. He did say that. He just said it in the most debate lord way possible. Okay. Anyway, let's continue.
Of the word woman is. You
know,
just
and
simply
I think it would also depend on what leadership role that person would take. For instance, if you wanted Kamala Harris, who you voted for, to be the president of the United States, we have a problem with that. And I'll tell you why. It's not necessarily the woman, but it is.
This is also part of the reason why it's impossible to have these sorts of like real debates, because these guys don't have any investment in a mutual understanding. They don't have any consensus reality, and also no interest in actually talking to a person. The whole point that all they want to do, the entire practice here, is to just occupy space and occupy time. It's crazy. I don't even think they're capable of agreeing or disagreeing with other human beings at this point. Conservatives just go on there and they're just like, well, you voted for Kamala and she's a woman and she's bad. It's like, okay, that's interesting. That's the point. That's the way you're going to address this point, because we're talking about a much broader point here. I don't know why you're using Kamala.
Necessarily foreign countries, for instance, the Middle East. If I go to a Middle East country as a woman, I can't show my hair at risk of being stoned.
Why are we talking about Middle Eastern countries when the prompt is men are not better at leading than women?
Because you're asking about leading. You voted for Kamala Harris. I think she would have been a horrible leader. Foreign countries don't always see women as respectful as they see a man. A woman.
What the fuck? What is that argument, dude? First of all, I want to know which country, okay? Because almost every other foreign country, including Muslim ones like Turkey or Pakistan, have had female heads of state many, many decades before we ever got one, and we still haven't gotten one. So the idea that this would be, first of all, the idea that like, foreign country leaders don't respect women, so they won't respect our leadership if she is a woman, fucking insane. You know what they do respect? Nuclear arsenal. Okay? The American nuclear arsenal. That's what they respect. It doesn't matter if it's a woman in charge of the nuclear arsenal or a man. Okay? It's so stupid. Also, one of the best leaders all around the globe right now is a woman, Claudia Sheinbaum. Okay?
Leading this country, for instance, when you go to doing foreign policy and all of those things, they would not have the respect that a man would. I can also say as a woman, depending on your age, if I've got PMS, honey, I'm going to make different decisions than I would.
Donald Trump is literally constantly exhibiting menstrual cramps, okay? He is literally one entire PMS situation. His entire presidency is like the most emotional, like what you would associate with like, going through PMS or whatever. That's Donald Trump every day. Okay. Also, it is not lost on me that right-wing women so quickly go for the maximalist misogynistic talking points and just undermine themselves. Dean is too woke for this conversation. I'd be fucking being like, all right, well, why are we having a conversation then? Why are you and I having a conversation right now if you're lesser than me? I don't play these woke games. I would deploy tactical misogyny at the direction of woke. Okay?
As if I didn't. If I'm going through menopause, I might have hot flashes or whatever else. I believe as a Christian woman, men are supposed to lead. Mm-hmm. We're supposed to help. And I'm totally comfortable with that.
Okay, well, thank you, Lori. So the first thing that I'd point out here is that your position that maybe foreign countries wouldn't respect a female president as much as a male president, I don't think is represented through the fact that on the global stage, Harris had a significantly higher approval rating than Trump during the election. And there's a reason for that.
Because she would have been a pushover. They would have walked right over her.
And that's exactly why she had significantly better policy, better character, would have been a better president for America.
Not at all.
But ultimately, once again,
Ultimate
Lori,
failure.
the topic of debate is not, was Harris a better option for the president than Trump? Because because even if we want to look at women and men on this macroscopic level of evaluating one woman compared to one man, even if it was true Harris was a clown and Trump was awesome, that still wouldn't mean that generally speaking, men are better at leading than women. The last point that you made there was about PMSing. I think that you're like indicating that women are more emotional than men on average.
They are, 100%.
Okay. Then tell me why men commit 92% of violent crimes. Tell me why they're more likely to self-unalive, commit suicide. So you think that testosterone is what makes men more emotional?
Absolutely.
Okay, well then you just conceded the debate.
No, I didn't concede.
You just said that absolutely men are more emotional than men 5 seconds after saying that women were more emotional than men.
And that's kind of like somewhat of a
fucking owned. I mean, got him. Got her ass.
red herring, because what I'm trying
You just got debate lorded. Now he
trying to say
he looks at the camera. Oh, come on, man. I mean, these are antics, dude.
Women are more emotional.
I mean, this is I'm not gonna clown on Dean. He's doing a good job. He's doing a good job.
They just are in more of a, I can change my mind depending on my mood. Now you're bringing in anger, you're bringing in violence, you're bringing in
Is anger an emotion?
It is, but to a different extent. And honestly, if you've got a man that's violent, out of character alone, I don't want him leading the country.
Yeah, that's why you voted for.
You can't say that and then be like, that's why I voted for Trump.
Oh, yeah. You want to get into that? I know that's another problem,
Well, I
but
mean,
I'm happy to get into that.
I guess we
he
could
was
get into
never
that on the front.
accused. Never accused of.
Okay, we got to pause there. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Good to see
Wait,
you.
she said Trump has never been accused of rape. He absolutely has. What the fuck? Trump's been accused of rape by almost every woman he has been around. Hello? Like his ex-wife wrote about it extensively in her memoir. And also E. Jean Carroll was found in a civil trial to be truthful about her allegations that Donald Trump had raped her. So, yeah, definitely, Mr. Grab him by the pussy, Mr. Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. It's not that far-fetched.
Good to see you, Lori.
If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair. In 3, 2, 1.
Okay, women are so much more respectful, by the way. When this is like all guys, they're all fucking running to the chair. Shout out women, okay? Point 1 to women.
Welcome, welcome.
Hi.
I'm going to give the mic to you. Why don't you tell us all why men are better at leading than women?
Men are better at leading because as a woman, I can tell you that we're emotionally manipulated very easy. We tend to be compassionate because
I guess there's no other way to make this argument other than to be like, I ain't shit and I deserve less. Like, how do you make that argument as a woman? You have to sit there and be like, yeah, I suck. Dean, let me tell you, okay, I suck. I shouldn't be leading anything. I'm horrible. And every other woman just like me is also equally horrible. We are terrible. We deserve less. We shouldn't vote.
as a woman and getting pregnant, it's inherent in us. Why? Because we deal with babies.
Yeah, and the real double bind, if Dean wins the debate, technically she was correct. That's right. Dean, you got to take an L on this, buddy. You have to. You have to do it for women.
So women deal with babies, therefore women can be manipulated. I don't think that argument follows. But once again,
can be easily manipulated.
Wait, what about? What about men? Do men not deal with babies? I'm confused. Like, men deal with babies as well? When men become fathers, are they not in the household? What's happening?
Women can be easily manipulated.
And convinced, yeah.
What's the argument for that?
It's inherent in us.
Okay, just saying that it's inherent is like me saying that what is actually inherent of women is that they can't be easily manipulated. That doesn't give me any substance to underpin your position when you just simply underpin your position by saying, well, it's inherent. And it doesn't push this stuff.
If it's one progressive versus 20 black MAGA conservatives, what kind of tactical dark woke are you deploying? Are you literally trying to say that I would, in a hypothetical matchup like that, be racist? Because the answer is no.
dialogue forward. I would say that men are probably easier to emotionally manipulate than women, or else they wouldn't be culpable for 92% of violent crimes. We could emotionally manipulate a man by making him lose a game of Fortnite. The next thing we know, there's 3 holes in his walls. All right, same thing with self-unaliving statistics. Suicide. Suicide's a really bad thing, but it is true that men are significantly more likely to kill themselves than women on average. Same thing with drunk driving, gambling. And then when we look at women, they actually perform better in the fields that are less indicative of emotional outbursts, such as performing well in school. And I mean, this is all underpinned by biology. There was a study done by the American Medical Association that proved that if you're operated on by a female compared to a male in the operating room at a hospital, that you're less likely to die or to experience any post-negative operative outcomes. Why? Because women are biologically designed to deal with stress and pain better than men because they have thicker dendrites in their brain. So ultimately, the science and the empirical facts completely reject the conclusions that you formed.
Not at all. Men are more rational and women...
You've been voted out by the majority, so please return to your seat.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. This stuff, it blows my brain. Like, I can't understand why you're like pouring this much empirical data to why, you know, men aren't better at leading than women. I don't know who this is for. I guess there is a market for this kind of thing where people are like, no, I want to make sure that like the data is, before I make this assumption, are men better than women at leading, or are women better than men, or are they equally competent and incompetent at times at leading? I need to see the empirical evidence. He does this every day and the MAGA people question everything.
If you want to be the next debater.
I'm 18 and this is amazing. Oh no, all the Zoomers are learning about politics from this kind of marketplace of ideas type of back and forth.
Please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi.
Hi.
What's your name?
Annette Davis Jackson.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yes, yes.
So let's hear it. Why do you think that men are better at leading than women?
How about I know that men lead better than women? Because women have the babies, you're emotional.
Wow, everyone's argument is the same. What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. Wow.
But more important, I have a dad. I have a dad who was very strong. And when I see what President Trump is embodying,
he's just like my dad.
I know that you can roll your eyes, but you know what my grandmother used to say? You can roll your cotton balls, but you sure can't shoot them. So men are strong just like Trump, because in the first 100 days, what did he do? He started writing executive orders.
Yeah.
He started writing executive orders day after day after day after day after day after day. Women would probably say, hey, let me take a break. That's why.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, listen, clearly I disagree with you about Trump. But that's actually not relevant to my counter argument. I'll tell you why. Because even if Trump was a good leader, that doesn't mean that therefore men are better at leading than women on average. Like, for instance, in the same way that you could give an anecdote of a man that you think is good at leading to justify the claim that men are better at leading than women, well, I could just give an anecdote of the opposite. Hitler was a man, he was a terrible leader, therefore men are worse at leading than women. All right? But clearly that's not how it works, because we cannot attempt to allow an anecdote of what we think about one individual man to then exist as a portrait for a generalization about all men.
Why did you have to say Hitler?
Because he's obviously a bad leader that's a man?
Yeah, and
do you agree?
The president of the United States, which is the commander-in-chief, Donald J. Trump, is a great leader.
Okay.
And he's a great leader because he won a landslide.
Okay, yeah.
And if he could run again, he would run a landslide again.
Wait, I mean, Joe Biden actually won by a landslide. Does that mean Joe Biden's a better leader than Donald Trump? Oh my God, I have the debate poison. I'm doing it. I'm doing it now. I'm doing the actually by your logic shit. See? Oh God, it just sucks you in, okay? You watch one debate and you become a debate pervert immediately. Immediately. You asked who this is for. It's for you.
again.
Yeah. Well, guess what? He's not. He's a terrible president. His policy sucks. How about this? What's your favorite Trump policy? I mean, a bill passed through Congress, then signed into law.
I'm a former college coach, and not having men in women's sports.
I'm sorry, what bill was that?
Oh my God, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? I hope Dean doesn't turn around and say, actually, that wasn't a policy that went through the legislative body and it was simply an executive order. And I hope he doesn't say that, because he's going to say that, isn't he?
Oh, no.
Well, I'm sorry, what bill was that?
Oh, he did say it's not a bill. Oh my God. It doesn't matter to these people, man. It doesn't matter. No, just fucking be like, really, your life genuinely improved. Are you paying less for rent? Are groceries cheaper for you? Is that all you care about? Is that like 49 total athletes that are transgender are no longer participating in NCAA competitions? Like what? How did that materially improve your life? You were a coach. Okay? You were a coach. You have direct experience with this, and it still didn't do shit for you.
I asked you a very specific question.
We got to stop there that you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Okay.
All right. If you want to debate this claim, please get to the center in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, Tracy.
How are you?
I think I remember you. Were you on my first Surrounded episode?
Maybe.
Well, I'm going to pass the mic to you. Tell us why you think men are better at leading than women. It's worth me reminding you and maybe everybody else in the room that so far a lot of the people who've come up and sat in that chair have really missed the mark. Like that last lady. She told me that men are better at leading than women because she likes Trump. Okay, let's hear in general why men are better at leading than women.
Well, this is why I think you're going to be surprised. I actually agree with you.
And why are you in the chair?
And I respectfully disagree with some of them. Well, I'm just saying some of the points that they were bringing up about a woman being pregnant and because somebody can carry a baby that they're not fit to lead.
Oh,
I mean, it's the same argument where we say men go to work and come home.
Yeah, isn't a man out debating women about women being better leaders than men prove their points that men are better at leading than women? I made that joke earlier, yes. That's why Dean needed to take a fucking L here. And then at the end, after he took the L in the debate, he would have been like, you've defeated me thoroughly, and therefore you've actually lost the ultimate argument. You got to fall on the sword, man.
The woman stays and handles the household and the children. So is that not a powerful position? And I also have to, I'm respectfully disagreeing here, and I want you to give me an example. If you can tell me hypothetically of a woman that you think would be a better leader than Trump right now.
So just to clarify, you don't think men are better at leading than women?
No, Dean, because
Perfect.
if I'm in,
I'm
if
really
I'm,
happy. I'm really.
Dean is going to get hella pussy after this. # male feminist.
Happy that you don't think that.
I agree with you, right?
I want you and everybody else in the room to obviously not think that men are better at leading than women. But unfortunately, the nature of this Surrounded episode is where we have disagreeers in the hot seat.
Yes, so I'm asking you.
Now they're arguing on the fucking debate ethics at the Jube, man. What the hell? Okay, I'm going to skip this one. I don't care about the...
Yeah, body
That's
type.
funny, though.
I'm sorry, there are women that are larger than men.
Can you guys vote her out because she doesn't think that men are better at leading than women?
Tracy, it does sound like you agree on this prompt. So we're going to have you return to your seat and bring in a disagreeer.
Okay.
Okay, she actually low-key leaned into the premise. She's like, I'm a dumb broad, and I don't even understand the premise. Technically proving the premise. Just saying.
All right, if you disagree with this claim,
Dean got
and you want to
owned.
be the
Dean
next
got
debater,
owned.
please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi. Your name's Julie?
Bro, that's crazy. No one gets up? No one gets up? What the hell's going
Julia
on?
Kate. So I want to ask you, inherent...
Stop! I don't believe this is the voice. What's up with that? What's up with that? That's anime voice. She's doing anime voice.
in your statement that men are not better leaders than women.
Yeah.
there's the sense that you believe men and women are different, correct?
I think that there's obviously distinctions between men and women, or else we wouldn't have two different words to refer to two different groups.
So what are some of the distinctions?
Well, I mean, there's distinctions in the sense of cultural and social attitudes and behaviors. There's going to be that are, of course,
women got titties. They got yitties. They got booba. You know, that's it. That's all I can think of. I can't think of anything else.
To men and women, because
So
I
you
don't
don't
think that
believe in innate
prescriptive.
distinctions?
I don't think that prescriptive gender norms exist.
Women be shopping. It's another one. I mean, that literally is actually, there's empirical data to suggest that women, as a matter of fact, indeed do be shopping. 85% of all household consumer purchase decisions are made by the women in the household. And therefore, women do be shopping. It's actually not men that are being shopping. Yeah. What else? Women eat hot chip, lie, don't charge their phone, and be bisexual.
Now, like from your perspective that we were to define the genders on the basis of sex, of course, then there's going to be sexual dimorphism and there's going to be differences present within that. Of course, like there's a plethora of differences. Listen, I'm not denying that there are differences between men and women, because once again, if there wasn't differences between men and women, well, then we wouldn't have two distinct groups.
Okay, so we agree on that.
But my claim is I don't think that any of the differences that exist between men and women would amount to being relevant to justify the claim that men are better at leading than women.
Do you
I'll
think
actually
women
ask
are better at leading than men?
No, I actually think that gender is completely irrelevant to the
Interchangeable
prospects
is what you're saying.
of if somebody is better at leading than the other person. I ultimately think that there's going to be no determinative ability, regardless if we're making the claim that men are better at leading than women or women are better at leading than men, to ever make that prescriptive
so what
claim.
I'm hearing is that men and women are essentially interchangeable in your mind.
Well, in my mind, once again, I just don't
Just
believe
yes
in
or
the
no?
prescriptive gender norms.
Okay.
And
I mean, it depends. It depends on a leadership role. Yes, interchangeable. It doesn't fucking matter. There are women that are objectively better than men at leading. And then there are some men that are objectively better than some women at leading. It's just that fucking doesn't matter. Like, this kind of argumentation is so stupid. It's like, okay, you have a guy, didn't go to medical school, and then you have a gal who did, okay? You're about to die. Someone is going to do open heart surgery. Do you want the actual professional medical doctor, the woman, to perform the open heart surgery, or do you want the guy to do it? If the answer is you want the guy to do it, then you're a fucking idiot. You're going to die, okay? You're dead. You're dead now. Like, this kind of argument is so dumb. These sorts of like broad generalizations are so unbelievably stupid.
I think that ultimately one's gender is irrelevant to their leadership capabilities. If you can tell me what are the relevant differences between men and women that make men better at leading than women?
Yes, we can go back to the hunter and gatherers when men were the ones going out to hunt and women were the ones staying with the children and gathering fruits and nuts. Men are the people.
The fuck? Let's go back to a time where there was no electricity. That's what you're doing? What the fuck does that have to do with anything now? That's crazy. This is, you have the brain of a child. Not only the voice, but the brain of a child as well.
That go towards risk.
Well, actually, Hasan, it's okay when you actually refer to primitive communism in your analysis of historical materialist analysis, but all of a sudden you have an issue when we're talking about gender roles. I'm just debate lording myself now. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with me. Let's continue.
That go towards provision, naturally. Why is it that in today's, even our influencer community, we have more women that are drawn towards beauty, makeup, things like family, schooling, and men are more drawn towards traditionally masculine things? It's innate in every culture that you see this trend. We are hormone.
There's literally not true. There are currently existing matriarchal societies, like right now on the planet, okay? And not even just like tribal societies or anything like that. There have always existed matriarchal societies throughout different cultures, throughout different time periods. You're just objectively wrong. The idea that like all leadership roles automatically go to men is just wrong.
Different. That's been mentioned throughout this place. You as a man do not know what it's like to have a cycle, to have a period, to have your hormones.
Oh my God, she's doing standpoint epistemology to describe why women ain't shit. What is going on, man? Oh my God. She's outwoking the woke lord in the most anti-woke direction. First of all, Zoomers all need to go to school, okay? They clearly, it didn't take. We got to start back from first grade for all Zoomers, okay? If you are a post-COVID Zoomer and you made through your more formative years and then you got to experience COVID, that's fine. You kind of got out if you're like an older Zoomer. But if you're on the younger side of Gen Z and you spent your formative adolescence years pre-puberty or during puberty stuck indoors, you have to go back to school from the start, okay? We got to do a No Child Left Behind, and then just like rehash that, revamp that in its entirety and make you go back to school, because it didn't take, okay? It did not fucking take at all.
Go up and down.
Yeah.
That is insanely significant for a woman's ability to lead. And women will complain about being scared to walk on the streets at night, and yet they'll elect the same politicians that release the criminals on the street.
Do you think that women should lose the right to vote?
I think that I'm not talking about that today.
You just got to get a quick yes or no, then go back to the topic.
I think that we need strong alpha males like Donald J. Trump, Spencer Pratt, and our loved Charlie Kirk, who will have secure borders, who will not let criminals
Did you
on the
just
street.
unironically say strong alpha males?
Strong alpha males, yeah.
Bro, get a grip. Stand up.
You,
Listen.
bro, get a grip. You're a man. Do you want to mansplain to me?
Well, I mean, actually.
Oh my God, she's doing it again. Oh my God. She's deploying woke. I would have lost my mind at that point. I would have fucking lost my composure. If I'm debating a woman about how women ain't shit, and then they hit me with this woke nonsense, I would fucking lose it. I would lose it. The fuck do you mean? Are you mansplaining? Yes, I am actually. Okay, yes. Hush now. A man is speaking. Isn't that what you want? You can't, on the one hand, argue that women ain't shit, and yes, a man should mansplain in your perfect design of society, and then use mansplaining as a negative in the same breath. You can't do both of those things at the same time. It makes no sense.
You just said that men are better at leading than women, so you should listen to every word that comes out of my mouth per your perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you think that men are the strong alpha...
Wait, no, never mind. Actually, she was literally saying, please mansplain to me. I should be put in my place, because she literally stopped talking after he said yes.
Males and women are the emotional followers. Why won't you follow my lead and listen to what I have to say?
First off,
because
sir,
you don't believe what you say.
That is a straw man. I believe that male and female are created equal in the image of God. We each have the same dignity and the same value. We have the same brain, the same rationality, but we have different and distinct roles.
Okay.
Why is it that women can get pregnant? Only females can get pregnant.
Well, of course, that would boil down to the physical biology.
Physical biology.
Because
isn't that innate that women are more geared towards child rearing and child raising than men are?
So once again, the way that we started this conversation was by me agreeing that there are going to be differences between men and women.
Exactly.
You just simply
men
Could
are
I
better
finish?
leaders.
I would love if I could finish. You can't say because there's differences between two things that thereby innately one of the two things is going to be better at leading than the other. Like, I think that's ridiculous. Listen, once again, my claim is that the differences that do exist between men and women ultimately don't amount to justifying the claim that men are better at leading than women. Let me respond, because you made a lot of claims.
On and on.
I think it's been the opposite.
Okay.
To respond to your claims,
Thank
you
you,
said
sir.
that there's a difference in the hormonal balances of men and women that make women more emotional. Well, I mean, I already went over this with.
It's not even just more emotional. It's that our bodies are not equipped to handle the same levels of cortisol as men. We
They're
need
actually more
care.
equipped.
Look at Donald Trump. The
They're
man
more
literally
equipped.
lives off of diet.
Literally the worst person to point to be like, look at the beacon of stability, Donald Trump. Like, I'm sorry, out of all of the Republican leaders of the past and present that you could point to, Donald Trump is the one that you can't point to at all when talking about a guy who's not hysterical all the time. He literally said he is going to nuke Iran because he wasn't getting his way. He is one ginormous period cramp. The fuck are you talking about? He's the most emotionally volatile person that we've ever had lead this country. Like, straight up.
Coke and McDonald's.
Okay.
We could not do that.
Okay. Listen, actually, women are more equipped than men to deal with stress. It is proven by the science.
That's actually not true.
An American describing a good leader, he eats Diet Coke and burger. True. Okay, facts though. He do be eating Diet Coke and burger. So.
I'll tell you, you could look this up. Anybody at home could look this up. Women have thicker dendrites in their brain. And study after study after study has concluded time and time and time again that this gives women the ability to better manage their stress than men. And you actually brought this up.
Fact check. Existing human studies show that pregnancy and childbirth are associated with complex neuroplastic changes, but there's no robust evidence that childbirth causes a global increase in dendritic thickness or density. Oh my God, Dean is getting owned. Dean's getting fucking owned. Oh my God. I now believe it. Women ain't shit, dude. Women ain't shit. If the fundamental argument that you are presenting here is that women got thick ass skulls or dendrites or whatever the fuck that is, and it turns out Jube is actually cooking you in the edit, sorry. Now, I don't believe that women can lead just as well as man can. Yeah. I'm going to start saying Foids now. Thank you, Jubilee.
You brought up childbirth. The reason why women have thicker dendrites in their brain, giving them a greater navigation ability, giving them a greater ability to deal with their pain and stress, is because...
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Oh, God, this argument is so irrelevant. Did he just... Like... I don't know, maybe I'm being too harsh, but I just don't think that that's a relevant point at all, right? Like, I know a lot of these guys want to always like add empirical evidence, like data points to back their argument. It's like you train yourself into arguing this way after doing this for so long, and you always have to fucking land on, you know, no matter how irrelevant this data point is, you have to like add a data point in there. And this is just not relevant to the point of contention. Like, I know he's trying to counter the point that she's making because she's using anecdotes. And his counter has to be empirical evidence. But I don't think you have to do that because you can just oppose the argument or the anecdote in its entirety by saying, even if that was true, that still doesn't change the dynamic that a woman can be a better leader than a man. And it's not true regardless.
Of childbirth, okay?
Yes, because
and that's exactly why
childbirth
women
is a
can
big
deal with their
thing.
stress better than men. So your claim that the opposite is true is wrong. And plus, once again, when we look in society, how men deal with stress compared to how women deal with stress, well, when a man gets mad, he commits a violent crime, he kills his wife, he kidnaps his children, he sets his house ablaze. And this is why men are significant.
Like, there are better data points that he could show here, which he's brought up. He brought up earlier about like the likelihood that a man is going to commit a violent crime over a woman is far greater, things of that nature, to show the irrational nature of man. But that still goes back to like biological arguments and a naturalistic argument, which I don't think is a territory that you should broach as someone who's like progressive, because it doesn't matter at the end of the day, because like no man is the same as one another and no woman is the same as one another. There's going to be overqualified women and underqualified men and vice versa. So it doesn't matter. It's entirely related to life experiences, educational attainment, you know, experiences in the workplace. That's all that matters. That's why I brought up the point of like a doctor who is going to perform open heart surgery. The doctor is a woman as opposed to a guy who went to Phoenix University, okay? Phoenix Online College, doesn't have a medical degree whatsoever. Who do you choose in that situation? Obviously, you choose the woman. Only an insane person would try to say, oh, the man with no qualifications whatsoever for open heart surgery. Because that's what matters at the end of the day. And we all make these decisions. We all make these decisions no matter how fucking silly we behave. Bro, chill. You went to Rutgers. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Fuck you.
More likely to commit every single crime on the books, including crimes
men.
that do not have a necessity for any use of physical strength, such as...
Do we got some Phoenix graduates in the chat that got mad? Really? We're putting Phoenix and Rutgers in the same fucking category as the #1 philosophy school on the planet, I think, or used to.
Arson, cyberbullying,
If you think women are such good leaders, why won't you let me speak?
You're basically saying he should argue with vibes? No. Yes and no, first of all. Not most people won't respond to that. Everyone needs to look at the numbers. He's numbers. No, that's not true.
Well, I'll happily let you speak in response to the things that I've said, as long as you're...
Wait, what did she say?
And this is why men are significantly more likely to commit every single crime on the books,
We need
including
strong
crimes
men.
that do not have a necessity for any use of physical strength, such as arson, cyberbullying,
If you think
or
women are such good
terroristic
leaders, why won't you
threats.
let me speak?
Well, I'll happily let you speak
Got
in
him.
response to the
Fucking got him. Oh my God. I didn't even realize. Oh my God. This is like one of those moments where the fucking samurai goes, the samurai fucking passes you, opens the fucking katana up and closes it, and you're dead. You're dead. You don't even know that you're dead yet. And you're like, okay. And then you slowly but surely just, there's a line that forms across your chest, and your upper body, your upper torso starts sliding down. Nani? Nani? Omae wa mo shinderu. That's what she did to Dean right there in the marketplace of ideas.
things that I've said, as long as you're able to
Rutgers philosophy grad program is tied for second with Oxford. Haha, I study philosophy at Rutgers. There you go.
stay on topic and respond to the meat on the bone.
Because I'm a woman and I have a brain. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, I guess women are better at leading than men.
No, we're not. We're good at
That's so stupid. You're so stupid. Okay. You're such a stupid person for going, no, we're not better than men. I'm sorry. Oh, this is entertaining. Oh my God. This has got to be extra maddening if you're watching this as a woman. You're like, what the fuck?
Our certain rules. We have our strengths and our values. We're good at raising children. We're very smart and adaptable. But men are the people that need to be out there fighting crime for us, protecting us so that we feel safe and we can keep our children safe. Why do you think that just historically, more men are CEOs, more men are presidents, senators, whatever kind of leadership role you want to talk about? That is not because of white supremacy, colonization, or some kind of legal limit. It's because men are drawn to those roles. Today, women have the same exact rights as men, and still, a lot of them choose to stay at home or feel that they can't stay at home because of societal pressures.
Okay.
I liked it. I mean, the entire argument that she has relies on her social conditioning, born out of the patriarchal systems that we exist under. And she's just straight up unable to recognize that and talks about colonialism for some reason or white supremacy. There is one systemic social conditioning factor at play here, one kind of structure at play here that you seemingly are refusing to address, and it's called the patriarchy. But of course, you are reinforcing it, so...
Well, I think that you said it there at the end. Societal pressures. Societal pressures are the reason why I think that we've seen more men in positions of power, more men in leadership fields, and more men's calling the shot. But if you're the position that underpins your claim here would be that if we see an overrepresentation of men in a field in comparison to women, that men are then by definition better performing in that field. So in the same way you're claiming that because of a vast majority of leaders are men, therefore women are worse at leading, would you also claim that men are better at surgery than women because 85% of surgeons are men and 15% of surgeons are women? I just want to direct yes or no to my question, so then I can follow this up with a dialogue.
Become surgeons because it's a more masculine thing. It takes more masculine traits.
Could you
to have
answer my
to
question?
Look at the blood. I said yes, but I want to ask you:
I
would
have
you
to hop in
agree
here.
that men are more oppressed today than women? Men are told that they're toxic for being masculine. The only laws that prevent any gender
Please
from
don't
getting
vote
a
her
role.
out. I need to respond.
We have laws in favor of women getting leadership roles. We're taking
Okay.
opportunities away from men.
Okay.
You are
You
oppressed
just-
more than me.
This chick is crazy. Okay, listen, I think that you're crazy because you just said that I'm more oppressed than you, while also claiming that I'm a better leader than you after making the argument that disproportionately men have been in positions of leadership throughout history when leadership is what grants power. But anyways, insanity. Listen, I asked you a question. I said, do you think that men are better at surgery than women because 85% of surgeons are men and 15% of surgeons are women? The reason why I asked this question is because you made the claim that men are better at leading than women because a vast majority of leaders have been men. You said, yes, Dean, because a vast majority of surgeons are men, therefore men are better. The science says, no, men are actually worse at surgery. So the American Medical Association did a study in conjunction with the Journal of the American Medical Association. They did this study on 1.4 million patients over 6 continents in 14 years. And what they determined consistently is that when we account for every single confounding variable that could possibly exist, every single time, men are significantly more likely.
I really thought he was going to get to, would you rather have a female surgeon or just a regular guy, to drive home the point. Nope, he's doing empirical evidence again. He's doing, which is important. It's important. It's good to rely on data, okay? It's good to rely on data. And I don't have a problem with that, but you can spice it up a little bit. He is a fucking number. He is literally I'm a numbers guy. I'm Dean Withers. I'm a numbers guy. I know you like the number. Let me give you some numbers. You can chat GPT it. You can grok it. Yeah. First of all, what is one of the fucking fundamental rules? Why does this guy keep posting bacons? Maybe I should send you some bacon. I mean, I love bacon. So thank you. Thank you for sending me bacons. Why is he spamming bacons in the chat? What is going on? Let him give you bacon, motherfucker. Okay, true. He's trying to do racism. He thinks you're a vampire and is garlic. Wait, what? No, this guy doesn't think that spamming bacon in my chat is like somehow going to cause me to go, no, not bacon, not digital bacon. Traitor? Wait, what? Traitor, bitch. Traitor to what? Wait, why are you getting so mad? You already gave me bacon and I thought we were having a good time. The year of the chud is truly upon us. That's awesome. Am I a traitor to bacon? Is that what it is? What is this guy trying to say? I need to know what he's trying to say. This is awesome. He's just spamming middle fingers now. What the fuck? What is happening? Oh, that's awesome. Dude, you are... Why? This has to be a child? This got to be a kid, right? Bro, he offered you bacon and you turned him down. Poor guy's feelings are hurt. No, I didn't. I said, thank you for giving me bacon. I like bacon. And then he said, traitor. He said, you traitor bitch. And then he started flipping me off. Anyway, we'll back pocket this for now. Let's continue.
To kill a patient on the operating table or to give them negative postoperative outcomes in comparison to women. It is one of the most well-accredited studies ever conducted in human history that has reasonably concluded that women are better at surgery than men, even though they account for a minority of surgeons. And this is exactly what debunks your claim that if a field is overrepresented by men, that therefore men are better at performing in it.
Of our natural desires and what men and women are naturally drawn to.
But women are better at surgery, even though they account for a minority of surgeons. That completely debunks your argument.
Sure, that could be a thing, but I'm saying that naturally men are drawn towards roles of risk and provision. That's because of innate biological characteristics.
But women are better at surgery.
And I said that you're oppressed because of society telling you that you need to be a beta, woke man. You are not like oppressed as a leader. Like instinctually, you want to lead. You want to teach me. That's because of your nature, and I appreciate that very much. But I disagree with your claims.
Okay, well, I mean, you have to concede here that your argument that men are better at leading than women because more men are leaders than women is false. And the reason
okay, we gotta stop there. We're out of time, so please return to your seat.
Pleasure.
She rules.
A surrounded episode you watching got you scratching your head again.
If he also boasted horse because of
Trump is a misogynistic sexual predator. Okay, let's see.
Would you like me to take it away by explaining to you why I think Donald Trump is a misogynistic sexual predator?
Yeah.
First and foremost, he's a sexual predator because a court has held him civilly liable for raping a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll. Of course, raping somebody is something...
Yeah, okay, cool argument, except I'm dark MAGA, and I'm going to shake my head at it. fucking own.
That would make one a sexual predator. In 2005, he also boasted about engaging in sexual violence by sexually exploiting beauty pageant contestants at the beauty pageants that he owned by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies. And this isn't an allegation from some woman that you could defame and say just wants money or fame. No, this was an admittance of guilt, something that Donald Trump said he did on Howard Stern's radio show. And I see you shaking your head. I'll happily play you the clip if you want. We also
yes, please show me the clip because I do not believe it. Yes, take it out.
Don't worry, I got it preloaded.
Okay, good.
So you have done that. Well, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. Right. I want to make sure that everything is good. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Why don't we start there? Mike's yours.
Okay, well, he said that he probably sees them. It doesn't say they're naked there, so
It does.
They might have. No, it doesn't.
He said that they have no clothes on. When you have no clothes on, you're naked.
Who said that they didn't have?
Actually, being devoid of clothes is also the same as being naked. That's awesome. That's so dope. God, fucking MAGA, man. They're so stupid. Like, what do you do? This is literally like trying to play chess with a pigeon, okay? It's just impossible. It's just impossible. You lost. You lost by entertaining it, okay? You lost time. You lost opportunities. It don't make no sense.
Clothes on.
Donald Trump.
He didn't say that in the clip.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Okay, again, I want to hear it again.
Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay?
There you go.
Oh, well, it's a club. Like, he didn't actually say clothes, but
yeah.
he said club.
I think it's important for us to be intelligent, rational people.
Okay, so
you're saying no clothes, and then Howard Stern says, so you're like a doctor.
I definitely don't agree
Why did
with
Howard
that?
Stern say you're like a doctor? Because doctors get to see people naked.
Okay, I don't agree with that. But men are men, and men have testosterone, and men love beautiful women. And trust me, I would prefer a man that actually looks at women and is sexually attracted to women than someone that is not. And I actually like looking at women too, and I'm not even a lesbian, but I think women's bodies are beautiful. It's like
Ma'am,
art
I'm
to
sorry.
me.
No,
it's art to me.
This is disgusting.
No, and
you just told me that you would prefer a man who, quote unquote, likes the female body and is.
He's just like, God, I feel like Dean has so many like woke 1.0 attitudes and qualities to him. I don't know what it is. He's just like, wow, ma'am, this is disgusting. Bro, just have fun. Have fun with this person. Like, that's a freak. Like, these are all freaks. I'm fascinated with these freaks. You know what I mean? Just have a little bit of fun. Just let loose a little bit. Not everything has to be a fucking immediate retort and like destruction in the marketplace of ideas. You got a real ass hog in front of you, okay? Grade A prime hog. This is the motherfucking Optimus Prime of hogs, okay? Person who ran for some sort of local position and lost, barely got 10,000 votes. The most beautiful version of this hog. Okay? Have some fun. Explore her brain. There's not a lot of wrinkles. Try to find some wrinkles in there. You know what I mean? Activate some synapses.
Willing to barge into the private women's only dressing rooms to look at them while they have no clothes on.
I said before that.
You're saying, I think that real men with...
He's woke 1.0 because he's a kid. He used to be edgy and he hates himself and needs to overcorrect. I want to see Kyle do this. Lamau, he'd have fun. My dark woke king. Yeah, Kyle would fucking, oh my God, this would be so much fun. This is making me kind of want to do it now. Because like, they're such insane people. Like, and I love being around hogs. As you guys know, I'm a huge fan of hogs. I'm a truffle pig for other pigs, you know?
I don't believe
Testosterone or
that's
sexual
right.
predators.
So you just lied about me right now because I said I don't believe what he did with.
Calling them disgusting doesn't do anything to them. They're used to being called that and like it. Yeah, no, I wouldn't call them disgusting. I'd call them amazing. This is, you know who would be really good at this? Brace Belden. Okay? That's who would be good at this. He'd be like, yowza, what a woman. Talk dirty to me. Tell me all your deepest, darkest desires. Who amongst us hasn't thought about Donald Trump holding us down and entering us? Yum.
Is right,
but
by
it was
going
the
in there.
but I would prefer a man who likes to look at the naked bodies of women that
Oh,
got
I've
it.
been over someone that is attracted to other men. Yes,
Why?
absolutely, because it's not natural.
It's not natural
It's
to be gay?
natural to be attracted to the opposite
Define
sex.
natural.
Natural is what God made, Adam and Eve.
So God didn't make gay people?
Well, actually,
I thought that God was a creator of all.
No, that's sin, and sin came from the devil.
No, sin is a conscious decision. Being gay is not a conscious decision.
Well, actually, being gay is a conscious decision.
Okay, could you choose to be
it's
gay?
an action. It's an action.
Could you choose to be gay?
Yes, absolutely.
Could you choose
I
to be a-
actually could have
Listen,
chose
hey.
to be gay when I was younger.
Could you choose to
I
be
could have,
attracted to your mom?
Fucking owned. Fucking owned. He just owned you, Dean. Shut up. She chose to be gay. She said, I'm not just going to tell you you can choose to be gay. I did choose to be gay. I was gay as fuck. Boom. Owned.
A lot of women actually
Could you
tried to hit
choose
on
to be
me,
attracted
and
to your
I
mom?
said
If
no.
attractions are a
But I
choice,
do
could you choose
look
to be
at-
attracted to your mom?
Huh? Can you choose to be a pedophile?
No, I couldn't choose to be a pedophile. Could you choose to be attracted to your mom?
Oh, so there you go. He thinks, no, it's an action, honey. And you can choose to sin or you can choose not to sin. I try to keep the devil away.
Oh my God. She's cooking. Yo, maybe women can lead. I know that in the previous debate, we learned because all of the women got owned that women can't lead. But now this woman is owning. So now I believe women can lead again. I'm back. I'm back, baby. Feminism. W Vance. W feminism. Because she's leading right now. She's leading the conversation. Fucking dunking on him. She pooping on him, dude. She said, I'm gay as fuck. What's up? Yeah, I was eating box. What are you going to say about that, Dean? He misstepped. She wins. I am now conservative, which means he was right, which means I'm a communist now.
Can I just get a clear answer to the question?
And no, this is a clear answer. But see, you don't come from a biblical standpoint.
What are
you
the first
come
four
from
books
a
in the
worldly
New Testament?
standpoint. I come from a biblical standpoint that there's two sexes.
Choosing to be gay only works on chuds. I don't think Dean knows that. This is a chud, but it's a different kind of chud. Okay? This is a chudette. And she said, I lick sniz. What do you say to that?
There's no 50 different genders. That came from a pedophile named John Money who lied about.
Ooh, she knows the trans tag. She knows all the transphobia info downloaded from like 2016. Respect. We got, okay, I'm leveling up her. Okay, this is Prime Hawk. I caught it. I was right. Okay. This is the type of transphobic hog that knows like she's going to tell you about, what is it called? Like autogynephilia or whatever. Like she knows everything. She probably knows new genders that got invented like last week and you hadn't even heard about it yet. Okay.
A study to push reassignment surgery on thousands of people through his lie that butchered this poor boy and put him through hell. Reimer twins, go look it up on Oprah.
Yeah, this is literally fucking deep transphobia lore.
Yeah. Okay, so
I'm gonna ask.
By the way, that argument unironically is not transphobic. Like that argument literally means that argument is still pro-trans. That argument is still pro-trans existence. Yes, a doctor forcibly tried to change the gender of children and it didn't work and it was devastating, implying that you can't just like choose to be trans. You just are trans. Anyway, that's besides the point. Yeah, it didn't work. Clearly, it's more proof that people aren't choosing to do this. But anyway, she's got a utility belt, man. She's so sick. I love her.
Question again.
You don't live in
I'm gonna ask
reality.
the question again.
I live in reality where I know
Jesus.
that a tree is a tree, a woman is a woman, a man's a man, and if you are choosing,
a moron's a moron.
and if you're choosing, oh, see, that's what they do. When they can't win an argument, they go for calling.
Okay, pause.
Yep, that's right. Don't fucking name call, Dean. You're losing the argument. Ad hominem. Ad hominem. Yo, blast his ass, lady. Ad motherfucking hominem, dude. You got angry. You got emotional like a woman. You lost. Hell yeah. Tactical grandma. Point 1 for tactical grandma.
Pause. Everybody pause. Dean, we got to ask that you don't do personal attacks.
Okay.
That's a
Oh, fuck. Yo, she's cooking.
warning.
Okay. All right. So first and foremost, the question once again was, could you choose to be attracted to your mother? The reason why I'm asking you this question is because you had suggested that all attractions are a choice.
It is a choice.
So please, with just a concise yes or no, could you choose to literally be sexually aroused by your mother? So there's 2 possible answers to this question. The first possible answer is yes, Dean, I could choose to be attracted to my own mother. And the second possible answer would be no, Dean, I could not choose to be sexually aroused by my own mother.
You're trying to do a
so
hook
what's
on
your
me.
answer?
Could I
It's
just,
a hook.
do you have a yes or no for that?
No, because this is a hook. Because I will never be attracted to
But
my
could you
mother and
choose?
father because it's a choice, but I would never do that because I'm a Christian.
So could you choose?
That's it. I'm not going to say that on camera. That's weird. And I'm not going to be in the hook.
Low Kirkentually, she's kind of cooking. She's kind of cooking. She's like, I'm not falling into your fucking trap. Okay? That's a logical fallacy that you're trying to trap me with. I'm not playing those games. Moderator, mods, come in here right now. And she did the Trump. Look at this. I'm not doing it. I'm not playing by these games. I refuse to be clipped. I know your ways. Yo, when a debate pervert meets another debate pervert, respect. She sees the trap card he laid face down on the term before. Yep. This type of content makes me reconsider the Cultural Revolution a tiny bit. Oh, dude. Yes. Bring in the fucking red guards, baby. All the rightists are going to prison.
Hook of this young man that's 21-year-old telling a 52-year-old to say something disgusting.
She's also bringing age equals experience. Ooh, she
like
just
that.
out perverted him. She said, oh, you're a debate pervert? Guess what? I'm a debate pedophile.
So you admit that it's disgusting to think that you could choose to be attracted to your mother.
We got to stop there that you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat. If you want to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Gagged.
Howdy.
Hi, Dean. How are you?
I'm doing phenomenal. I'm
My
gonna
name
try
is
to.
Zuriel.
Zuriel, it's a pleasure
Nice
to
to
meet
meet you.
We're going to go back to the prompts. I think that Donald Trump is a misogynistic sexual predator.
Mhm.
The reasons why I think this are some of them that I shared with the last guest. It's because I think that Donald Trump
So men over women, but old over young and old woman over young man? Yes. New
Civil
rules.
Court determined that he raped a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll. We listened to that clip of Donald Trump bragging about engaging in sexual violence. Listen, I take a sexual predator to be somebody that is engaged in sexual violence. Donald Trump bragged about that when he said he'd barge into the dressing rooms of the women at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. If Donald Trump's admission of guilt in that clip that I played to the last lady is true, and this is indeed something that Donald Trump has done, then by definition, Donald Trump would be a sexual predator, and thereby, by definition, I'd be right.
Can we both agree that people in power of elitists, people up there in politics, all have their own, maybe their own immoral traits to why they're running for candidacy? Like we've heard about Epstein files,
Yes.
about all these different people that, maybe they're not really here to make a change for us.
Yes.
Can we agree with that?
Yes.
I could care less about what Donald Trump says on the media, because
But
I
it's-
believe as long as he does his very best to be a good president.
Damn. She's cooking. She said, hey, that's my rapist, okay? You know what he's raping? The economy. And that's good somehow? Question mark? I don't know. Yeah, he loves molesting the money, but it makes me feel good that he is molesting the bag. Okay?
and do the best for this economy. I don't vote for a president based off, their character. I vote for them based off what they can get done, honestly.
I would like.
It is kind of beast mode that she literally came in and was like, I don't care that he's a rapist. Actually, if she cuts taxes, that's A-okay with me, baby. That's amazing. That's clarity. That's moral clarity of a sort, if you will. It's just wrong objectively because Trump is not only a rapist, a misogynistic sexual predator, and really dog shit at being president. But that's besides the point. She said, I'm a policy voter. And you know what? Believe it or not, she's a Plattner supporter. Yeah.
To just take a moment. Let's look at what you said.
Okay.
Are you saying, Dean, it's true Donald Trump is a misogynistic sexual predator, but I could care less because of his policy?
What I'm saying is,
Can I just get a straight
we
answer?
obviously can't deny that maybe he has bad traits of his character. I'm not going to agree that, I don't know everything about Trump like you do.
Okay,
But
let's start
what
from
I
the
care
top.
about is his economy. I don't care about what he has to say on
Let's start from the top of this
the
debate.
news.
You sit down. I tell you Donald Trump is a sexual predator. I tell you he's a sexual predator because he raped a woman and boasted about sexually exploiting beauty pageant contestants.
The reason why I'm not responding to your claim is 'cause I don't know much about what you see in the courthouse
let's
and
test your
whatnot.
logic. What do you say, Dean, even if it was true Donald Trump was a sexual predator, because you don't know about the evidence for it, which is something you should look into on your own time, I would
Right.
still support him as president and could care less. Is that your position?
I would still support him as president because he does what's best for the economy and for the American dream.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to stop.
Every
We got
person
to pause
within
there.
that.
You've been voted out. We got to pause there.
Sounds good.
Thank
Quote
you.
unquote, I would still support Donald Trump as president if he was a sexual predator. If he was a child rapist, they'd still support him.
If you want to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Liz.
Nice to meet you, Liz.
Nice to meet you.
Listen, I think that you've heard my arguments. You happen to be sitting in a position where you could hear my voice. Mic is yours.
Okay, so my question is, because you mentioned Donald Trump going into the women's locker rooms,
Yeah.
are all trans people sexual predators?
So I would not say that trans women are sexual predators for using the women's restroom. I think that the definition of sexual violence would be any sexual act that is done without consent. And I don't think that this would be true of trans women who use a women's restroom. And I have an argument for why I think that trans women should be able to use a women's restroom. But let's try to take advantage of our time. Instead of me giving you my argument, let's just hopefully stay on topic with the claim that Donald Trump is a sexual predator because he's raped a woman. He's boasted about sexually exploiting women by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies without consent, then telling Howard Stern how much he
Okay.
loved it and how incredible they looked. He's mentioned the Epstein
it
files
was-
over a
but
million
the
times.
women, the young women in sports who do not want biological men in their dressing rooms, doesn't that go against them?
Well,
what about their safety?
I would love to have a conversation with you about trans people in dressing rooms, or sorry, more so locker rooms. And I understand where you're coming from if you say, well, I don't want a trans woman in my dressing room because I would see their naked body and their genitalia.
Well, no, it's
and
not-
the
it's not
reason,
about-
the
no.
reason why I get it, the reason why I understand where you're coming from is because even when I go into my gym's locker room and I see other dudes with their dicks out, I'm like, hey, bro, I
And
don't really want them to see me. I don't want them to see me. So I actually, I advocate. One moment. I advocate for unisex, unistall, one person at one time changing rooms in locker rooms and gyms and sports across the
because the
country.
thing is,
That's my
part of your-
position.
part of
But let's
your
talk about the
What? This. What? What the? What is going on, dude? Okay.
claim
Part-
that
yes,
Donald
no, but
Trump is a
this
sexual
is
predator.
part of the claim.
Well, you're not.
First of all,
Do you accept that
accusation-
Donald Trump is a sexual
I
predator?
can accuse you of being a sexual predator.
And if I admitted to doing it, then it would be true. Donald Trump admitted to barging into those dressing rooms, and a court found him guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll.
No, he didn't. No, they didn't. That's a lie.
They certainly did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. Listen, do you accept that the definition of rape would include the penetration of a woman's vagina with any part of a man's body, including his fingers?
Without consent.
Yeah. So specifically, the action that the jury found Donald Trump guilty for was
but what-
forcefully penetrating E. Jean
No.
Carroll's.
I think what's going on right now in the world.
What do you
with men
mean
and
no? What? That's literally a thing that happened. You can't just say no. Like, nuh-uh. Okay, I guess I'm owned. Like, what do you mean no? Did a fucking civil court find him liable of digitally penetrating E. Jean Carroll or not? What the fuck do you mean no? That they did.
Women is that women are accusing a lot of men of rape. And until I see actual proof, because a jury can just agree with anything. That's something else, okay?
Wait, what? A jury can agree with everything? Okay, well then there's never, so no crimes. You're a crime abolitionist. You think no more criminal justice system. After all, you know, juries can fucking find someone who's innocent guilty. I mean, that's an extreme position.
Until there is actual proof and evidence, and if you can show me the proof that Donald Trump raped her, then fine.
Thank you so much for the great question. What's all the evidence? So the first form of evidence that we would have would be E. Jean Carroll's testimony, in which has maintained consistency for the last 30 years, as corroborated by 4 of her friends that testified under penalty of perjury. The second form of evidence
And no
that we'd
one's
have
lied
here,
under penalty of perjury.
well, can you please
Sorry.
like examine the evidence in which I provided?
Yeah, you know who did? Donald Trump, ironically enough.
I'm done providing it.
Go
We have therapist notes from the 90s indicating she was raped by Trump. We had the testimony of a psychotherapist that said when E. Jean Carroll was testifying to the fact she was raped by Donald Trump, she was exhibiting signs consistent with true trauma that we'd expect to be onset by a true victim of. Then we have Donald Trump's lies and inconsistencies. He lied. He said that he never met her as a part of his testimony for his defense. And then E. Jean Carroll responded by submitting a photo of them together to court.
Do you
we also
remember
have, I'm
every
not done
single
with the evidence. I'm not done with the evidence. We have another line inconsistency on Donald Trump's behalf. He also said that he never raped her because she wasn't his type, but then he confused a picture of E. Jean Carroll to be his ex-wife Marla Maples under deposition, so clearly she was his type. Then we also have E. Jean Carroll's dress. E. Jean Carroll submitted a dress to the court, claiming it was the dress that she was raped in by Donald Trump. Court confirmed it had male DNA on it, and then when the court asked Donald Trump to provide a DNA sample to test against the DNA in the dress, he said, no. Doesn't sound like something an innocent man would do. And then the last and final piece of evidence we have would be his character priors. Listen, we all know that a one-time felon is around 73% more likely to engage in another felony compared to somebody that's never committed a crime in their life. The same thing rings true about being a sexual predator. So because Donald Trump has character priors with engaging in sexual predation, like the dressing room clip.
Dude, why do liberals turn into fucking Omega cops? That last part is crazy, okay? Like the last two things that he mentioned are wild, okay? Denying DNA testing is I think well within his rights. And not only that, but then also he just made a pre-crime argument where he was like, well, you know, if someone's actually done a crime, they're infinitely more likely to do it again.
Proudly boasting about sexually exploiting naked women and girls, or like the Access Hollywood tape where he literally said that he would just grab women by their vaginas without asking first, and that's precisely what the jury found him guilty of doing, or everything to do with the Epstein files. That in consideration with the direct evidence submitted by E. Jean Carroll and his lies is absolutely what demonstrates Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, we got to stop there. We got to stop there. The flags are up. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Yeah.
If you want to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's see.
Hi.
Oh, this
Nice
one's
to
going
meet
to
you, I'm
cook.
Gina.
I
Nice to meet
already
you too,
know.
Gina.
Thank you. First of all, if Trump was truly a predator, he would have never reported Epstein to the feds.
Yeah, he didn't.
In the 90s. He did.
Do you mean
In the
2006?
Yeah, sorry, 2006.
That's okay.
Also, was he ever on the island?
Well, I don't think that there's any evidence to demonstrate he was on the
never
island.
on the island.
Because I don't think he needed to go to the island to get it off. Listen, about the 2006 quote-unquote report to the feds about Epstein, he didn't report him to the feds. Epstein got arrested, and then Donald Trump turned around, called the local sheriff, and said, oh, thank God you got him. We've known about what Epstein's been doing all along, which A, indicates that Donald Trump knew what Epstein was doing with Maxwell and didn't report him to the cops prior to Epstein's original arrest, and B, indicates that Donald Trump has been lying to us about the nature of his relationship with Epstein for the last 10 years.
No.
We've all heard Donald Trump say that he never knew what Epstein was doing.
It's so awesome. No. Well, fucking own then, I guess. Again. No.
Was never involved and was completely oblivious. But according to that report to the sheriff, of course he knew.
Okay, so first of all, if he did do something, believe me, they would have found it. They had to make the Russian dossier up. They had to make things up to get Trump. Trump doesn't have to be a sexual predator. Any woman would love to be with Trump. Okay, any woman.
Do you have a husband?
I can't believe they got Laura Loomer to. That's a high profile conservative to be on this Jubilee. That's wild.
No.
Okay.
It's cool.
Wait, well, let's actually test that. Could I have all the women with husbands or boyfriends in the room raise their hands? So her claim is that any woman would love to be with Trump.
Love.
Would you guys cheat on your husbands and boyfriends with Trump?
Well, we didn't say if they were married, not if we were married.
I mean,
Instead of anybody who's in a relationship, is there anybody who would want to be with Donald Trump?
Let's do it the other way
He
around.
doesn't have to be a sexual predator.
Who? Okay. All right, listen. Put your hand up if you would have sex with Donald Trump.
Wow. Lady, you're on camera. That's gross. That's awesome. God, I love hogs so much. I wish we had better hogs in here. It sucks that like all the hogs that come in here are like, here's a bacon. You're the fucking terrorist. You're a terrorist. Like, this is the type of shit that I used to love.
If I was married to Donald Trump, yes. And I'd love to be.
That's crazy.
Do you prefer Clinton? Why don't we talk about sexual predators as far as Bill Clinton?
Why? It's not
okay,
about the
because he's a predator.
Okay, and if
Trump
he is,
doesn't
burn him,
have
throw him
to
under the
be a
jail. I don't
sexual
care.
predator. Trump did report.
Okay. The Bill Clinton counter is so funny because it's like, okay, great. Let's put them both in jail, you know? What if one OG refuses to ask such a question? That's a bit too much aggressive to ask. Wait,
Into
what do
the
you mean?
feds.
I thought I clarified that's not what happened.
You're wrong.
I'm wrong. Show me that. Give me
Virginia,
evidence.
first of all, Virginia Guthrie.
I think it's more maddening if they're actually solid. You know what I mean? Someone asked them, like, how does this not piss you off? Like, how can you just like laugh at this stuff? But it's like, because they're so stupid. They're just so dumb. It's kind of fun. I mean, dude, she raised her fucking hand and said she would fucking suck Donald Trump. Okay? Come on. It's too silly. You can't look at what they're saying and take it seriously. It's impossible.
Worked at Mar-a-Lago in the early 2000s, and he prompted her to come and work for him as a massage therapist. Trump was pissed, and he reported Epstein.
Okay, well, I would recommend looking at the fact check that will likely be on the video screen that says, actually, he placed this phone call after Epstein was arrested to thank the...
Oh my God, he literally did do the actually. Trump called him July 2006, more than a year after Palm Beach police began investigating Epstein following a report following a 14-year-old girl. According to Reuters' account, Trump said, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this, said he had kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago and described Ghislaine Maxwell as Epstein's operative and evil, urging investigators to focus on her as well. The account has been reported publicly, though an FBI official said the Bureau was not aware of the corroborating evidence for the call. So the fact that that phone call ever actually even took place is also contested. That's number one. Number two, what we do know, as a matter of fact, is that there was beef between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, but the beef did not revolve around him poaching some of the staffers. It actually, I think, was a real estate deal, right? It was like something real estate related. But once again, even that possibly fake phone call actually does not absolve Donald Trump. It actually shows that Donald Trump was well aware of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's crimes and literally didn't tell anybody.
Top and to tip them off about Ghislaine Maxwell, because that's what the fact check is going to say.
What's the difference?
Well, the difference is in one scenario, he's reporting the crime to the cop to then get Epstein arrested. In the secondary scenario, he's thanking the cop after Epstein's arrest and indicating that he knew about what he was doing.
Indictments.
I think that in many scenarios, what we'll see from quote-unquote co-conspirators of criminals is, well, once their friend gets arrested for the same crime that they committed, we'll turn around and be all lovey-dovey to the police to try to, like, you know, indicate and promote the idea that they were involved. And the only reason why I bring this up isn't to say I know with certainty that this is exactly what Trump did, but is rather to give plausible doubt to your argument that because he did this, we know he's not a sexual predator, even though he admitted to it on Howard Stern's radio show, and even though a court found him guilty of rape.
A court never found him guilty of. First of all, if he was guilty of, he'd be in chains right now.
That's not how civil courts
They
work.
had to make, it is.
Civil courts don't send people to jail. They hold people financially liable. That's the nature of our criminal justice system.
But he would have been in jail.
You're not familiar with...
No, that's not how that works. Also, I'm not exactly too confident in the prosecution of rapes of women in the hands of powerful, wealthy white men in our current criminal justice system, regardless. So that's not even that's not even as reliable to hang on. So
It's statute of limitations then.
I'm familiar with
What's the
that.
statute of limitations?
You can only accuse somebody within a matter of time, but right now
so
it's
if
30 years.
So if E. Jean Carroll,
Right now
came
it's
out
30
after
years.
the statute of
She's
limitations had
out of
passed
her mind,
for
she's
sexual abuse
insane.
in the state of New York
They threw
against
her
Donald
case
Trump,
out.
do you agree that even if she had a video of it happening to her, he wouldn't be in jail because of the statute of limitations had
That's not
passed?
true. There is no statute of limitations when it comes to.
So by the law, the crime.
in New York State, there might not be any longer, right? Didn't they abolish the statute of limitation for some crimes? Like, it varies state by state. I don't know. But I'm almost certain that they changed it.
That Donald Trump committed per the New York State legal definition of rape and of sexual abuse in 2019.
I mean, you can't. I don't think you can retroactively extend it, though. I think it's just like
Never committed that crime.
Was specifically sexual abuse. Okay, because legally speaking, in New York, they only defined as penile penetration of the vagina, and she testified that he raped her with his fingers instead of his penis. So
No,
because of that,
that's a lie.
it would
There's
be
no
legally
proof of that.
categorized as sexual abuse, and that's the crime that had a
She's
statute
out of her
limitations
mind.
on
She's
it.
insane, and they threw the case out just recently.
Okay, why do
we
you
got
think
to
she's out of
pause
her
there.
mind?
We got to pause there. You've been voted out. I just want to get a real quick raise of hands. This is not to shame anybody. I was just genuinely curious. Raise your flag really clearly so we could get a poll. If at Donald Trump's when he was in his 40s, if you think he was an attractive man. I just want to get a raise of flags.
Dude, come on, man. That's crazy. I mean, he's content brain too. Gross, by the way, but whatever. Shameless.
This is so concerning.
Keep your flag up if you think he is currently still hot. Okay, I appreciate it. All right, if you would like to be the next.
Everyone involved in this process needs to take a shower. Unbelievable shamelessness from every party involved here, including my man, who very clearly knew what the fuck he was doing.
Next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
All right, Lori. Mike and the floor are yours.
Okay.
What are your thoughts about Trump barging into the dressing rooms of the beauty pageant contestants?
You may not imagine this, but when I was your age, I was a model. And I can tell you for a fact, every fashion show, every modeling call, there are men in the dressing room. There are makeup artists, there are designers. It's not uncommon. And you're making it as if it's this big, huge deal. Donald Trump at the time was the head of the Miss Universe and Miss USA pageant. It wouldn't be surprising if I was in there changing for him to walk in. And you guys, let's look at the camera. He's got a face for that one too. Let's go to E. Jean Carroll since she already went over this for 20 minutes.
Can I respond to that?
Sure, but we're down to 1 minute.
It'll
You've
only
already
take
talked
me
about
5
this.
words.
Go.
Trump said that there were no men anywhere.
Well, I don't care what he said. I'm saying as a woman that's been backstage at many fashion
he was the
shows,
owner.
there are
He was
men
the one backstage.
everywhere.
He said that he was the
and I'm
only
sure
man
that there
back
were other
there.
men. Forever or just that instance.
He said
I'm
that
not buying
there
it.
were-
Okay, we got
that's
50
what he
seconds.
said
I'm going
out of
E. Jean
this.
Carroll.
Fuck.
E. Jean Carroll, number one, the statute of limitations had run out. Number two, for a very long time, she never reported it to anyone until Reid Hoffman paid her to freaking go after this lawsuit.
Base?
Why she is now being charged with
Did he say based?
perjury. Not only that, as a celebrity walking into Bergdorf Goldman's, you don't think that anybody would have a picture of him? And no offense, I don't trust a woman that named her cat vagina and freaking said was sexy and charged 21 other men with that crime.
Lori, you're
on
going to get
Larry
another
King.
fact check.
Well, you go ahead and fact check. Larry King,
Yeah,
she
I will.
said rape
Check-
was sexy.
Oh, you're wrong about Larry King, too.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Your mind's a mess. Okay.
Your mind's a mess.
You know, Lori, there's something quite barbaric about MAGA. about this alt-right movement that's hinged on this paraxis of propaganda and useless and futile lies. And then when anybody tries to check these lies, well, then all of a sudden, the provocateurs of this movement get mad, start screaming, start yelling, start saying that they kicked our asses, and then they don't let us speak. Listen. You made a couple false claims. You claimed that E. Jean Carroll had said that rape is sexy on an Anderson Cooper interview. That's not what she said. If you watch the interview with Anderson Cooper, you will hear her say verbatim that what
I think it's crazy to have this much deep, intimate knowledge of these things. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I appreciate that Dean is knowledgeable enough, but it's just like, it is such a sad state of affairs to know, like, this level, having this level of ball knowledge on all the fucking talking points. You're one to talk. Yes, I am knowledgeable about random shit, but it's usually important for historical events, not like the Donald Trump legal counsel's talking points on the E. Jean Carroll case, which not only did not favor Donald Trump, but also Donald Trump further defamed her and had to lose again for additional damages for defamation. So, like, the courts already did the work.
happened to her was not sexual, was not sexy, quote unquote.
This is not about Dean. This is not a criticism of Dean. It's just like the culture is so busted that these guys try to establish talking points and just like literally repeat verbatim what the legal team presented as like character testimony for E. Jean Carroll not being a reliable orator of events, a reliable witness to her own sexual assault.
Just hurt. And then Anderson Cooper responded to E. Jean Carroll by saying, well, I think that most people think of rape as like this hurtful, violent thing. And then she responded by saying, well, actually, I think most people think of rape as sexy. And the reason why she said that is because we form our own versions of reality predicated on our own experiences.
So
when you have the experience of sexual violence, when you have the experience of sexual violence, when you go through the experience of sexual violence,
I've been through sexual violence. Have you?
Yes. When you go through the experience of sexual violence, you're more likely to be more hypercritical and aware of crazy people in the world around us that downplay it, legitimize it, or fantasize about it. So maybe it was descriptively incorrect. It wasn't true when she said most people think of rape as sexy, but regardless of that, that's not her saying that she thinks of rape as sexy. So stop misinterpreting the genuine claims made by a victim of predicated off of the trauma that they went through. Quite frankly, Lori, I think that is disgusting.
Well, I think it's disgusting because I was a victim of actual and abuse. And if you want to compare what happened in the Epstein files, let me just tell you, I was one of those little girls. Okay?
I'm sorry to hear that, Lori.
I was one of those little girls, but the guy was Hugh Hefner. So for you to sit there and say it's disgusting, I'm sorry, I don't agree with the woman as a woman who was abused. I don't agree with the attack.
What is that, like, again, with the standpoint epistemology is like, well, listen, as someone who's victimized by one rich old white pervert, I am going to now tell you that this other rich old white pervert is actually innocent. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, I guess I have to agree with you then. Sorry.
Falsely on Donald Trump because of the crap that your side always has to push because you got such bad TDS, it's insane. That woman is a nut job. I knew somebody that worked with her at Simon Schuster, said that she was so inappropriate. She also accused 21 other men of the same freaking crime.
Name 5 of them.
I don't know their names.
Because they don't exist.
We're out of time. We have to pause there. Great job, everybody.
We are currently casting 3 new episodes.
Boomers, 55 plus, Republicans are old school Democrats, progressives, liberals, black liberals.
Screen/Kathy order.
Hello
Abortion
again.
should be legal. Oh, hell yeah. My queen is back. My goat is back. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Oh, Hogtimus Optimus Prime. Oh, let's go.
Welcome back. Mike's yours. I'll let you take it away.
Okay, well, I have a question for you. Okay. Do you believe in equality?
Well, I mean, I think that's a very vague question, but generally, of course.
Okay, so if you do, then all humans are equal, correct?
No, I don't think that all humans are equal, and I don't think you do either.
Oh, I absolutely think that all humans have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Really?
It's part of our Bill of Rights.
Okay.
And if you actually love our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, then you would believe what I believe.
Well, I mean, it says people, but small distinction there. I want to ask you a question. Is it murder for a doctor to pull the plug on a brain dead patient in the hospital?
Some people actually write what they want done. You know, they say, hey, if I become brain
Yes, DNR, do not resuscitate.
dead, then pull the plug.
Yeah, but for instance, if they don't do that, okay, like for instance, I haven't done that. If when I leave the set today, I get into a nasty car accident, I get T-boned by a drunk driver, I go brain dead. Okay, would it be murder for like my family to tell the doctor at the hospital, well, because he's brain dead, let's just go ahead and pull the plug? Would that be murder?
I honestly, you're talking to someone that is very skeptical of doctors, okay? And
Oh, I know. Oh, what a woman this is. Oh my God. I'm melting in my chair. She is perfect. She's so perfect. She said, I'm skeptical of doctors. Wow. Because of course she is. Oh my God. Dr. Fauci gave me the ouchie. Oh, yowza, what a woman. Oh. You know she got ivermectin in that utility belt. You know she got ivermectin in there. She got horse pace.
And even they talk about brain dead people that weren't actually brain dead.
True.
So that's why I always leave up to everything to God. So when I die is when I die.
I want to clarify
So
that.
I actually don't want to be killed. But now if you're on all these machines to keep you alive, if it's months and months and you're not getting better, then you're using machines to keep you alive.
But they're still alive, and you still don't think it's murder to kill them. So you actually don't think that all humans have this intrinsic right to life? And by the way,
I never said no. You don't speak for me. Again, I just told you I don't believe in doctors.
Okay.
So I don't go to the hospital.
I don't believe in doctors. I don't go to the hospital. Oh my God, she's so perfect. I don't believe in doctors. I don't go to the hospital. Wow. They don't exist in my world. Okay?
I have a very
that's
insane.
I have not gone to the hospital in a long time.
Okay, well I hope that you know
because
why are these cowards raising their red flags? Excuse me. Let the queen speak. She has dethroned everyone else here. Okay? Everyone needs to respect her. Okay? I'm sorry. She is the queen of this crop. None of the other MAGA loyalists are wild enough to say, I don't believe in doctors. Like the existence of doctors. I don't believe it. That's it. She won the show. She won the argument. She has destroyed everybody else. She is the Queen MAGA.
Add on a point of
when it's my
clarification here.
time, it's my time. Now, question for you.
All right.
So when do you think life begins?
I think that life begins at the moment of conception.
Good. I'm glad you believe that.
You're a Christian and you base your morality
and that's
off
called
of
science.
Christianity.
And see, it seems like
Can I
the
ask
people
you a
that say
question?
we're anti-science, they're anti.
Wait, Dean is one of those guys who's like, yeah, life begins at conception, but also we should murder the fucking lives. That's interesting. Damn, he's throwing me in for a loop there. Okay. Respect.
Anti-science because they don't believe man and woman. They believe genders.
I want to ask you a question about abortion.
Okay.
You made the claim that all humans are equal. Every single human has the identical right to life. That is a claim that fundamentally everybody
it depends.
rejects
Actually,
in one way or another.
I didn't say that. So, see, you're putting more into the sentence that I did not add.
Yeah, by the way, it kind of rings hollow when you say you're pro-science. Only 30 seconds after you said you're anti-doctor. Like, you're kind of throwing me in for a loop here. I don't understand. Like, so I'm anti-abortion because I'm pro-science, but I'm also anti-doctor. That kind of doesn't make sense. She rejects medical science, but she does believe in the medical science's theory of reproduction through gametes.
Okay, I said for
equality
life,
for everyone.
liberty and a pursuit of happiness.
Which
Now,
would be
if you're a
the right to
murderer,
life.
I do believe in capital punishment, but because of your actions.
Okay.
So
That's
where I don't believe in equality is like,
Can we
is a
push the
baby and a
abortion debate
murderer
along?
the same? No, because a baby's innocent. A civil society.
Okay, all these other Foids are fucking waving the red flag for my queen because they're jealous that she's cooking Dean's ass, dude. Stop. I don't like that they're waving the red flag. She's cooking.
Protects the most innocent and vulnerable.
Mm.
They don't go and murder them. That is a satanic society, and I
Yeah.
reject a satanic
Listen,
society.
Okay, we got to stop there. You've been voted out.
Okay.
God damn it.
If you want to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, Tish.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Why should abortion be illegal?
Well, let me ask you something. Abortion is legal here. What procedure do you prefer? The suction, the dye, and the what is it?
I don't know. The most brutalistic, gross one where we chop up all their limbs and throw them in the trash. Listen.
Really, that's gross.
Okay.
That is so gross.
I know. I'm rage baiting you. Listen.
I have 4 children, but a set of twins. I would never ever do that to my children. And would you have your girlfriend do that to your child?
Well, ultimately, I think it's a
Or do you
choice
have a
of-
girlfriend?
I do.
Oh, you
Ultimately,
do?
I think that it's a choice of the woman.
Flags.
So if
Okay.
you want to tell me
Flags.
that you never get an abortion,
No,
all
I've
the
never
power
had
to you. I love that for you because that's your choice, and I think that's great. But listen, I don't think that abortion is murder because I don't think that there's any trait that we could identify to be true of a fetus in which we fundamentally would value enough to grant the right to life. The last person on the mic said, well, fundamentally, all humans have the same right to life. And that's something that we hear from a lot of pro-lifers. As I was attempting to communicate to her, everybody rejects that view in one way or another. So I want to hear your argument insofar as why it's morally wrong for a woman to get an abortion outside of its gross. Because grotesqueness doesn't arbitrate morality. Like, taking a shit's pretty gross. Shit smells like shit, right?
Okay.
But we're not going to say it's morally wrong to take a shit, even though it's gross. So what's the argument that abortion is wrong?
Let me just ask you this. Everyone's really, really focused on, it's
I have a much better argument for this, but that's a crazy analogy. And again, gross. Just talk about open heart surgery in gruesome detail and then say, do you think we should stop open heart surgeries? That's it. That's the number one meta, because they always talk about third trimester abortions and talk about how gruesome it is. Well, that's just how all medical incidents are, you know? Yeah, you can talk about a fucking knee replacement. Don't dismiss the dookie meta.
It should be the right for every woman. Why don't you think about it the other way and think about, why don't you prevent all these women who don't want to have babies? Why aren't you guys helping them prevent pregnancies?
We do. And I
Okay,
agree we should.
Yes, we should.
100%.
You
And
should
we need
be-
access to comprehensive sex ed in schools. We need free and fair access to
In schools?
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
at what age?
Is at an age appropriate level. I would say starting in late middle school, because I was in middle school. You were in middle school. We were all in middle school. The second thing that I think is also important here would be free and fair access to contraceptives, and we should also try to find ways to limit financial instability in young women and young men, because the leading cause of women accessing abortion is financial instability. But you still haven't answered the question, and you've been up here for a while.
Okay.
I want to hear why you think that abortion is wrong. I think that you're
Even a C-section law, they take the intestines out and plop them in a tray beside you. Since you're awake, you can feel being unzipped. Oh, God. Okay, make that illegal too now. Okay, I'm now anti-abortion and anti-C-section. And if you try to describe the process, the gruesome nature of childbirth to me, then I'm against that too. Keep the babies inside. Sew them shut. That's what I'm in favor of. Oops, no, never mind, because now you're describing to me the process of sewing people shut, and that's gruesome too. Now I've arrived at the new conclusion. No more doctors. They're just like that. Just like that. Queen MAGA, Prime Hog, she was right all along, okay? She was right. Full circle moment for me. Okay, here I am eating crow. I don't believe in doctor. I'm a numbers guy. I don't believe in doctor.
Struggling to come up with an argument.
Because it is murder.
And the definition of murder would be the unjust termination of a human life. Explain why you think it's unjust.
First of all, a woman who has a pregnancy, a baby in there, they have the right to life too.
What grants the fetus the right to life?
I don't believe in baby. Yeah, no, I don't believe in baby. It don't exist.
What grants it just that it's been conceived?
Or the fact that it's a human?
It is a human.
Okay, so brain dead patients have the right to life too?
So what, brain dead?
Yeah, they're human.
You know what? I've heard of brain dead humans coming out of comas.
Then they're not brain dead. The definition of brain death is irreversible cessation of all cognitive function. Do humans who are biologically alive because of machines with irreversible cessation of all cognitive function have the right to life?
I haven't really researched that, so if there was no hope, possibly.
Okay.
They should. I mean, that's not my decision to make. That's a family member's.
Okay. So you think it should be up to the choice of the family to kill a human?
You know what?
No, that doesn't have the right to life.
Doesn't mean.
So you don't think that all humans have the right to life? So what is a fetus?
But if they're brain dead, are they really alive?
Yes, biologically they are.
You know what? That's a determination that I would have to take with a medical doctor.
Let's say the same thing about women for abortion. Then.
No, I don't believe that a woman has that even right. That a woman should be able to get an abortion here in California.
Yeah.
No.
Okay,
I don't.
We have to pause there. You've been voted out.
Thanks for your
terrible.
time, Tish.
Okay, if you want to be.
She was terrible. She was stepping on her own toes. She couldn't even make a fucking coherent argument. Disappointing. Bring back Prime Hog.
The next debater, please get to the center chair in 3, 2, 1.
They're so courteous. Oh my God, these MAGA ladies are so much better than the MAGA men.
Hi, Dean. I'm Enya.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Bring back Optimus Prime, please. This is boring. You're boring.
I couldn't hear a lot of what you were kind of saying a while ago, but what were you saying was brain dead people about if they should be unplugged?
Well, I brought up...
Bro, by the way, he hasn't even fucking nutted yet. Like, there's obviously the other side of this argument where he goes, aha, here's why you're fine with that, and therefore you should be fine with abortion. And like, and we haven't even gotten over the hump because none of the ladies that he is arguing against have any investment whatsoever in actually having a conversation. This is the problem. He's been edging us nonstop. I want to fucking nut. I want to climax, man. I want to climax at the same time as Dean is climaxing. I want the fucking dolphin fetus argument. Okay? When is it happening? God damn it.
A brain dead patient as a counterexample to the claim that, well, the reason why it's immoral, the reason why it's murder to kill a fetus is because the fetus is a member of the human species.
Yes.
So brain dead patients on a biological level.
And they should not be unplugged. And I think actually any argument that anyone makes for a brain dead patient to be unplugged is actually coming from the doctors who want to harvest organs and to promote the organ donation.
Okay, we're back. All right, I'm back in, baby. Yes, yes. Those fucking disgusting medical professionals that want to harvest the organs.
Industry culture. And I think that any kind of promotion that even manipulates families into unplugging their brain dead relatives is also immoral.
Yeah, I think we agree. We agree on that.
And so
organ harvesting aside, if a family wants to unplug a brain dead
organ harvesting. No, man, you don't agree with that. That's an insane claim that she just made. That is a psychotic thing to say. No, doctors are not like salivating at the prospect of harvesting organs. What the fuck?
Family member because it's the end of the road.
That is immoral.
That would be murder?
Yeah. But I think the doctor, it would be murder from the doctor in the same way that...
So you truly think it's murder to kill any member of the human species? What about a zygote?
That is also murder.
So if I kill a unicellular organism, I'm a murderer? Do you think that all murderers should go to jail?
Human zygotes, it's about humans.
So do you think that all murderers should go to jail?
All murderers should be put into trial and tried.
But if they're truly murderers, like that's an uncontestable fact.
Then yeah, they should be put to death.
They should be put to death.
I do believe in the death penalty.
Wow. Okay, so here's the thing.
Wait, she wants to kill all. Yo, that's Pol Pot. Yo, welcome back, Pol Pot. Respect. She said, if you're a doctor, you're gonna die. Because guess what? You know what doctors do? They're around a lot of dead people. That's kind of suspicious. We should just fucking kill them dead. Which, by the way, also, the executioner, also dead. And then we execute the executioner because that's also murder. Therefore, we're killing everybody. We're not going to stop until every single person is dead. Respect.
Do you know what an IUD is?
Yeah.
So an IUD, an intrauterine device, in some circumstances,
I already know where you're gonna go with this.
allow for conception to occur.
Yeah.
But then it will implant. Then it will prevent the implantation of the now conceived zygote.
The purpose of the IUD
Can you please
is to
allow me to
prevent
finish?
implantation. If it leads to death,
Yeah.
then it's not. Then it didn't fulfill its purpose. It went beyond that.
That's a secondary purpose. So the main purpose of an IUD would be to prevent conception, but when that fails, the secondary purpose is to then prevent its implantation. So if a woman knows that sometimes IUDs will allow for conception to occur, then they kill that conceived zygote, and they still yet choose to be sexually active, then inevitably they conceive a zygote and it dies because of the IUD.
I think that when people
Under
have
your view, they're a
IUDs
murderer.
implanted, it is not for anything beyond just the prevention. It is not done for the murder of any kind of implanted zygotes.
Because it's a secondary purpose and function of the IUD. If a woman knows that, then she's agreeing to the culpability of possibly having her actions yield the death of another person. Okay, and under your view and hopefully mine, that would be murder, given that the person that she's killing through her actions by secondary order.
But that was not
is
the
valuable.
primary purpose of the IUD.
Well, if I buy a gun with a primary purpose of going hunting, but then one day I get really mad and I use it to kill my neighbor, okay, I'm still a murderer.
No,
if I
the
buy out my
primary
car
purpose of
for
the
the
gun
primary
is
purpose
to
of
shoot. Your primary
better
purpose
example
is
is a car.
hunting. Your secondary purpose by that
A better example
by
is a
that
car.
argument was
if,
to shoot that
If
person.
I buy a car to get from point A to point B, but then one day I get drunk and I use it to like wipe out a family of 5, am I a murderer?
Yes.
Even though that wasn't the primary function of the car?
Yes,
Okay,
because
so
you
then even
use
though
that
killing a
car
zygote's
in
not
the
the
same way you
primary
use the
function
gun
of an
as a
IUD,
weapon. You use that
when it
car
does
as a
kill a
weapon.
zygote,
That was good. Got him.
under your view, it's murder.
But even the
This is where debate lording works, okay? Because she actually got trapped. Why did she get trapped? Because she thought that she could have an actual debate. All of the other ladies, if you noticed, did not entertain any premises whatsoever. Okay? And if you don't entertain the premise and you just start landing a barrage of accusations and behave in that manner, then you're not really debating, and therefore you're not going to get fucking gotcha, right? She foolishly thought that she could entertain the conversation and immediately got trapped and immediately got gotcha.
the primary purpose of the car is for driving, you used it for something beyond that. Its secondary purpose was not to.
Yeah, she should have just kept up with the old reliable, the nuh-uh. It's the best. Nuh-uh. No. Will not elaborate. No. That right there is the most successful method I've seen so far. Just go, no.
Be driven drunk and kill.
Well, the
5
secondary purpose of an IUD is to kill a zygote. But listen, I think that ultimately the primary or secondary purpose argument is irrelevant, because what we should be evaluating is, did a valuable life die, and is a person culpable for the termination of that valuable life? And if a valuable life died and a person is culpable for the termination of that
because
valuable
it was
life,
used only for its
and
primary
unjustified,
purpose
then
of
it's murder.
preventing the pregnancy in the first place.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. You don't think in all scenarios when an individual terminates a valuable life unjustifiably so, and they are culpable for said termination, that they're a murderer? Well, then you're just completely redefining what murder even is by introducing the abstract nuance of this quote-unquote primary or secondary purpose
You're
argument.
the one who brought that up
At
in
the end
the
of the day,
first
the fact of the matter is, in many scenarios, women will get an IUD knowing that in many cases, the IUD will lead to the death of a conceived zygote. And
She won Lol, you're high. She takes time to listen. He interrupts every time. W girl. Guy or girl not listening to anything that's being said and simply responding to who's talking more to determine who's actually winning the argument.
they will know it will lead to that in many scenarios. Then they will still choose to be sexually active, and then the IUD will kill. Under your view, that would mean that that woman is culpable for murder. Therefore, under your view, that woman should be executed.
You kind of said a
We have
lot
to
there.
pause there. You've been voted out.
Okay.
If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
I can't believe we've watched like, what, 7 minutes of this back and forth, and there hasn't even been like one serious argument about why abortion should be legal or they should be illegal. I'm realizing now that this, like, because these are 15-minute brackets, right? So there's been like 8 minutes of talk, and not a single point has been made in either direction. Even Dean hasn't been able to like actually get over the hump yet. Or is 20 minutes? Sorry, okay, 13 minutes then.
Hi, Shannon.
Hi. Shannon, Dean, pleasure to meet you.
So I want to know why you think that killing babies should be legal.
Of course, because I'm a brutalistic Satanist and I love the DNC and I'm the leader of Antifa. Listen, the reason why I think abortion should be legal is because I don't think that abortion is morally wrong. I think it's a permissible action. And because I think it's a permissible action, I therefore don't see any good reason to infringe on a woman's bodily autonomy in the legal prevention of her access to abortion. Therefore, it's a human rights violation.
So you don't understand it as like killing, you don't think it's killing a human being?
No, I do.
And you're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I don't
you
see
don't
anything
think that
morally
we
wrong
should
with it.
focus more on prevention?
That is like the wildest position to be like, yeah, it's murder and yeah, it should be allowed. That's beast mode, honestly. Honestly, beast mode. Don't know why he's going with that, but okay. Because I don't think it is, and neither do they. And the interesting conversation in that situation is to entertain that fantasy, the idea that they think it's murder, and then get them to admit that it's sometimes permissible to murder, right? Because very few people will say yes to certain positions, like certain edge cases, right? The overwhelming majority of third trimester abortions are out of medical necessity. It's usually never because like someone carried a pregnancy almost to term and then decided, oops, it's aborabo time. That's not how it goes. It's actually a pretty complicated medical procedure, right? So for that reason, when they start talking about like third trimester terminations, when the fetus might even have viability outside of the womb, when you start talking about that stuff and you bring up the real world examples of why that must take place and why offering any sort of legal hurdle in front of that actually can cause genuine bodily harm to the carrier, you show at least the other people watching, because the debate is a performance. The people that are watching are going to react a certain way. The other people that are watching are inevitably going to come to the conclusion that yes, it should be permissible. And the reason why I know that to be the case is because this conversation already took place. This was an established super precedent that they went back on with the Roe v. Wade decision. And then all of the Republicans that were agitating to get this across immediately turned around and voted against it, voted against restricting abortions, as a matter of fact, in almost every single fucking red state, with the exception of some where attorney generals decided to overturn the decision being made by ballot initiatives, Kentucky being one of those places. So that's it. If abortion is murder, then you're totally on board with certain kinds of murder. That's the reality. Most Republicans are, every single Democrat is, and therefore it's probably much easier for us to come to terms with the reality that no, abortion is not murder. Then there's also the additional restrictions that come into place that, again, create tremendous harm to the carrier, ectopic pregnancies being terminated and things of that nature, doctors too afraid to actually conduct this medical procedure as a consequence of possible criminal penalties and the like, have led to people dying in the United States of America. And on top of that, because the carrier has almost complete control over the existence of the fucking fetus, restricting abortion access doesn't actually stop abortions at all. It just creates an environment where people seek out alternative measures. And that's why back alley abortions start taking place, which once again is unbelievably harmful to the carrier. It's part of the reason why millions of women, due to back alley abortions, actually have lifelong medical complications after the back alley abortion that they end up getting. So yeah, It's a really stupid process designed by very stupid people. I didn't logic these people, by the way. I just gave them real life examples. I'm not using empirical evidence with the exception of the back alley abortion stuff. But like even then, I'm not delivering it as a actually kind of guy. Anyway. So yeah. He's not saying it's murder. The fetus has to be a person to be murdered. He's saying it's a human, but not a person. So it's fine. He's a liberal. It's just, I don't know. I think it's unnecessarily complex. Okay, I get his angle. Basically, every pro-lifer is also pro-death penalty. Death penalty is their permissible murder. Abortion is his. Yeah, I think that's unnecessarily a strange way to argue that position. But hey, I mean, he's a great debater. So if that floats his boat, then he should keep pushing that line.
Preventable measures, because I
don't think it's murder, for the record. Or we all agree that it's permissible murder. And virtually every Republican and Democrat, regardless of their ideology, do agree. And the ones that don't look insane. Like the famous Charlie Kirk moment, right? The famous Charlie Kirk moment where Charlie Kirk is straight up asked, like, if your daughter was raped, would you force her to carry that pregnancy to term? And he says yes. Even if in that moment you're morally consistent, the people that you're quote unquote morally consistent, you're performing as a morally consistent person, basically. The people that are reacting to that after the debate, during the debate, are not going to come to terms with that argument. They're going to look at you like you're a fucking crazy person. Like there aren't that many people in civilized society, no matter where we are, that will actually agree with the concept of forcing a little girl, a minor that is a victim of rape, to carry a pregnancy to term. So you've lost. You might have won that battle technically in that moment, but you lost the war, right? So I'm fine with like conceding to a person in that regard. If someone is going to entertain that logical extreme because they want to appear as morally consistent, they're going to look horrible regardless. And that's what a debate is at the end of the day. It's a massive optics loss when you come to terms with that, when you say yes to that. His argument is so fucking bad, man. The point is personhood, not human genetic material. Fetuses don't have personhood because they don't have consciousness. Terrible optics laws. This is your brain on debate perv. The second consideration is the personal bodily autonomy. We can't force someone to give up their body and take risks against their will. We wouldn't force someone to give their kidney or even their blood against their will to save another. Yes.
To have an abortion.
Oh, well, I also disagree there. I do think that we should focus on preventable measures. In my optimal society, there's 0 abortions, okay? Not because we're forcing women to not get them, but rather because the conditions in which lead women to get them don't exist, such as poverty, financial instability, a lack of sexual education, the failure of contraceptives. In my ideal society, those things wouldn't exist.
Do you know that if a woman gets pregnant, she's not financially able to keep the baby and she doesn't want the baby, she could at least take Plan B?
Yeah. And I think that would be a good fact of sexual education to share with the world.
It's like
that
$20.
Plan B exists. Well, I mean, actually, Plan B is $55. There's off-brand versions that are $20. And I think that is a good piece of recommendation. But ultimately, if they don't take a Plan B or whatever like happens after the pregnancy, they should be able to access abortion. Hey, I want to ask you this question. Do you think that victims of should be able to access abortion?
No, because they could also take a morning after pill if they get. If I were to get, I would go take a morning after pill the very next day. Wow. So you think that a victim would have an obligation to maintain a pregnancy? Is that because that if they were to like cessate or stop the pregnancy, the fetus would die? Okay, of course it is. So I want to ask you a question. Do you know who Max Irby is? No. So
Max Irby is a 14-year-old guy, and he's in dire need of a stem cell transplant. And this is a true story. You could look it up. And his stem cell type is so incredibly rare that his father set up a quote-unquote fundraiser for his son, taking random DNA samples in from people across the globe. So far, they've collected 40 million samples, and there hasn't been one match. What this means is that there's probably only one match alive on the face of planet Earth that could provide stem cells to Max Irby to save his life. So let's hypothetically assume that you are the one and only match for Max Irby's stem cell type.
Mm-hmm.
And the government finds this out. Then the government forces you to provide your stem cells to Max Irby without your consent for 9 months, introducing many physical and mental complications. Do you think that'd be just?
Yeah, he's finally doing the we don't force people to, without their consent, to render medical aid to someone else like this.
No.
It's also, yeah, this is a famous hypothetical they teach in philosophy class of the violinist. And there's counters to it too, by the way. I don't think she knows the counters, but regardless, it's like the world-class violinist who you are strapped to for 9 months.
No, because they shouldn't be able to force you to provide your bodily resources to another life, even if not providing your bodily resources would mean that other life dies. That's my position on victims of... They shouldn't be forced to provide domicile in their uterus and access to their bodily resources to the fetus, even if stopping the sustenance of those bodily resources to the fetus means the fetus dies. No difference than Max Irby.
This is a tough one for me because I have mixed feelings about it, obviously, because that's a horrible situation to be in. But I do, like I said earlier, morning after pill.
Yeah, the abortion conversation actually has like numerous very interesting hypotheticals that you can deploy depending on what like the ideological tendency of the opposition is. Like you can do the fucking castle doctrine for libertarians, you know what I mean? Like there are so many different ways, and all of them still ultimately prove that abortions should not be restricted. There is no good, reasonable, there's no good, reasonable, convincing argument to deny people medical access of this sort. It's just so stupid. Like none whatsoever. I've never encountered a reliable argument. The only thing that people can try to trap you with is what is life? Okay? What is life? What is personhood? Like, what is the meaning of life? Like all of these different like spiritual terms, basically, about like, when does life begin? Does life begin at conception? Do fucking fetuses have a soul? That type of shit. That's it. Bro, watching DNC Spidey, but skipping Mason v. Dave Rubin. Say it ain't so. Oh my God, I forgot about Dave Rubin. Oh yeah. I mean, I saw a bunch of clips from that. I'm sure you cooked his ass. I think I might have watched you cook his ass, actually. DNC Spidey.
Well, could you respond to the argument?
We have to pause there. You've been voted out.
Hey, listen, I appreciate you for the respectful dialogue.
By the way, I want to tell you I respect you a lot.
Well,
I saw
thank you.
when you cried for Charlie Kirk. You actually have a soul.
Have a good one.
Oh, fucking got him. Oh no. Oh no. She actually brought that up as a positive. TikTok is going to eat his ass alive for that one. Oh no. Dude, hey.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the
Oh. Oh no. Oh no.
If you want to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2.
Like that lady didn't actually say that as a negative, by the way. That lady just straight up said that because she genuinely was like, oh, I'm so glad you cried when Charlie Kirk died. It shows me that you have a soul as opposed to these fucking godless libs. But that is not going to be read positively by the rest of the TikTok audience that he has.
Hello, I'm Georgia.
Georgia, pleasure to meet you.
They bully him on his stream because of that?
I welcome you to Sport Trump.
We are Charlie.
Okay, she was about to start playing the piano. I bet that you were going to kill it, low key. Welcome into Sport Trump.
We are Charlie Kirk.
Pretty impressive vocals, but those are now 2 bands back to back.
We are Charlie Kirk.
No
we
fucking
carry the flame.
No fucking way.
Fight for the
I
gospel.
vetted your account.
Honor his name.
She has
We
posts
are Charlie
dating like 2 weeks back about how she's MAGA.
Courage our own.
Photos of her fishing.
Together unbroken.
Photos
Tina
of her-
donated to you like 20 times.
Lisa,
We
thank
are
you.
Charlie Kirk.
And you are banned. Welcome into Sport Trump. Rosie.
We are Charlie Kirk.
And you are banned. Fuck, I can't hit that high note like you. Yes, Marilyn, load him up in the box. And you are also banned because I don't really want this shit today. Seeing if you support Trump.
We are Charlie.
What the fuck? Dude, what is this, bro? What the fuck? He's got 3.2 million likes. That's awesome.
She's a fucking Trump supporter confirmed. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Rick?
We are Charlie Kirk.
It's funny every time.
On to the next guest, Brooke. This looks like a troll account.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known.
I'm gonna cry again. Trump supporters are in hiding today, folks.
Oh my God. Dude, she does not quit, dude. He knows deep down it's funny. It's like getting Rickrolled. It's the same tempo every time I'm weak. Stop silencing women's voices. Who is this person, bro? She's just cooking his ass, dude. Oh shit, she follows me. Oh no. Respect, by the way. That was awesome. Fuck it. Oh, you know what? That was. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Fuck. Oh, wow. That was funny. Dude, I should do fucking more debates on stream. What the hell?
So that you work for a pro-life org?
Yes, I do.
Very, very
All right,
interesting.
let's talk about it.
Do you guys focus on like preventative means from...
Is the poster a Trump supporter? No, she's not a fucking Trump supporter. What Trump supporter would sing "We Are Charlie Kirk" sincerely, except for the initial Trump supporter who made the AI song? Ever since that song came out, it's only been us. We are the ones who carry the flame. We are the ones who fight for the gospel. We are the ones who honor his name. No one else is honoring Charlie's name. Even Dean, who cried when Charlie Kirk died, is not carrying the fucking flame. Only we are carrying the motherfucking flame. Not Erica Kirk. Us.
pregnancy in the first place? Like, do you guys have like policy initiatives to like reduce financial instability or poverty in young women?
So what abortion does is it incentivizes people to live in a promiscuous way that...
Yeah, dude, that's what it is. Yeah. Also, why is that bad? Why is that even bad? Oh my God, I fucking hate like old school trad cat style fucking social conservatives. Are so goddamn annoying.
There increases the rates of...
Yeah, sex is bad. It should only be done with your husband once to have a child and then never again.
Pregnancies that are not in a stable situation like marriage. And so I'm actually against contraception.
Being pro-contraceptive would save the lives of more innocent babies under your review because then there'd be less
killing an innocent human being is always wrong. Abortion kills an innocent human being. Therefore, abortion is always wrong.
Yeah, I reject P1.
And allowing abortion just reflects our overall decay as a society when it comes to the way we view sexuality, marriage, and it just leads to a culture of death. When you have abortion, it leads to things like MAID in Canada. What abortion is we're allowing the government to have the authority to define when personhood begins because we're separating it from the moment of conception. And if it's not at the moment of conception, then the most powerful person gets to decide when it begins. And that's always subjective. And when more powerful people have that authority or allow themselves to have that authority to define when personhood begins, you have grave travesties like slavery. If it's a subjective line, then when does that begin? When does personhood begin? And when you say it doesn't begin at conception, it's actually what you're arguing is a very suspicious, mystical idea of when it does. And that sounds more superstitious than Christianity.
Well, thank you for your comments. About your syllogism, I'd reject P1. Don't think it's always wrong to kill an innocent human being.
To intentionally kill an innocent human being, you don't think it's always wrong to intentionally kill an innocent human being.
Like I've said to the last 5 guests, I mean, we do that to brain dead patients all the time.
Okay,
So that's to
And I would
withhold
like-
care from them
I would
that
like-
sustains their life.
Okay.
That's different than intentionally going there
Yeah.
and killing
Okay,
them.
so then you're on board with the abortion pill, withholding the progesterone supplied through the umbilical cord that would sustain the life of the fetus.
I'm completely against the abortion pill.
But it's just withholding care that would sustain the fetus's life.
It's different though in nature, because what we're
difference?
doing is what occurs in the uterus is solely for the service of
Yeah.
the fetus. The uterus does not exist to serve the woman; they exist to serve the child. What abortion is it's just the actual destruction
Yeah.
of that child.
I wanna ask
It
you a
reflects
question.
the destruction of our idea of parental duty.
I wanna ask you a
Parents
question.
have a duty to care for their children. What's your question?
My question is, let's just like envision a hypothetical of like a 9-year-old girl getting raped and impregnated, and we know that pregnancy is not going to kill her.
She's like, that's wow. She's like, whoa. I don't like you going there. She's connected abortion to slavery. No, I'm not rewinding. I actually have to go because I have to fly out, unfortunately. So I got to end it here. But this was a banger, and I do want to watch it. I do want to finish this, and I probably will tomorrow. From New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York. Okay. And yeah, that's it. When's your Jubilee debut? I don't know. Yeah, back to New York, baby. You already know. I'm going to be there for a very short trip just for the election, for, New York City DSA slate. We've been pushing hard on that. Hopefully we get some W's here. Hopefully we grow some socialism in this goddamn country. Anyway, love you guys. See you from New York tomorrow. Peace.
All the chatter's trickling in. Hustle people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving grinnings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, I've helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do JDVANCE real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.